Suddenly, someone shouted, "Big Dipper! Big Dipper, what's wrong with you? Why are you so pale?" Unknowingly, a big penguin had squeezed beside Song Shuheng at some point, starting to hit the box with its fat little wings. Song Shuheng. Senior 7 and Dharma King Creation weren't able to restrain Senior Copper Trigram, and he managed to run out of the kitchen. It seems that Senior Copper Trigram's will to live is very strong. At this moment, Northern River's loose cultivator's shout could be heard from behind. "It's over there. Don't let it run away." Afterward, 7 and Dharma King Creation rushed over, carrying Penguin Trigram away. Penguin Trigram did not toss about this time, and allowed Dharma King Creation and Sioux Clan 7 to take it away. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly. "So what do we do with this foam?" Fairy Lychee stretched out her finger, lightly touching the foam. The foam, which was the size of a marshmallow, remained stuck to her finger. Song Shuheng said, "This foam was produced by the liquefied tribulation lightning and the Big Dipper. I have no idea as to what its effects are." Fairy Lychee said, "Since the Big Dipper was added to it, could it perhaps have an effect on 6th stage cultivators?" Afterward, she placed the marshmallow-looking foam into her mouth, eating it like one would a marshmallow. Song Shuheng said anxiously, "Wait, Fairy Lychee, we don't know what its effects are." "It might be poisonous." It tastes good," Fairy Lychee replied calmly. "Don't worry, based on my years of experience adventuring, I've developed an intuition on what can and cannot be eaten. In addition to the good taste, this foam also comes with the same effect that the Big Dipper has. It can strengthen the life wheel of a 6th stage cultivator." Song Shuheng said, "Intuition is not omnipotent. I still think it's better to be careful." "Ha ha ha, Shuheng, you're just like Senior Yellow Mountain. You are like an old mother who worries too much." Young Master Phoenix Slayer sat on a small wall, holding a wine glass with both hands while lapping and drinking the wine with his tongue. Venerable Yellow Mountain. He glanced at Phoenix Slayer. In his head, he silently began to consider whether or not he should use the muting technique on young Master Phoenix Slayer. However, Phoenix Slayer has the Black Dragon World's ancient seal, and should be immune to mental magical techniques below the 8th stage because of that. I'm afraid that if I did want to mute him, would have to do so through physical means. He. Fairy Lychee smiled sweetly. "Don't worry about me. If I hadn't been drunk, I would not have simply gone and eaten it. Under normal conditions, I'm a lot more sensible. Otherwise, if I had been like this all along, would have died a long time ago with all of the adventures I have gone on." Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said calmly, "We should collect this foam first. Afterward, Medicine Master and I can conduct a thorough check of it and determine its effects. We can then decide what to do with it." "I share the same thought." Song Shuheng waved his hand, and used his psychic energy to gather together all the foam in the box. He stored a portion of it inside a celestial storage bottle, which he then stored in his magical bracelet. He then divided the rest into several small portions for Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly, Venerable Yellow Mountain, and Senior Medicine Master. They were the few seniors in the 9 provinces number 1 group who had the ability to investigate what the foam consisted of. Afterward, Song Shuheng used his psychic energy to pull the Big Dipper out of the box. "Senior Song, the Big Dipper has lost its color," Soft Feather and the Black-Skinned Soft Feather said in unison. "Yes, Soft Feather, I can see that." Song Shuheng grabbed the huge Big Dipper. "I wonder what happened to the effects of the Big Dipper after it lost its color. It couldn't have turned into a low-grade Big Dipper from a super-grade Big Dipper, right?" At this time, a fairy in a pink shirt, who was behind Fairy Lychee, said, "Senior Tyrannical Song, can you show me the Big Dipper in your hand?" She was Fairy Lychee's junior sister, Fairy Nectarine. She was an expert in Big Dipper research, so back when the group had been fighting for the Big Dipper, Fairy Lychee had brought her along. "Fairy, you don't need to call me Senior. You can simply call me by my name or directly address me as Tyrannical Song, said Song Shuhang. After saying that, he handed the Big Dipper to Fairy Nectarine. One Fairy Nectarine gave a meek smile before taking the Big Dipper, beginning to study it. Song Shuhang asked worriedly, "Is there any problem with this Big Dipper?" The grade hadn't been lowered, had it? This Big Dipper was very important to the 6th stage members of the 9 provinces number 1 group. It was the treasure that he and his seniors had fought for and snatched together. If its grade was lowered, then the only way they would be able to get a Big Dipper of such a high level was by buying one from Fairy Almighty Seller. Song Shuhang glanced at Fairy Almighty Seller from the corner of his eye, and he made up his mind. Although he was poor, as long as he had thick enough skin, he could always borrow spirit stones from others. It wasn't scary to owe debts. What was scary was unknowingly finding yourself owing greater and greater debts, but still having the cheek to borrow more. Fellow Taoist Tyrannical Song, you don't need to worry. The Big Dipper's grade has not decreased. Fairy Nectarine handed the Big Dipper back to Song Shuhang. It's just that after being soaked for so long, its energy was drained. However, if you bury it underground in a place with sufficient spiritual chi for enough time, it should recover its color. That's good. Song Shuhang let out a breath of relief. Immediately afterward, his eyes suddenly lit up. He had found another huge opportunity to make money. After tasting the foam, Fairy Lychee said that it still had some of the effects of the Big Dipper. In other words, the foam could strengthen the life wheel of a 6th stage cultivator. As for how strong the effect was, they could test that after sobering up. Besides that, the Big Dipper, which was soaked to the point of becoming pale white, could still slowly recover as long as it was given some time. In other words, the Big Dipper had become a reusable, renewable resource. In this way, wouldn't he be able to make a fortune by selling the Big Dipper Tribulation Lightning Foam? As long as the foam produced by the liquefied Tribulation Lightning and the Big Dipper passed their tests, and was found not to cause any harm to one's body, he could open a business that sold Big Dipper Tribulation Lightning Foam and earn a fortune. Currently, he was able to rent out spirit lakes for nurturing magical treasures, take out the trash for big shots, and sell Big Dipper Tribulation Lightning Foam. As long as he diligently worked on these things, his life would be filled with wealth. After the foam and the Big Dipper were taken out, the heavenly tribulation at the bottom of the box was revealed. The 3rd stage lightning tribulation, which had undergone 36 steps, had solidified, and was now emitting a fragrant aroma. This fragrance was already close to the level of Song Shuhang's edible lotus. Moreover, this was still a semi-finished product. Can we eat it already? Daodu jumped lightly, shrinking down to the size of a palm before landing on Song Shuhang's shoulder. Song Shuhang said, "Not yet. The next step is to place it into a pill furnace to be refined. After it is refined, we will move on to the last step. Only, I'm slightly worried that something might have changed about it due to the Big Dipper." After the heavenly tribulation was refined in a pill furnace, there was still one last step. It still needed to be cooled for a month before it became completely edible. Song Shuhang wanted to use the Time City for this step, but the consumption of energy was a bit large. He felt that it was too wasteful to use the power of the entire Time City to speed up the time of a small box. Is there not a smaller version of the Time City? Shuhang, is your braised heavenly tribulation finished? The voice of Senior White's clone sounded in Song Shuhang's ears. We've gone through the Southern Autumn Temple. It's mostly an empty shell, and doesn't have much inside it. However, in the main hall, there was a small box that was somewhat interesting. It touches upon the law of time. Song Shuhang asked subconsciously, a time box? Chapter 1852 Same Methods, Slow-Witted Song and the Heavenly Emperor. Song Shuhang chuckled. Senior White, is there anything special about the box? In the entire Southern Autumn Temple, only that box was able to catch Senior White's attention? It seemed that before the southern autumn temple and the ancient heavenly city were separated, most of the former's treasures were being carried by the great southern emperor. Or could it be that when the southern autumn temple crashed down, most of its treasures ended up elsewhere? Song Shuheng felt a little disappointed after finding out that there weren't many treasures left in the southern autumn temple. However, when he heard Senior White mention a box that touched upon the laws of time, his focus immediately locked onto what the function of the box might be. Since the ancient heavenly city's heavenly emperor was most proficient with temporal laws, could this treasure be related to the heavenly emperor? From what I've currently seen, it should be similar to your time city, possessing acceleration and deceleration effects. The voice of Senior White's clone sounded right beside Song Shuhang's ears. However, its size is relatively small. I used my divine sense to take a look at its interior, and I discovered that it should only be equivalent to the size of one of your time city's many rooms. That's exactly what I needed. Song Shuhang's eyes lit up. Song Shuhang excitedly asked, Senior White, since it's small, does that mean that its consumption is also relatively small? Naturally, replied Senior White's clone. Song Shuhang quickly replied. Senior White, that box is what we currently need. For the braised heavenly tribulation dish, after the third stage tribulation lightning is processed, it will need about a month's time to cool down and solidify. Right now, that box is exactly what we need for the dish. Senior White's clone asked, have you already dealt with the tribulation lightning? Song Shuhang replied, Senior Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue is getting ready to refine it in a pill furnace, and this is the final step. After that, it only needs to be cooled for 1 month in order to become a complete dish. Senior White's clone replied, alright, you finish refining the tribulation lightning. Meanwhile, 16 and I will study how to use this time box. When the time comes, you can directly place the tribulation lightning into the box and have it cool down for a month. Behind 16, the white dragon emerged. Afterward, she, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard, and Senior Turtle all gathered together around that time box. Then, the Puppet Maiden, Pavilion Master Choose Consciousness, Fairy Creation, and the virtuous Lamia followed. Finally, Lady Onion and Su Kongyun stood at the outermost ring. I've never seen this time box before, said Senior Turtle. It had followed the great Northern Emperor to the main hall of the Southern Autumn Temple several times in the past, but it had never once seen this box. Among the 4 great emperors, the great Southern Emperor had the closest relationship with the Heavenly Emperor. Considering that, it isn't unusual for him to have a temporal magical treasure in his palace's main hall, said the Puppet Maiden in her mechanical voice. This matter involved the ancient heavenly city, so even if she usually didn't like to speak, she couldn't help but interject this time. The virtuous Lamia circled around the time box, and then shook her head. Fairy Creation circled around the box and shrugged. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard said, the temporal formation on the box is very similar to that of Song Shuhang's time city. Senior White's clone nodded. It's not only the formation, but also the law of time itself which is the same. They're exactly the same as those of his time city. Correction, it's my time city. Pavilion Master Chu's voice came from afar. Although it was with the help of a treasure left behind by slow-witted Song, the time city had been built by Pavilion Master Chu, so it wasn't wrong for it to be considered hers. Pavilion Master Chu's voice sounded once again. Lady Onion, can you lend me your body for a while? This Southern Autumn Temple has Taoist patterns that hinder the scouring of one's divine sense. In addition, transmitting my divine sense all the way to the main hall is quite energy-consuming. Lady Onion replied, sure. While staying in the inner world, she would meet Pavilion Master Chu every time she watered the trees, so Lady Onion had long since been acquainted with her. Lady Onion emptied her mind. She then transformed into her human form, acquiring a hot body, a green ponytail, and a tight-fitting cheongsam. Lady Onion, you're actually a 5th-stage great monster? Su Kongyun said in surprise. He thought that Lady Onion was only at the third stage realm like he was, so it was completely outside of his expectations that the other party could transform like how great monsters could. This was the first time he had seen a great monster of the plant type, and he really wanted to touch Lady Onion's onion sprouts. Lady Onion didn't answer his question. Pavilion Master Chu, who was far away in the living spring, used a secret technique to have her consciousness descend and enter Lady Onion's body. Lady Onion's body was extremely pure. As long as she did not resist, Pavilion Master Chu could assume complete control over her body in a short period of time through this secret technique. This entire process was, in a way, similar to accepting a divine avatar into one's body. While Pavilion Master Chu was indeed taking control of Lady Onion's body, this was actually not as bad for Lady Onion as one might think. Once Pavilion Master Chu left, Lady Onion's body would be affected by the lingering divine sense and mental energy, causing her own mental energy and physique to be greatly enhanced. As such, this entire event was mutually beneficial. And so, the possessed Lady Onion stepped forward and came to the edge of the small box. Similar to Senior White's clone, she squatted in front of the time box, and studied it carefully. After a long while, Pavilion Master Chu confirmed, indeed, it uses the exact same methods as the Time City. Even the aura of the laws is nearly the same. My Time City expanded to its current state due to the treasure left behind by Slow-Witted Song. The formation and technique that were used were both from the treasure personally produced by Slow-Witted Song. This box is the work of the Heavenly Emperor. The puppet maiden reached out and pointed to the corner of the box. There, a small mark could be seen, the mark of the Heavenly Emperor. This is the Heavenly Emperor's work? Su Kongyun stretched out his hand. Can I touch it? Su Clan 16, sure, but don't open it, said Senior White's clone. Su Kongyun carefully reached out and touched the box. This was the most advanced item that he had ever touched in his life. This was something created by the great Heavenly Emperor. Once he returned to the Su clan, he could brag about today's fortune for at least a year. Slow-Witted Song and the Heavenly Emperor used the same technique. Could there be some secret relationship between them? Senior Turtle asked in confusion. Who knows, Elder Sister White Dragon said with a cold smile. After seeing the Heavenly Emperor resurrected as a woman a few months ago, Elder Sister White Dragon couldn't help but smile coldly when she heard about the two of them again. There should be more than one Heavenly Emperor, right? Senior White's clone said. He remembered that Immortal Master Copper Trigram had once sent something about the mysterious island in the group chat, mentioning the graves of the new and old Heavenly Emperor. If there was more than one Heavenly Emperor in the past, then it's very likely that the Slow-Witted Song you speak of might have been the Heavenly Emperor for a period of time. Senior White's clone made a bold guess. Alternatively, with Slow-Witted Song and the Heavenly Emperor having used the same techniques and laws, could they have shared an inheritance? Chapter 1853. This is a perpetual motion machine. Pavilion Master Chu, Slow-Witted Song as the Heavenly Emperor? Stop kidding. If that idiot were to become the Heavenly Emperor, the Heavenly City would have collapsed immediately. At this thought, Pavilion Master Chu suddenly froze. This was because the ancient Heavenly City truly did meet its fall in the past. If she were to properly calculate the time. When the ancient Heavenly City had fallen, it was when Slow-Witted Song had suddenly stopped contacting her for a long period of time. Slow-Witted Song couldn't have actually become the Heavenly Emperor for a while, could he? At this time, Elder Sister White Dragon said, Slow-Witted Song was getting beaten to tears and hunted down during the end of the ancient Heavenly City's era. How could he possibly have been the Heavenly Emperor? In the later periods of the ancient Heavenly City's era, she had already left the place. Although she was still a part of the Heavenly City in name, she would be staying in her true Dragon Palace most of the time, and rarely returned to the Heavenly City. During that time, Slow-Witted Song had constantly been running around while being chased down. Moreover, he had even run to her place to ask for her help in beating away those who were chasing him. Elder Sister White Dragon said, with slow-witted Song's strength at that time, he did not meet the qualifications to become the Heavenly Emperor. The title of Heavenly Emperor was very different from that of an emperor in the mortal world. Without sufficient strength, one would be unable to inherit the heavenly city. Oh, and back then, slow-witted Song's strength would not even let him match the Heavenly Emperor's calf. Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard said, "Although I don't understand what the relationship between you and slow-witted Song is, but as to whether slow-witted Song has ever been the Heavenly Emperor, can't you just ask him if you don't know?" Oh, during the time Scarlet Heaven Sword had been with Song Shuhang, while they didn't find out much about slow-witted Song, they were at least able to confirm that he should still be alive. As soon as it finished speaking, Pavilion Master Chu, who was currently possessing Lady Onion, fell silent. Elder Sister White Dragon also fell silent. Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard. Oh, did I say something wrong? Did I accidentally bring up a taboo topic that shouldn't be mentioned? Oh, Senior Turtle hurriedly interjected, "Let's first study how to use this time box. Song Shuhang seems to need it soon. Knowing that, we need to at least understand how to activate it and how to set its time acceleration ratio." Oh, regarding how to accelerate or decelerate the time inside it, I should be able to deal with it, said Pavilion Master Chu. She then lightly jumped into the air before suspending herself in mid-air, floating in a strange posture above the time box. Her posture made it seem like only her head was flying, while her body was merely an appendage that hung under her head. In this posture, she was also flinging her green ponytail around, seemingly using it like one would a hand. Oh, Pavilion Master Chu had recently become accustomed to living with only a head. Because of that, she found herself unused to controlling the parts below the shoulders after possessing Lady Onion's body. Thus, she subconsciously only controlled her head to fly up when she controlled Lady Onion's body. This scene actually looked rather cute. The world was indeed quite unfair. As long as you looked beautiful, even when you took on frightening poses like this, you would look cute to others. If a muscular man were to fly in this way, it would definitely be even cuter. Anyway, the possessed Lady Onion floated above the time box, and began to cast techniques. The production method, temporal laws, and formation patterns on the time box were all similar, if not the same, as the ones on the time treasure that slow-witted Song had used back then. With this being the case, Pavilion Master Chu tried to activate the time box like how she would when activating the time city. As Pavilion Master Chu continued to form seals that entered the time box, the patterns on the box began to operate. Su Clan 16 asked curiously, "Did it work?" Pavilion Master Chu said, "Almost. The flow of these Taoist seals is slightly different. I need to modify the activation method a bit." Afterward, she made another series of seals. This time, the time box shone brightly, and the temporal laws on it began to operate, causing an aura of time to flow out of it. It seemed as if the time around the box had begun to reverse. "It's done," Pavilion Master Chu said. "Next, we'll need to test out this time boy's acceleration or deceleration function. Which one of you would like to give it a try?" Me. Su Kongyun hurriedly raised his hand. "I just advanced, and I need a little time to get used to my new realm. I hope that I can try out the time deceleration function." A temporal secret realm was the stuff of legends even in the Spirit River's Su clan. He, a direct disciple of the Su clan, did not know whether there was such a secret realm in his clan. Entering a state of meditation for a month while a year passed outside, or entering a state of meditation for a year while a month passed outside, this kind of temporal secret realm was something he had long since dreamed of entering. Oh, if he were able to enter and practice for a while, he would be able to boast for several years after returning to the Su clan. Su Clan 16 thought for a while, and then said, "Since Kongyun wants to go in, then I will fork out the spirit stones needed for this experiment." Oh, Pavilion Master Chu said, "All right. After all, I don't have many spirit stones on me right now." "Elder sister, my dear elder sister, thank you. If I have the chance in the future, I will pay you back twice the spirit stones you used today," Su Kongyun said in excitement. After not seeing 16 for about half a year, he felt that she had significantly matured all of a sudden. Pavilion Master Chu controlled Lady Onion's body, and gently tapped the time box. The time box opened, revealing a space about the size of a room inside. When Su Kongyun looked at the box, he felt like he was looking at the ground from a plane and saw individual houses the size of small boxes. Su Kongyun asked, "Senior Chu, how do I enter?" "Just go in." Senior Turtle suddenly stretched out its front leg, patting Su Kongyun's back. Su Kongyun was sent flying out, and fell towards the small box. Senior Turtle's control was impeccable. How is he going to get in? 16 felt slightly worried. Was he going to shrink like how one would when sucked into a magical treasure? Or was he going to enter the small box directly through a spatial transfer like when one entered Song Shuhang's inner world? The answer soon arrived. It was like being sucked in a treasure, but there was no shrinking involved. When Su Kongyun fell towards the small box, Pavilion Master Chu made a seal, and a suction force was generated in the box. Su Kongyun was sucked into the small box in strips. Su Kongyun screamed as he entered the world inside the box. Then, the lid closed. Su Clan 16 took out a small cosmos bag filled with spirit stones. Where should I insert the spirit stones? Pavilion Master Chu went silent for a moment, and then said, "Box has already been activated. It doesn't seem to be asking for any spirit stones." Senior White's clone speculated, could it be using the energy of the Southern Autumn Temple? The living spirit of the Southern Autumn Temple quickly replied, "No, my energy is not being consumed." Senior Turtle said, "Is it a legendary temporal perpetual motion machine?" Theoretically speaking, if the laws of time could be trained to the level of reversing the time of the item, then the time box could continuously restore itself to a state of being filled with energy, achieving the effect of a perpetual motion machine. Of course, this theory had many holes in it. Chapter 1854. The stage is set, all converge. Meanwhile, over at where Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven and the Great Southern Emperor were holding their battle. Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven no longer restrained himself, using his powers as he wished. His goal was to smash this star field and create a meteor shower as a gift for the Great Southern Emperor. Not wanting to be outdone, the Great Southern Emperor continued to display various techniques. After the destruction of the Heavenly City, the state and strength of the four great emperors inevitably worsened, and the Great Southern Emperor was no exception to this. He was no longer able to display the strength he'd had back during the period of the ancient Heavenly City. His combat power had been greatly reduced. However, with his rich combat experience and strength that far exceeded ordinary immortals, he was still able to compete with Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven over a short period of time through bursts of power. He didn't need to defeat Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven, because defeating the other party wasn't his goal in the first place. As long as a certain amount of time passed, the battle between them would cause the programmed reaction of the current wielder of the Heaven's will. At that time, both he and Scarlet Heaven would become the target of its attack. The Great Southern Emperor didn't have any intention of dying with Scarlet Heaven, and he was doing all this because he had a way to dodge the attack. Therefore, when the time came, the attack would only hit Scarlet Heaven. In other words, the larger the waves caused by Scarlet Heaven's actions and the greater the destruction they made, the sooner he would be able to have his plan play out. The two immortals fought tooth and nail, causing the sky to tear apart and the stars to start falling. The stars in the star field became a most pitiful background. How refreshing. One more time. Scarlet Heaven's sword laughed heartily, working together seamlessly with Scarlet Heaven while in its greatsword state. I haven't had such an exciting fight in a long time. Scarlet Heaven and Scarlet Heaven's sword had not encountered such a powerful opponent in a long time, so it had been quite a while since they had been able to go all out in such a manner. The Great Southern Emperor smiled slightly and raised the pagoda in his hand. Afterward, he poured a steady stream of energy into the pagoda, seemingly preparing to make a huge move. But then, the light around the pagoda suddenly dimmed. Even the body of the great Southern Emperor began trembling slightly, as if a hidden injury had relapsed. Besides that, the energy that had been gathering and pouring into the pagoda dissipated in large amounts. Although the great Southern Emperor quickly readjusted himself, a momentary slip-up in a battle at this level could be fatal. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven certainly would not miss this opportunity. He wielded the huge Scarlet Heaven sword, and stepped forward to strike the great Southern Emperor. He delivered 30 consecutive strikes in a single breath, hammering down the great Southern Emperor from the starry sky to the earth, from the earth to beneath the ground, and from beneath the ground to the sky once again. Finally, the great sword swept fiercely, and the great Southern Emperor was sent into the depths of a glacier, dozens of terrifying wounds clearly visible on his body. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "That combo was pretty good." Each strike in that combo carried a horrific might, and it was delivered such that there were no gaps in between, leaving the receiver unable to react or defend himself as he got struck by the sword repeatedly. Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "What happened to the great Southern Emperor just now?" A moment ago, it felt as if the other party had experienced something akin to lag in a game. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven replied casually, "Perhaps he had a hidden injury within his body, or perhaps his mind is in a mess due to having just awakened. Or perhaps he pushed his magical treasure too much, causing a backlash." While he was speaking, his attention was locked on the glacier. The aura of the great Southern Emperor has already recovered. Did the 30 consecutive strikes just now not cause him any serious injury? No, it's not that he had not received serious injuries. It's that his injuries recovered in a very short time. Even the heaven-burning flame is unable to suppress his ability to recover from his injuries. While Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven was in thought, the great Southern Emperor disappeared from where he was, reappearing above Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven. He then stretched out his hand and pressed downward, with the pagoda quickly ballooning in size. At the same time, the injuries he received from Scarlet Heaven were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the great Southern Emperor's face was pale. He had obviously paid a huge price. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, It looks like you used a precious recovery-type magical treasure. Then let's continue." Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven squinted his eyes. A battle between immortals would inevitably lead to a programmed reaction from the wielder of the heavens given enough time, but he already had prepared a way to deal with that. As he faced the pagoda, the fiery red robe on his body began to flutter wildly. The robe enlarged and turned into a giant curtain that covered the sky and the earth. Soon after, the pagoda crashed onto the giant curtain, getting bounced back. At this moment, Scarlet Heaven Sword suddenly said, I think I've figured something out." Its scabbard was still in Song Shuhang's inner world. After synchronizing the information with the scabbard, and given how much time had passed, it found something rather interesting. When the time box was activated, it was also the time when the great Southern Emperor suddenly stopped. The time box was not a perpetual motion machine. Its energy came from the great Southern Emperor. "Come, Scarlet Heaven, let's beat him up. Go and give him another 30 strikes. I'll create an opportunity for you. I don't believe that we won't be able to make him use all of his recovery magical treasures," Scarlet Heaven Sword shouted. Back in the main hall of the Southern Autumn Temple in the inner world, Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard said, "Fellow Taoist Chu, please help me change the time box's flow of time. Increase its speed tenfold." "Tenfold?" Lady Onion, who was possessed by Pavilion Master Chu, looked puzzled. Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard said, "I might have found the source of the time box's energy. It's most likely the great Southern Emperor. Try it out. I'll tell you if it works." Senior Turtle. The great Southern Emperor is fighting Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven, right? If this time box were actually using the great Southern Emperor's energy. It felt as if its turtle eyes were able to clearly see the future scenario. "No problem," said Pavilion Master Chu. Then, she applied several Taoist seals to the time box, enhancing its effect tenfold. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, That's it. Great Southern Emperor, your defeat is set. At this time, the star field that hid the mystery of the ancient heavenly city shattered into meteors. Meanwhile, Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue had finished refining all of the strips of tribulation lightning according to Song Shuhang's request. Song Shuhang asked, Senior Chu, Senior White, can that time box be used? Senior White's clone replied, yes. Song Shuhang asked, how many spirit stones does it take to activate the time box? Su Clan 16 smiled. None. Song Shuhang asked curiously, none? Then, where does its energy come from? Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard replied, the Great Southern Emperor. Song Shuhang. Does this count as a long-range attack on the Great Emperor? This shouldn't be considered to be my fault, right? Has the lightning been refined? Asked Senior White's clone. Song Shuhang said, yes, I will send it in immediately. Please help me use the time box to minimize the 1 month needed for the cooling. No problem. Just leave it to us, Pavilion Master Chu said. While the Great Southern Emperor has not cut off the energy supply to this box, we can use as much energy as we can. We mustn't miss this rare opportunity. In a small world in the universe, the Shadow Realm. In this world, all one could see was the color black. The entire world was shrouded in darkness, and it was a mystery whether any creatures even lived in it. In this dark world, a voice suddenly sounded. You found something related to the Heavenly Tribulation Grand Banquet? Thank you so much, Mr. Almighty Merchant. When you're sure that the little fellow Taoist has made the braised Heavenly Tribulation, I will give you a reward that you'll find satisfactory. Of course, I won't treat that little fellow Taoist badly, either. After billions of years, the only creature that inhabited the Shadow Realm began to move once more. If one were able to see him, they would only be able to stare at his body in awe. As he moved, one would be able to see that his body nearly filled the entire Shadow Realm. At this same time, the fat ball looked at the new clone it had made with satisfaction. It was time for its experiment to enter the final stage, and the fat ball was preparing to send this new clone into the main world's beast realm. When Song Shuhang sent the refined third stage tribulation lightning to the inner world, he happened to hear the sound of Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's laughter. Ha ha ha. That's it, drain him. I want to see him drained of all power so he's too weak to even stand. What a terrifying line. You finished refining the tribulation lightning? Su Clan 16 asked when she noticed Song Shuhang's arrival. Song Shuhang nodded. He then snapped his fingers lightly, and the refined lightning was transferred to the main hall of the Southern Autumn Temple. After being refined in the pill furnace, the volume of the third stage tribulation lightning had decreased significantly. The strips of tribulation lightning that were originally the size of a pillar were now only about 1/20th of that size, a size smaller than Song Shuhang had expected. Fortunately, they had sealed Su Kongyun's entire tribulation lightning. Otherwise, Song Shuhang was really not sure if they would have had enough. Song Shuhang asked curiously, by the way, where's Su Kongyun? Why wasn't he with the others? He's in the box. Senior White's clone pointed to the time box. Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard suddenly said, ah, that's not good. Our minds were so set on using the Great Southern Emperor's energy just now that we forgot about him. By how many times was the passage of time slowed down inside the time box? Being able to use energy without a cost had been so exciting that they had completely forgotten that Su Kongyun was still inside the time box. Song Shuhang. Seniors, can't you be a bit more careful? Now, he could only hope that the flow of time inside the time box had not taken a ratio of 1 day inside, 1,000 years outside. He didn't want to open the box and see a gray-haired Su Kongyun who was about to die of old age. Su Clan 16 replied, don't worry. I was calculating the time. Adding together the length of the accelerations of time that the time box was set at, it should have only been a month inside at most. Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard responded, that's good. Lady Onion, who was possessed by Pavilion Master Chu, added, in addition, the time box has an upper limit on the time acceleration. Under this limit, the speed of time inside would not be too exaggerated, so there really is no need to worry. After saying that, she made another hand seal, and opened the time box. Similar to when he entered, as soon as the box was opened, Su Kongyun was squeezed into a long strip like toothpaste before getting shot out of the box and falling to the ground. Su Kongyun had lost a considerable amount of weight, and his condition was clearly not great. Su Kongyun said while trembling, "Finally. I'm finally out. I thought that I was going to die inside." Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard asked curiously, "Is there any problem with his state?" "No, I was paying attention to the changes in his spiritual energy all this time. There weren't any problems with his state the entire time," said Pavilion Master Chu. "I didn't encounter any problems." Su Kongyun took a breath. "I'm just a little hungry." Pavilion Master Chu. The experience of hunger had long since been forgotten by her. She hadn't experienced hunger while closing up for a long, long time. It wasn't only her either. Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard, Elder Sister White Dragon, the Virtuous Lamia, Fairy Creation, Senior Turtle, and the other seniors were the same. Most big shots didn't really remember what hunger even felt like. "Did you not bring any fasting pills?" Su Clan 16 stretched out her hand, and brought out another Cosmos bag. After doing this, she took out a medicinal pill, mixed it with a medicinal liquid, and handed it to Su Kongyun. After taking the medicinal pill, Su Kongyun's state was gradually restored. He replied, "I did bring some, but it was very few. After all, I had sneaked out of the clan." Low-level cultivators generally didn't and couldn't carry much when they went out on adventures. As such, after having stayed inside the time box for about a month, Su Kongyun discovered that he had run out of fasting pills. "Why didn't you shout and ask us to give you fasting pills?" Su Clan 16 didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his response. Su Kongyun said shyly, "I was afraid that once the time box was opened, its effects would disappear. I finally got an opportunity to enter a temporal secret realm, so I wanted to persevere until the end." Song Shuhang. "You would seriously rather stay quiet and starve to death than say anything?" Su Kongyun said, "Of course, if I had really been going to starve to death, I would definitely have cried out. I would still have chosen life over the experience." "You have a bright future," praised Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard. It was a style that liked to push oneself to the limit. At this moment, Senior Turtle asked, "By the way, can I eat the heavenly tribulation now?" It couldn't help but lean in front of the strip of solidified heavenly tribulation, trying to stick out its tongue to lick the tribulation. The heavenly tribulation formed after incorporating the Big Dipper had a relatively more mellow and enticing fragrance. At the very least, it was a lot more so than what was described on the menu. "Not yet, Senior Turtle. Wait a while longer." Song Shuhang hurriedly stretched out his hand, placing it in front of Senior Turtle. Senior Turtle stuck out his tongue, and ended up accidentally licking Song Shuhang's palm. After a while. "Tui. What's with your hand? Why is it so salty?" Senior Turtle said in dissatisfaction. Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard suddenly said, "Perhaps he didn't wash his hands after using the toilet?" Senior Turtle. Song Shuhang said calmly, "Actually, it's been a long time since I've gone to the toilet. Ever since he ascended to the 5th stage realm. He had officially ended his precious 18-year-long relationship with going to the toilet. In retrospect, it actually felt quite strange. Before he knew it, he had stopped doing a lot of things that he had originally considered habitual." "Then there is only one truth," Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said. "You haven't washed your hands since the last time you used the toilet." Senior Turtle. Although it knew that it was nonsense, it suddenly felt uncomfortable. Pavilion Master Chu reminded them, "Guys, stop messing around. Before the connection between the great Southern Emperor and the time box is severed, we should hurry to complete the cooking of the heavenly tribulation. 36 days, calculate the time ratio. No matter the reason why the great Southern Emperor hadn't cut off his connection with the time box, using the box now would let them save a lot of spirit stones. Song Shuheng stretched out his hand, and urged his psychic energy. Strip after strip of third-stage tribulation lightning was sent above the box. Pavilion Master Chu made a Daoist seal, activated the box, and had all the strips of lightning sucked into the box. Now, we just wait for 36 days to pass inside the box, and we're done. And so, everyone waited around the time box. As they waited, the inner world assistant appeared and brought out the tea leaves that Song Shuheng had brought back from that mysterious senior in the throne of wealth distribution. The inner world assistant used fresh water from the living spring to make hot tea to entertain the seniors. Song Shuheng sat side by side with Su Clan 16, sipping from the bamboo cup he was holding in his hand. At this moment, Pavilion Master Chu suddenly said, "Strange. The operating power of the time box seems to have dropped significantly. Maybe it's because I overused it just now, and it isn't able to handle too much stress. Could it be that the box is a little tired?" Su Clan 16 guessed. Like the Southern Autumn Temple, it had been covered in dust for millions of years. Tired? Song Shuheng pinched his chin. What do you do if a magical treasure gets tired? Song's special massage technique, the saber nurturing technique. Would you like to know more about it? Chapter 1856 Isn't that my treasure box? Meanwhile, Senior White's clone and Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword both turned to look at Song Shuheng. Senior White's clone said, "Shuheng, how about you go ahead and give it a try?" Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword added, "I think that your saber nurturing technique will give us some good results." With two seniors saying so, Song Shuheng felt all the more confident. He handed the bamboo cup in his hand to 16 before standing up and approaching the box. Song's massage technique. His left and right hands shone brightly at the same time, and he performed a stimulating two-handed, saber-nurturing technique. His hands moved smoothly, and the light of the two, saber-nurturing techniques, fell on the time box at the same time. The time box, which had originally seemed to be worn out and operated slowly, vibrated slightly. It didn't let out a humming sound like how a treasured saber or sword would, but its vibration did display that it was feeling pleasure. In the next moment, the time box's operating power, which had decreased significantly, swiftly returned to its peak, even going so far as to make the box rumble as it operated. It actually worked. Seeing this, the puppet maiden's eyes flashed with orange light. This saber-nurturing technique is truly very practical. The person who created it is a genius. It's honestly quite frightening, said Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. It knew as it was addicted to the saber-nurturing technique, as well as someone who had experienced an evolution due to this technique. This is no longer the saber-nurturing technique. It's as if there's nothing that this technique isn't able to nurture, Senior Turtle added. I think that it would be best to directly change its name to Artifact Nurturing Technique, as it seems that there isn't any magical treasure it's unable to nurture. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, it isn't only magical treasures, either. It's able to nurture even clones, as well as inner demons. The puppet maiden asked, what about puppets? Song Shuheng turned around, and asked, do you want to give it a try, fairy? I'm going to sue you for harassment, the puppet maiden replied. Hearing this, the corners of Song Shuheng's mouth twitched. Fairy, the saber-nurturing technique, would be akin to a massage at most. Senior Turtle urged, Shuheng, don't stop, continue massaging the time box. Song Shuheng hurriedly turned around, and used the saber-nurturing technique 3 times in a row. The efficiency of the time box's operation was instantly optimized, and its operation became a lot smoother. At first, the time box could be said to be like an old computer that had slowed down over the passage of time, taking minutes to run even the smallest executable file. But after Song Shuhang's 3 instances of the saber nurturing technique, the old computer suddenly sped up, reaching the speeds of a new computer. No matter what executable it was that was being opened, it was done smoothly and in mere seconds. I feel like I've found another way to make a fortune, Song Shuhang said. I can open a magical treasure maintenance shop to maintain other people's magical treasures. Senior Turtle commented, that's a good idea. In the future, can you try using the saber nurturing technique on my turtle shell too? Who knows, it might do something. Then Senior Turtle will be my first customer, and I'll give you a 20% discount, said Song Shuhang while speaking. His hands continued to move instinctively. Senior Turtle. You're actually thinking of taking my money? Don't you know that I'm dirt poor? At most, I'd give you an old turtle shell I shed. At the side, Su Clan 16 laughed out loud. At this moment, she was sitting with her knees tucked, and the hat on her head had been taken off, revealing a pair of small dragon horns. Because of the way she was seated, the culottes pants she was wearing receded all the way to her knees, revealing her calves that were as white as snow and her toes, which had nails painted a gorgeous flush red, looking like red plums in a bed of snow. Senior Turtle asked, Little 16, what are you laughing at? 16 brushed away the hair covering her temples with a smile, and replied, I just felt happy, so I laughed. Well that's strange in itself, said Senior Turtle. Su Kongyun said, I've barely seen 16 smile in the past year. Watch your words. 16 flicked Su Kongyun lightly, a burst of energy hitting his body and sending him flying. Su Kongyun had tried to dodge at first, but as soon as the idea of dodging surfaced in his mind, he was already sent flying away. At first, he felt that he should be able to hold his ground against 16 for one move after ascending to the 3rd stage and consolidating his realm inside the time box, but it was completely outside of his expectations that the gap between them was still so gigantic. I thought that I would have the opportunity to win the Su Clan's 18, 19, or some other numerical Daoist name, but now it seems that I'm still far behind. At this time, Senior White's clone said, it's almost there. Song Shuhang asked, almost 36 days have passed in the box. No, I was referring to your saber nurturing technique, Senior White's clone said. It appears like the time box is about to reach its limit. Song Shuhang stopped moving his hands. That's a pity, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said. I thought that using the saber nurturing technique on this box would affect the Great Southern Emperor, but now it seems that the saber nurturing technique did not carry over to him. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword was looking forward to seeing the Great Southern Emperor, who was drained of energy until his legs became weak, being forced to feel refreshed from the saber nurturing technique. But now it seemed that the Great Southern Emperor was merely a battery for the time box. After Song Shuhang stopped rubbing his hands on the box, he returned to 16th side, retrieving his bamboo cup from her. As he retrieved his bamboo cup, his fingers touched hers, and he was able to sense the temperature of her body. The defiant whale warrior's glove on his right hand was as thin as a cicada's wings, and hardly affected Song Shuhang's daily life. So cold. Song Shuhang's heart thumped. 16's fingers were really cold. Song Shuhang looked at 16. After a cultivator's realm reached the 2nd stage, cold and heat would not be able to invade their bodies, unless the change in their body temperature was a part of their practice. Don't worry, Su Clan 16 said in a hushed voice. This is due to my bloodline awakening. Song Shuhang smiled. I see. Su Clan 16 smiled lightly, her short hair fluttering gracefully. A very pleasant smell was emanating from her body, it seemed to be coming from her dragon horns. Senior Turtle asked, is it going to be ready to eat after cooling down for 36 days in the box? Song Shuhang said confidently, at that time, it will depend on my cooking skills. Senior Turtle asked, you know how to cook? Song Shuhang said, I recently got Demon Emperor Heji's immortal chef inheritance and chef heart, so I guarantee that there will be no problems. Trust me. Senior Turtle went silent for a moment, and then said, "How about we just eat it as it is? After all, we turtles eat fish raw. Moreover, the cooking method used for this dish reminds me of the dish, braised turtles, which makes my heart feel rather sour." Song Shuhang. Somewhere in the starry sky, on an asteroid that did not receive the illumination of any star all year round, there was a small artificial sun that emitted light and heat. Hiss, this is too much. Last time, it was only 7 bursts. This time, there's barely any breathing space left. From start to finish, there was a total of 81 bursts. What the hell is that little girl doing? Besides, I have clearly cut off the connection between the ghost spirit and its main body, so why is the former still being affected? A cultivator with slender legs, lying on a glacier beneath the little sun, had a distressed look on her face. It seemed that before she headed to the scholarly faction to carry out her plan, she would first have to go and meet up with Soft Feather. Honestly, the way that little girl's brain is wired is especially strange. If it were said that when a normal person released themselves, their minds were akin to a large eagle that spread its wings, then when Soft Feather released herself, her mind was akin to a spaceship rushing straight out of the planet. The Heavenly Emperor murmured, "What the hell is this forceful refreshing feeling? I need to find out." She could easily resist the forceful refreshing feeling with her strong will, but the problem was that she was occupying the body of Soft Feather's ghost spirit, which had comparatively a much weaker foundation and was thus affected by Soft Feather's main body. After finally recovering, the Heavenly Emperor put away her scrolls of plans. "I'll undo the connection block with that girl's main body, and lock onto her coordinates instead." The Heavenly Emperor flicked her fingers lightly, re-establishing a connection between the ghost spirit's body and Soft Feather's body. Through this connection, she was able to lock onto Soft Feather's coordinates. However, instead of teleporting directly to Soft Feather, she hid in the dark, and secretly took a look. Through Soft Feather, she could vaguely sense the scene of the banquet on Heavenly Field Island. The Heavenly Emperor silently thought to herself, "Little Soft Feather is attending a cultivator gathering? It's best to wait until she's alone before showing up and meeting her." While she was in thought, she saw that interesting boy, Song Shuhang, appear out of thin air. Behind Song Shuhang, there was the pet turtle of the Great Northern Emperor, as well as a small box on top of its shell. The Heavenly Emperor. "Isn't that my treasure box?" She remembered that this treasure box should be in the Southern Autumn Temple of her trusted subordinate, the Great Southern Emperor, so how did it end up in Song Shuhang's hands? The Southern Autumn Temple couldn't have met with a problem, could it? Just as the Heavenly Emperor was thinking about this, Song Shuhang reached out and opened the small box. "It's time to display my skills." He reached out and made a grabbing motion, drawing out the Tribulation Lightning. "I'm not seeing things, am I?" Although it's shaped in a strip, the Tribulation Lightning pattern and Heavenly Tribulation aura on it can't be faked. This is a strip of Heavenly Tribulation. It sounded weird to describe the Lightning Tribulation as a strip, but there really was only one strip. As the universally renowned lightning of the Heavenly Tribulation, it had inexplicably found itself in such a pitiful position. What is this Song Shuhang planning on doing? The Heavenly Emperor looked on with curiosity. At this moment, Song Shuhang shouted, "Choo choo." "Yes, teacher." In the distance, Choo Choo, who was wearing an apron, stretched out her hand, and threw over the set of immortal chef kitchenware that she got from the Throne of Wealth distribution over to Song Shuhang. Kitchenware? Seeing this, the Heavenly Emperor faintly thought of a possibility. But she immediately shook her head. "It can't be. It should be impossible for this thing to be used in the kitchen, right?" Just as she thought this, Song Shuhang had already pressed the Heavenly Tribulation strip down onto the chopping board. A kitchen knife slid out from the various kitchenware, falling into his hand. At this moment, Demon Emperor Heji's immortal chef inheritance and chef heart took over. In addition, Song Shuhang himself was a saber cultivator who had grasped saber intent. A kitchen knife was also a blade, or a saber of sorts, so it was not difficult for him to control it. He swiftly moved his right hand around. The knife rhythmically slashed on the heavenly tribulation strip. And just like that, the majestic heavenly tribulation was cut into even slices. From this day on, the majesty of the heavenly tribulation was no more. Chapter 1857. When my background music is playing, I'm undefeatable. Song Shuhang's right hand moved as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly tribulation was cut into the thin slices that filled a large plate. Good. Song Shuhang nodded. These thin slices of tribulation lightning were also edible, and they would be used to season the braised heavenly tribulation. Similar to sashimi, these could be eaten raw, but the dish was recommended to be eaten wrapped in fresh vegetable leaves for a more delicious taste. Then, cut the braised heavenly tribulation into pieces. The knife in Song Shuhang's hand swiveled around in his palm, seeming to have completely become an extension of his hand. From within his body, pure saber intent erupted and then condensed together. Song Shuhang's second saber intent had been showing signs of awakening. Now, as he sliced the heavenly tribulation strips into pieces, the second saber intent was stimulated, and appeared like it was going to break out of its shell at any moment. Song Shuhang took a deep breath and adjusted his state. Demon Emperor Heji's chef heart emerged, and the immortal chef inheritance's experience surfaced in his mind, guiding his next actions. His eyes were fixed on the third stage heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation, which had been cut into pieces, was dark golden. According to the description in the Demon Emperor Heji's menu, the heavenly tribulation should have been golden at this point, but this variation had transpired likely due to the addition of the Big Dipper. Along the sides of the sliced heavenly tribulation, honey-like fatty juices began flowing out enticingly, emitting a powerful and tempting fragrance that lingered in the air. Song Shuhang gently raised the knife in his hand as his eyes peered deeper into the heavenly tribulation. Combined with the huge experience of Demon Emperor Heji's immortal chef inheritance, his eyes could see through the structure of the heavenly tribulation and see where the heavenly tribulation was at its weakest, i.e. the most suitable position for his knife to cut. He swung the knife down and perfectly cut into the heavenly tribulation. And with the most gentle amount of strength needed, he cleanly sliced through it. "This is the feeling," said Song Shuhang. This knife descending on the ingredients exhibited the peak of immortal chef knife work, cutting and slicing the ingredients according to one's heart and desire, and altering the ingredient into its most beautiful state. But if this knife were to slash an enemy, it would directly hit their weak point, avoiding most, if not all, the defenses of the enemy and decimating them. Just as streams converged into a river, and rivers into seas and oceans, all paths of the saber under the heavens converged into one. Song Shuhang raised his knife once more. Behind him, several figures appeared. Senior White's clone, the puppet maiden, Lady Onion, Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard, and an unconscious Su Kongyun. Immediately afterward, 16 and the two fairies, Fairy Creation and Fairy Virtue, stepped forward simultaneously and approached Song Shuhang. "Has he already started cooking?" thought Lady Onion as she sniffed, the fragrance entering her nose. Just as she was about to go up and ask Song Shuhang, Senior White's clone pulled her back gently. "Wait, don't disturb Shuhang." Senior White's clone noticed that Song Shuhang was in a state similar to enlightenment, and there was a chance that the second saber intent in his body was about to take shape. "I wonder what kind of saber intent Song Shuhang is going to condense this time." According to Senior White's memory, Song Shuhang's first saber intent was a suit of armor, an unprecedented defensive saber intent. What is his second saber intent going to look like? Looking at Song Shuhang, who was in the midst of cooking, Senior White's clone's eyes showed a hint of compassion and pity. He knew that Song Shuhang wanted to condense an offensive saber intent like ordinary saber cultivators. But looking at the current scene, it was likely going to be related to cooking. Senior White's clone suddenly felt like singing an old song for Song Shuhang. Just as Senior White's clone thought this, Fairy Creation and the virtuous Lamia behind him had already stepped forward, merging into Song Shuhang's body. The virtuous Lamia transformed into her light of virtue mode, covering Song Shuhang's entire person. The protection of the power of virtue could increase Song Shuhang's comprehension skills and improve his luck. Fairy creation floated behind the virtuous Lamia, taking the role of a choir. She held her hands together in front of her chest like she was praying, and then began to sing a song without lines. But despite that, it sounded very emotional. Her songs carried special effects such as improving perception, improving one's state of mind, and improving one's divine sense. Great virtue, great fortune. Senior Turtle couldn't help but say, since when does cooking come with background music? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword exclaimed, when my background music is playing, I'm undefeatable. Senior White's clone. At the same time, Song Shuheng swung the kitchen knife again under the blessing of the light of virtue and the singing of fairy creation. This time, the kitchen knife did not stop. With a flash of saber light and a swing, the heavenly tribulation was cut in half horizontally. Song Shuheng stretched out his hand to hold the heavenly tribulation in place, saber light flickering from his right hand once again. One slice after another came down on the heavenly tribulation. Every slice was just right, and every cut was done in the most suitable and correct way. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly tribulation was cut into small pieces. The size of these small pieces was about just enough for a person to eat in a single bite. The scent of the heavenly tribulation filled the area, and everyone's eyes were attracted to Song Shuheng. The aura on Song Shuheng's body rose to the extreme, displaying his sharp edge. However, even at this point, the second saber intent had yet to condense, it was still missing a slight push. As she watched Song Shuheng, Lady Onion stretched out her hand and touched her little head. She suddenly felt that Song Shuheng, who was currently in his sharp-edged state, was rather frightening. She kept on getting the feeling that she would get captured at any moment by Song Shuheng, and his ruthless kitchen knife would descend on her body. Right, I am a green onion. Lady Onion suddenly thought. And Song Shuheng is currently cooking. Cooking is when I face the most frightening situations. Should I run for my life right now? However, Lady Onion couldn't bring herself to move her feet when she smelled the fragrant heavenly tribulation. But it's just so fragrant. I really want to take a bite of the braised heavenly tribulation. Not enough, I still need a little bit more, said Song Shuheng. He stretched out his hand to grab another strip of heavenly tribulation. However, when he reached out, his fingers ended up touching 16's cold little hand. Beside him, 16 had just taken out a piece of tribulation lightning, and placed it on the chopping board in front of Song Shuheng. Leave the matter of getting the heavenly tribulation to me. Just focus on cooking. Song Shuheng held down the heavenly tribulation on the chopping board, holding his breath as he focused entirely on cooking. Saber light flickered again, and this time it was faster and more direct than the last. This strip of heavenly tribulation was sliced more peacefully and faster than its brother. The heavenly emperor, who was secretly peeping, was utterly stunned. He's crazy. He actually sliced and diced the heavenly tribulation. She even saw that a large pot had been set up beside Song Shuheng. They're really going to eat the heavenly tribulation. They aren't joking around. Am I out of touch? Ever since the ancient era until now, I've never even heard of anybody wanting to eat something like the heavenly tribulation. Cultivators basically do their best to avoid the heavenly tribulation, so how did these guys even think about eating it? If you eat the heavenly tribulation, don't you have to worry about the heavenly tribulation enacting its revenge in the future? The cultivators of this era are so scary. The way their brains are wired is just too strange. They are one weirder than the other. However, the heavenly emperor smelled the scent of the braised heavenly tribulation, which greatly stimulated her appetite. She pinched her chin and pondered. Should she disguise herself as Soft Feather, blend in with the crowd, and secretly have a taste of the braised heavenly tribulation? It appeared that most of the cultivators in the banquet were quite drunk, so as long as nobody was specifically watching out for it, the sudden addition of another Soft Feather should go unnoticed. At this time, Song Shuhang had entered a state of enlightenment. As he sliced apart the heavenly tribulation, he began to incorporate the saber techniques that he had mastered into his moves. Starting from the most fundamental, basic saber technique, which he had learned from the young man in green robes in Senior White's illusory reality and was the foundation of most saber techniques, then to the strong gale saber, with the heaven-burning flaming saber technique, coming next, and finally the karmic saber technique. Because of the lesson he had learned the hard way the last time, Song Shuhang had decisively chosen to avoid using the inverted scale saber technique. Previously, during the period when he was about to comprehend his first saber intent, he had repeatedly urged the inverted scale saber technique. In the end, he had gotten a set of saber intent armor. Although the saber intent armor was both cool-looking and powerful, he really wanted to have a more normal and attack-oriented saber intent as a saber cultivator. However, as had transpired, he had gotten an armor-type saber intent. The things that Song Shuhang wished for were getting fewer and fewer. At this point, he had already come to terms with his identity as a saber cultivator. And although it would indeed be nice, he no longer wished for some earth-shattering tyrannical and domineering saber intent. He would be happy as long as it was completely ordinary. Unknown to him, a layer of dark metal had emerged on his arms, the variant steel hands technique. In addition, behind him, the Holy Ape Choir had appeared. Under the leadership of the large Holy Ape, the smaller Holy Apes flipped their scholarly scriptures in unison and began to sing in a deep pitch, following the rhythm of fairy creation singing. The already impassioned singing acquired an additional feeling of solemnity. If immortal chefs who were cooking could be given points, then Song Shuhang at this time would definitely get a high score of over 90 out of 100. He had his personal background music, as well as the blessing of fairy virtue. He had a cute fairy maiden from the Sioux clan acting as his assistant, and the ingredients he worked with exuded a dark golden light. The special effects were simply out of this world. Song Shuhang said, I'm in a great state right now. He felt as if he had never been in a better state than he was right now. At this time, the sixth strip of the third stage heavenly tribulation followed in the footsteps of its brothers. Faster. Improve the rhythm. Fairy 16 handed over the seventh strip of the heavenly tribulation at the perfect time. Soft Feather and the black-skinned Soft Feather had also gathered around them at some point. She and Chu Chu helped Song Shuhang set up the large pot, and used the fire-controlling art to boil the water in the pot. This water came straight from the spiritual spring on Heavenly Field Island. Before they could have the braised heavenly tribulation, they needed to cleanse the pieces of heavenly tribulation using boiled water. Soft Feather said, I feel that the temperature is a bit low. As she said this, she looked at Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard. She remembered that Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's main body had the ability to bring out a heaven-burning flame. I wonder if Senior Scabbard also has this function. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue came over along with Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly. Don't worry about the fire. I have a special red flame here. After saying that, he looked at Song Shuhang. I feel that little friend Shuhang is about to experience some changes soon. At this time, Song Shuhang's second saber intent was indeed only a sliver away from condensing, saber nurturing technique. At this time, Song Shuhang's left and right hands suddenly shone brightly. Is he planning on using the saber nurturing technique to improve the tacit understanding between himself and the kitchen knife? Senior White's clone nodded in approval. Senior Turtle said, but if he wants to improve the tacit understanding between himself and the kitchen knife, he doesn't need to perform the saber nurturing technique with both hands, right? With that said, whom or what was Song Shuhang's other hands, saber nurturing technique, intended for? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said rhetorically, does he want to use it on himself? While the several seniors continued guessing, Song Shuhang had already taken action. As Senior White had speculated, Song Shuhang indeed used one instance of the saber nurturing technique on the kitchen knife. As for the second instance of the saber nurturing technique, it fell on the heavenly tribulation. What is he doing? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword couldn't understand Song Shuhang's actions. Maybe he's trying to improve the taste of the ingredients? Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue pinched his chin and said, "It is said that cows that grow up listening to music often have more natural and mellow-tasting meat. Although I don't know if that's true or not, perhaps little friend Shuhang wants to use the massage function of the saber nurturing technique to enhance the taste of the heavenly tribulation?" Song Shuhang shouted, "Now!" Song Shuhang displayed the extremes of his abilities with the saber, wasting not a single ounce of power. The basic saber technique, strong gale saber, heaven-burning flaming saber technique, karmic saber technique, blade dragging technique, tyrannical saber flight, moonlight saber control, saber nurturing technique, and 3,000 sabers scripture. All of the saber techniques which Song Shuhang had grasped were displayed one after the other. All the knowledge, comprehension, and experience he had of saber techniques were integrated into this move. The kitchen knife descended, and saber intent erupted wildly. Song Shuhang produced colorful and dreamy knife work. With this, his second saber intent condensed and formed. What is this saber intent? Su Clan 7 frowned slightly, falling into thought. This dreamy and illusory saber intent didn't seem to be a kind he had ever seen in the past. Moreover, this beautiful saber intent appeared to lack any tyrannical force, making it feel like it was opposing the orthodox path of saber cultivators. However, when he thought of Song Shuhang's saber intent armor, he no longer felt it to be that strange. Song Shuhang held the kitchen knife, his consciousness still immersed in the aftermath of the formation of the second saber intent. After a while, the corners of his mouth rose, and he nodded in satisfaction. The second saber intent was an offensive sword intent. And it worked wonderfully. This saber intent was suitable for attacking weak points. If he raised his blade, the saber intent would lock onto his enemy's weak point, and move straight towards it. This saber intent touched upon both the cutting techniques of immortal chefs and the laws of karma. In addition, this move could be said to be merciful, a saber of mercy of sorts. Those who were struck or killed by this saber intent would not feel any pain, and would instead even feel very comfortable. In addition, this second saber intent had great potential. It was still in the process of forming, and thus still growing. It could continue to grow stronger, and its effect would continue to improve. For Song Shuhang, this second saber intent being an offensive saber intent was enough to make him satisfied. Next, he had to continue to cultivate and nurture this new saber intent, have it grow as soon as possible, and tap into all of its potential. He waved the knife again, and the illusory saber intent flickered repeatedly. In just a moment, all of the strips of heavenly tribulation were sliced apart. On to the next step, cleansing. Song Shuhang turned his head, and saw that Soft Feather and Chu Chu had prepared a large pot, and there was already water boiling within. Besides this, Soft Feather was holding Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword scabbard in her hand, using it to stir the cauldron. Scarlet Heaven Sword scabbard asked, "Can I really cultivate an inner demon manifestation?" Soft Feather said seriously, "Definitely. I can even tailor the inner demon manifestation to Senior's needs." Song Shuhang nodded silently. As soon as he stretched out his hand, he activated his psychic energy, and transferred all of the strips of the heavenly tribulation into the pot. This pot of water will have filtered out the small pieces of heavenly tribulation. If I were to sell them, I should be able to get a considerable amount of spirit stones, right? As this thought appeared in his mind, Song Shuhang quickly shook his head and threw it to the back of his mind. I've become too crazy for money. 40 minutes later. Following the steps of the Demon Emperor's menu, the first batch of braised heavenly tribulation was finished. Song Shuhang asked, "Who wants to try the dish first?" Although he had a chef heart and the Demon Emperor's immortal chef inheritance, Song Shuhang himself did not know whether this braised heavenly tribulation was successful or not. "Can I have a try, little fellow Taoist?" In the void, a voice suddenly sounded. Soon after, the entirety of Heavenly Field Island fell into a state of darkness, those within finding it difficult to even see an arm's length away from them. Chapter 1859. Should I stab him while he's eating? It was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but the entire small island had suddenly fallen into darkness. The emergency lights on Heavenly Field Island immediately turned on. But just as quickly as they turned on, they were swallowed by the darkness, and there was no light yet again. Even the light of virtue on Song Shuheng's body had been suppressed, and radiated much less light. This darkness was clearly not caused by the descent of night, but rather a dark substance that shrouded the entire area. Song Shuheng gently raised his right hand, and brought the kitchen knife up high. After preparing himself mentally, he prepared to slash at the sky with his merciful, saber intent. But at this moment, the voice from the void sounded once again. "Apologies, little fellow Taoist. Please don't feel nervous. I haven't left the shadow realm for a long time, so I forgot to control my body just now. Please wait a moment." Afterward, the darkness that enveloped Heavenly Field Island instantly shrunk by half. Now, half of Heavenly Field Island was in a state of light, while the other half was in a state of eerie darkness. An unexpected visitor had come, and judging from the way they were speaking, it appeared that they had not come bearing ill will. This scene is like those epic shows of light versus darkness at the end of a blockbuster. Young Master Phoenix Slayer lay on Thrice Reckless head, and then stretched out his little tongue to lick the back of his paw. On Thrice Reckless Monkey face, there was a vivid expression of pain. It was as if he were experiencing a nightmare. Regardless of who it was who was sleeping, if someone were to step or press on their head with a heavy object, they would likely experience nightmares. Fairy Lychee took out her mobile phone. She stood at the junction between the light and darkness before skillfully assuming a beautiful pose and taking a few selfies. With her currently hazy eyes, she looked a lot more charming than usual. Song Shuheng looked at the dark half of Heavenly Field Island, and he vaguely sensed that there were spatial fluctuations in that half. More specifically, a spatial gate was open in it. Could it be that the darkness covering the island was the body of the owner of that voice? Moreover, it seemed like that existence's body had not even completely come out of the spatial gate. At this moment, a mature voice sounded. "Fellow Taoist, you're in too much of a rush." At the same time, another spatial opened in the air, and a man wrapped in a sheet stepped out. Fairy Almighty Seller hurried to greet this man, and stood alongside him. "Senior Almighty Merchant?" Song Shuheng felt a cordial feeling when he saw the man. He had a particularly strong impression of the Almighty Merchant. In Song Shuheng's heart, the friendship value between the Almighty Merchant and him was just slightly lower than the members of the 9 provinces' number 1 groups. The Almighty Merchant glanced at Song Shuheng, nodding and smiling. He had already decided that he was going to give Song Shuheng another chance, so he temporarily removed the other party from his blacklist. And since Song Shuheng was no longer on his blacklist, when faced with him, he would naturally give him the most appropriate smile for when facing a customer. Do you think that you can use something like spirit stones to buy the smile of a 9th stage tribulation transcender or even an immortal? The answer is yes. Absolutely. And the price is much lower than you can imagine. Song Shuheng asked, "Senior, is this dark big shot your friend?" The dark big shot said, "Little friend, you can call me Ruler of Shadows." The title of ruler makes the other party sound like a boss who's meant to be taken down in a game. Soft Feather held up Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard. "Senior, you should consider changing your Taoist name. I haven't been in touch with the other worlds in the universe for quite a long time, so I don't really understand what you mean, little fairy maiden. However, I do sort of understand what you're hinting at." The Ruler of Shadows smiled. "A title is merely a distinction, and I honestly don't mind how I'm addressed. Then from today onward, Senior, you should be called Lord Shadow," Soft Feather said. "Compared to Ruler of Shadows, it is more in line with our style." "Alright, then call me Lord Shadow today." The ruler of shadows seemed rather fond of chatting. I feel that Senior and I have a lot more topics in common all of a sudden, Soft Feather said with a nod. Since the ruler of shadows said that he was fine with being called Lord Shadow today, this Senior was likely planning on changing his Taoist name tomorrow. Ha ha ha. Lord Shadow laughed happily. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly. He took a step forward and protected his two daughters. He felt that if his daughter continued to chat with the other party, she would run away with them, especially his black-skinned daughter, who appeared to be very much in line with the other party's attributes. Song Shuheng asked, Senior Almighty Merchant, is there something you want to trade for with me? Previously, he had managed to sell the saber intent condensing lotus seeds for a good price. In addition, he had exclusive rights over them, and having a monopoly on them made it easy to sell them. The Almighty Merchant said calmly, to be precise, the reason why I came this time is that fellow Taoist ruler of shadows desired to make a deal with you, and I'll be earning an intermediary fee. The ruler of shadows said, please call me Lord Shadow. Almighty Merchant. Fellow Taoist, you're too quick in changing titles. Lord Shadow then spoke to Song Shuheng. I want to try your braised heavenly tribulation. As long as there isn't any problem with your braised heavenly tribulation, then I'll definitely pay you a sum you'll be satisfied with. After thinking for a moment, Song Shuheng looked at Senior White's clone, Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, and Senior Spirit Butterfly. Seniors, are you fine with this? While most of the braised heavenly tribulation was made by him, he did get some help from these seniors. Therefore, Song Shuheng wanted to consult them before confirming the transaction. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue smiled. This braised heavenly tribulation was made by you, and we only lent you a hand. Having said that, you can decide on this kind of thing yourself. If you want to trade with them, then go ahead, Senior White's clone said. Anyway, we can always make more. They still had a lot of raw ingredients, enough for a whole banquet for the 9 provinces number 1 group and more. Thank you, seniors. Song Shuheng hoisted up the first completed, braised heavenly tribulation, and said, then, please, Senior Shadow, try my braised heavenly tribulation and tell me if it passes. In the half of Heavenly Field Island that was shrouded in darkness, a pair of small arms condensed, extending by 200 meters. They took the braised heavenly tribulation from Song Shuheng and brought it back into the darkness. The completed braised heavenly tribulation was a plain red with a dark golden aura around it, along with a rich, lasting fragrance that made people drool. Soon after, a soft chewing sound came from the darkness. Lord Shadow exclaimed, delicious. It's just like how I remember it. When you take a bite, the first layer is fat but not greasy, and it melts in your mouth. The second layer is chewy, and the more you eat, the more fragrant it gets. Then the third layer is extremely crunchy and easily breaks apart when you bite into it. Moreover, this is even more fragrant and tasty than the braised heavenly tribulation I remember. Song Shuheng. Lord Shadow has eaten the braised heavenly tribulation in the past. Doesn't that mean that he knows Demon Emperor Haji? If so, should I stab him while he's eating? Chapter 1860. It's fine, because I'm rich. As soon as this thought emerged in his mind, Song Shuheng kicked it in the depths of his mind. Going against big shots wasn't something he should turn into a hobby. In fact, every time he ended up having to fight against a big shot, it was a matter of coincidence, and sometimes it was the big shot who was inexplicably making trouble for him. He had rarely taken the initiative to attack them. Regarding this matter which greatly concerned his life, he was still clear of mind. Moreover, merely knowing Demon Emperor Haji did not necessarily mean they were friends. There was a possibility that Senior Shadow had just been a guest of Demon Emperor Haji. I shouldn't make Senior Shadow my enemy just because he had had a taste of Demon Emperor Haji's Heavenly Tribulation Grand Banquet. I have a grudge with the owner of the steamed bun store next door, so anyone who has eaten his steamed buns is also my enemy. This logic was simply flawed. Furthermore, Senior Shadow was a customer introduced by the almighty merchant. If he were to provoke Senior Shadow, he would definitely be blacklisted by the almighty merchant. He had just regained his chance to trade with the other party, so he shouldn't lose sight of the bigger picture. And so, Song Shuheng quickly put away the thought of stabbing Senior Shadow. At this moment, Lord Shadow spoke once again. "Little fellow Taoist, have you improved the recipe for the braised heavenly tribulation?" Song Shuheng nodded. "It can't really be said to be an improvement, more like an accident. We accidentally added a Big Dipper to the mix while making the dish. And besides that, in order to make the ingredients more delicious, I tried using a secret technique. This dish is really not bad. If I were to rate your braised heavenly tribulation, I would give you an 80 out of 100. While your cooking skills might be far inferior to that other cook, causing the taste of the dish to be affected, adding the Big Dipper to the dish and your improvement of the ingredients gave it a lot of points," Lord Shadow praised. This braised heavenly tribulation passed the test. However, little fellow Taoist, there is still much room for improvement in your immortal cooking skills. I hope that you're able to create a dish that merits 95 points from me in the future. I will tell you this now as I'm quite the picky eater. Thank you for your compliment, Senior. Song Shuheng smiled slightly. This was the first time he had even tried immortal cooking, and he had already gotten recognized by a senior. Perhaps he actually had a lot of talent in this regard? Lord Shadow asked, "Since the dish was up to standard, our transaction is complete. So, little friend, is there anything you want?" While Lord Shadow spoke to him, Song Shuheng felt a kind of air blow toward his face. "No need to be shy. Go ahead and tell me what you want. Even if you desire the stars in the sky, I can easily pluck them down for you. As long as it is what you want, I will satisfy your wish." The virtuous Lamia raised her head and spoke using a magnetic male voice, reciting the lines from a TV show. Fairy Creation clapped her hands in response. Song Shuheng. The atmosphere was suddenly destroyed. Senior Shadow laughed. "Ha ha ha, if you want stars, then I can indeed give them to you." Song Shuheng waved his hands repeatedly in response, indicating his refusal. "What would I do with stars? It's not like I can stuff them into my inner world. And one day, if my inner world were to actually grow large enough to house stars, then I would be able to pluck them down myself." Song Shuheng said, "Please wait, Senior. In fact, there is something that I want." After that, he turned to look at Senior Turtle and whispered, "Senior Turtle, do you know of the Eastern Spring Pavilion?" Senior Turtle responded, "Heavens, you aren't even going to spare the Great Eastern Emperor?" Shuheng had already taken the Great Southern Emperor's old home, and now he was going to go for the Great Eastern Emperor's? So it really is the Great Eastern Emperor's palace. Song Shuheng nodded silently. That's it." Song Shuheng said, "Senior, can I ask for some fragments of the ancient heavenly city's Eastern Spring Pavilion?" Fairy Almighty Seller glared at Song Shuheng. "I'll blacklist you, Customer Song. Fairy, don't get me wrong. I don't mean to target the Eastern Spring Pavilion's fragments that you have. I was thinking that since the pavilion was shattered, there should be a lot of fragments. What you want to collect and sell is only a few of them, I'll settle for the others," Song Shuheng explained. Fairy Almighty Seller squeezed her chin and nodded. "That makes sense. Fragments of the Eastern Spring Pavilion? Got it." Senior Shadow nodded slightly. Song Shuheng asked, "Senior, you have fragments on you?" "No, today's actually the first time I've heard of such a thing. But it's fine, because I'm rich," said Senior Shadow. Song Shuheng. After Senior Shadow finished speaking, he said to the almighty merchant, "Fellow Taoist, I want to buy a few fragments of the Eastern Spring Pavilion. At that time, I'll settle the bill together with the request for the braised heavenly tribulation. What do you think?" "Sure." The almighty merchant displayed a sincere smile. He liked this kind of customer the most, the kind that never bargained. As long as the transaction was completed, no matter how many spirit stones it cost, the other party would generously settle the cost. Fairy Almighty Seller said, "Master, don't take the fragments I'm going for." The Almighty Merchant patted his disciple's head lightly and smiled. "Today, Master will teach you another lesson. There is competition in business." Fairy Almighty Seller exclaimed, "I want to dissolve our master-disciple relationship." Smiling, the Almighty Merchant said, "It's merely a master-disciple relationship, how can that even come close to comparing to business?" Song Shuhang. It seems that spirit stones can not only buy the smiles of a tribulation transcender and an immortal, but also make them turn against each other. Fairy Almighty Seller stomped angrily. The Almighty Merchant lightly patted her head again. "I'm just kidding. Regarding the fragments of the Eastern Spring Pavilion, I still have many channels that I can use. You go ahead and complete your own transaction." "Then, the deal is done," said Senior Shadow with a smile. Afterward, his huge body began to retreat into the spatial gate. Before going back, he suddenly threw a black cup at Song Shuhang. "With that cup, you can summon me once. In the future, when you've better learned the Heavenly Tribulation Grand Banquet dishes, you can summon me. As long as your dishes are up to standard, I will reward you." "Is the next dish going to be smoked inner demon tribulation slices?" The black-skinned soft feather suddenly felt chills all over her body. Song Shuhang accepted the small black cup and replied, "I haven't really thought of that yet. In fact, I learned about the Heavenly Tribulation menu not too long ago." "Ha ha ha. I'm looking forward to our next meeting." Senior Shadow laughed heartily as he retreated to the Shadow Realm, disappearing without a trace. After Senior Shadow left, Heavenly Field Island returned to its original state. The banquet that belonged to the 9 provinces #1 group had officially started. With Senior Shadow's acknowledgement, Song Shuhang began to cook the remaining 3rd stage tribulation lightning strips into braised lightning tribulations. The Almighty Merchant and Fairy Almighty Seller, who were forced by Song Shuhang to stay, also attended the banquet. Those who eat one's food become much more amenable to one's requests. As long as they attend this banquet, while I might not get much of a discount the next time I want to buy something from the Almighty Merchant, it should at least be a lot easier to find him, right? Song Shuhang thought to himself. The braised heavenly tribulation, Lady Cuna's immortal brew, and the immortal tea from that mysterious young senior. Each was an exceedingly rare treasure. After 3 rounds of drinking, the Almighty Merchant began to bring out the immortal dishes he had preserved in his private space. These immortal dishes were of all kinds of age, and there was a large variety of them. Since these dishes were stored by the Almighty Merchant, they were guaranteed to be no worse than any dish made by immortal Fairy Bishwe. What was originally only a heavenly tribulation grand banquet had now become a feast no worse than the immortal feast. The banquet lasted deep into the night. The members of the 9 provinces #1 group, who had already been drinking a lot, drank even more. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly tightly held a piece of braised heavenly tribulation, savoring its taste as he ate it. In addition to the 3 different experiences that came with each bite, as Senior Shadow had stated, the braised heavenly tribulation also came with an explosive taste when swallowed. This was the original taste of the heavenly tribulation. After having lived for so many years, I've finally come to know what the heavenly tribulation tastes like. As he thought of this, Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly toasted with Venerable Yellow Mountain. This wine is also wonderful. It must be a treasure of the 9th stage rank or higher. It's truly quite unexpected that little friend Shuhang was able to gather so many great things. It looks like he's also a guy with special luck. Compared with fellow Daoist White's luck, Song Shuhang's luck should be a display of fate. Have I drunk too much? Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly suddenly murmured to himself. He felt like he was seeing things. When he had glanced over just now, he saw that there were 3 soft feathers. The black-skinned soft feather sat beside him obediently, and he saw 2 other soft feathers walking through the crowd at the banquet, rolling around and laughing. It seems that I really have drunk too much. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly smiled. He was a handsome middle-aged man, so after smiling, his charm only grew higher, and he could only be said to be absolutely stunning. Some of the young girls on Heavenly Field Island were stunned silly as they saw his smile. Senior song, senior song. At this moment, the soft feather wrapped in a sheet rolled in front of Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng asked curiously, "What is it, soft feather?" Soft feather giggled, rolled over to 16 next to Shuheng, and then lay her head on 16's lap before saying, "I still want to watch a meteor shower." Song Shuheng. I really don't know what to tell you besides that I'm not omnipotent, soft feather. While he was in thought, Song Shuheng's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. He looked at the almighty merchant next to him and said, "Senior, can I buy a meteor shower and use the braised heavenly tribulation to pay for it?" The almighty merchant said boldly, "Ha ha ha. You don't need to pay me anything. I'm in a great mood today, so I'll give you one for free." When Fairy Almighty Seller heard this, she knew that her master had absolutely drunk too much. It was only when he was drunk that her master would not mind giving away small things for free. "How do you want the meteor shower to look?" While saying this, the almighty merchant stood up and directed his hands at the sky. At this moment, in the sky, a meteor shower appeared, shining as it descended. It was beautiful. In the next moment, Song Shuheng saw a beautiful meteor shower appear in the sky. The meteors streaked across the night sky, littering it with beautiful streaks of light. It was an absolutely stunning scene. It was as if a god had smashed a star apart specifically to create a meteor shower. "So beautiful, it's a lot more beautiful than what I imagined," Soft Feather said with great satisfaction. She rested her head on 16's knee, and looked up at the starry sky with a satisfied look on her face. "Thank you, Senior Song. Thank you, Senior Almighty Merchant." The Almighty Merchant had his hands raised stiffly, still accumulating power. Then after a while, he squeezed out a sentence. F***ck, someone stole my business. Song Shuheng. Huh? Fairy Almighty Seller looked at her master in surprise. This was the first time that she'd seen her master having his business stolen from him. "I'm not the one who made this meteor shower." The Almighty Merchant felt a stifled feeling in his heart. For the first time in his life, just as he was about to complete a transaction, someone stole the job from him. Although he was giving away this meteor shower for free, he still considered gifting things a kind of transaction. Then, who made this meteor shower? Song Shuheng asked curiously. He turned his head to look at Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly. If the meteor shower wasn't made by the Almighty Merchant, the next most likely person to do this kind of thing was Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly. As he turned to look at Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly, he saw the other party holding a glass of wine in his hand, taking small sips from it with a charming smile that made the hearts of the young girls in the surroundings beat wildly. It shouldn't be Senior Spirit Butterfly, right? He's too drunk to do such a thing. Then, who was it? Song Shuheng thought to himself. At this moment, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard said, "It might be, because of us?" Song Shuheng responded, "What?" Scarlet Heaven and the Great Southern Emperor are fighting, and the meteor shower __11 Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword suddenly had to stop talking. This was because the Almighty Merchant had rushed over, and grabbed it before shaking it violently using both hands. "So it was you, you're the one that stole my business. How cruel, how ruthless. Give me back my business. I didn't do it on purpose. Also, I'm not the one at fault. I'm just a scabbard," Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard yelled. Stop shaking me. I'm going to break apart. Please control your strength. When someone at the immortal realm drank too much, things could get really troublesome." When Song Shuheng saw the scene take place, he found himself laughing out loud for some reason. If Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard were to turn into a girl at this time, it would be a classic scene from a romance drama. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, you're using the wrong lines. Young Master Phoenix Slayer jumped off thrice reckless Mad Saber's head and said, at this time, you should refute the other party loudly, and say something like, no, you're the cruel one. You're the ruthless one. Scarlet Heaven Sword scabbard. When young Master Phoenix Slayer jumped down, a visible expression of relief appeared on thrice reckless Mad Saber's face. His nightmares had finally ended, and were replaced by a beautiful dream. Soft Feather rolled away from 16th's lap and stretched her body. He, it doesn't matter. I got to see a meteor shower, so I'm satisfied. I'm very happy today. At this time, the black-skinned Soft Feather jogged over to her, then elegantly picked up a piece of braised heavenly tribulation and fed it to Soft Feather. Main body, this braised heavenly tribulation tastes very good. Its ingredients should have received Senior Song's massage technique. Here, try it. Seeing an inner demon act so obedient actually made her look quite pitiful. Soft Feather opened her mouth, and ate the braised heavenly tribulation. Yum, delicious. Senior Song, 16, I'm full. I'm going to get a cup of tea. Do you want some too? Soft Feather asked, wrapping the sheet around her shoulders like a cape. Su Clan 16 nodded slightly. Sure. Thank you, Soft Feather. Soft Feather giggled, and said, you're welcome, just treat it as my payment for the lap pillow. Song Shuheng raised his head and said, I want a cup too. Wait, Soft Feather. He saw a small smudge of food at the corner of Soft Feather's mouth. It should have been from eating the braised heavenly tribulation just now. Come here. Song Shuheng reached out and poked the left corner of his mouth, motioning for Soft Feather to wipe away the food at the corner of her own mouth. Soft Feather tilted her head and looked puzzled. Su Clan 16 also saw the food at the corner of Soft Feather's mouth. She smiled slightly, and like Song Shuheng, she pointed at the left corner of her mouth. Soft Feather, there's. Before Su Clan 16 finished speaking, Soft Feather suddenly came over and stood in front of her. Her long legs reflected in Song Shuheng and 16's eyes. Immediately afterward, Soft Feather leaned over Su Clan 16's face, and then kissed her left cheek. Su Clan 16 was bewildered. Afterward, Soft Feather turned around and moved closer to Song Shuheng's face, and then kissed him lightly as well. Her soft lips pressed against his cheeks, slightly damp from the braised heavenly tribulation. Okay. There's my good night kiss to you. Soft Feather giggled. I'll go fetch your tea now. Song Shuheng quickly waved his hand. No, that's not what I meant. When Soft Feather leaned over to give him a good-night kiss, Song Shuheng felt a sharp gaze sweep over him. It was from Senior Spirit Butterfly. Soft Feather, what I was trying to say was that you had food at the left corner of your mouth, Song Shuheng explained quickly. Soft Feather blinked, and then turned her head to face the black-skinned Soft Feather. The black-skinned Soft Feather took out a small handkerchief, and wiped the food at the corner of her main body's mouth. So that's what it was. I thought that you two were pointing at your faces asking me to kiss you for good night. Soft Feather giggled. And here I thought that you two had drunk too much. Song Shuheng. Then give me back my kiss. Soft Feather said, stretching out her hands and pointing at her left and right cheeks. One person, one side. Give me back the good night kiss. Song Shuheng waved his hands repeatedly. There's no need for that. There's no need for that. The way Soft Feather's brain was wired was really like a roller coaster. It was impossible to guard against. Fine, then you owe me. The next time you have the chance to pay me back, there will be interest. Soft Feather tightened the sheet around her, took the black-skinned Soft Feather's little hand, and jumped toward the Dragon Network assistant in the distance to get some tea. Song Shuheng. At the side, after the continuous pleas from Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, Almighty Merchant finally put it down. Afterward, he yelled over to Song Shuhang, fellow Daoist tyrannical Song, I've gotten in touch with some of my contacts already. When do you want the fragments of the Eastern Spring Pavilion? In the crowd, a certain soft feather's ears perked up slightly. This soft feather was the Heavenly Emperor in disguise. She had snuck into the group of drunk fellow Taoists, and joined in enjoying the food and drink. At this moment, her ears perked up as she grew interested in the topic of conversation. Even when the drunk fellow Taoists saw her playing together with the other two soft feathers, they didn't think much of it. However, this was not only due to the fellow Taoists having drunk too much, but also because the Heavenly Emperor had cast a small magical technique on herself. This was a magical technique that could make her unobtrusive. With it, those who saw her would instinctively feel that her existence was reasonable. This small magical technique was one she had derived from a master assassin who had copied the cultivation technique of a mysterious sect. With this magical technique, the Heavenly Emperor was just another sheep among the flock. Other than Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly, nobody had truly taken notice of this strange situation. But as Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly indulged in enjoying his time with his three daughters, which he found difficult to extricate himself from, he did not do anything about it. The Heavenly Emperor took a sip of the fine wine as she thought, a fragment of the Eastern Spring Pavilion is a fragment of the four great emperors' main palaces. In the ancient Heavenly City, besides the Heavenly Emperor's main palace, the most important locations would include the Great Emperor's palaces and Jade Lake Empress Cheng Lin's special world. The ancient Heavenly City could be said to be the most powerful force in the history of the world of cultivation, and even the scholarly sage's scholarly faction would not be able to compare with it. At least the scholarly faction had far fewer immortals than the Heavenly City. The concept and mode of creation of the two were different. The scholarly faction had been founded by the scholarly sage from scratch, and all of its disciples had been raised by him. On the other hand, the ancient Heavenly City had been founded by the first Heavenly Emperor along with several like-minded companions, and it had taken in copious amounts of experts from all over the universe. Now that the Heavenly Emperor was rebuilding the Heavenly City, besides the Heavenly Emperor's main palace, the fragments of the palaces of the four great emperors were of great importance to her. Thus, she pricked her ears and paid attention to the conversation between Song Shuhang and the Almighty Merchant. Song Shuhang did not rush the Almighty Merchant to pass him the fragments, and instead first asked, Senior Almighty Merchant, how large are the Eastern Spring Pavilion's fragments? The Almighty Merchant replied, I got a total of 3 fragments from the various channels I possess. Each of the fragments is about a quarter of the size of the small island under our feet. These 3 fragments excluded the number of fragments that his disciple, Almighty Seller, had acquired or was set on acquiring. The world of business was a place where competition was everywhere. Unfortunately for the Almighty Merchant, the Almighty Seller was his precious disciple, and he couldn't bring himself to take her goods from her. Should I look for an opportunity to sell Almighty Seller for a good price, and marry her off to someone in the future? That way, I won't have to worry about her taking my business anymore. A bold idea suddenly emerged in the mind of the Almighty Merchant. Song Shuheng asked, Can they shrink? The Almighty Merchant shook his head. They don't have this function. After all, they're merely fragments. Song Shuheng asked, Then, Senior, do you have a way to shrink them? Yes. The Almighty Merchant rubbed his fingers, and said, As long as the price is right, you can have anything you want. Then please wait a moment, Senior, said Song Shuheng. At this time, he really wanted to copy Senior Shadow and casually wave his hand while saying, It's fine, because I'm rich. Unfortunately, he was broke. Song Shuheng turned around to Senior White's clone, who stood close by, and said, Senior White, do you have any way to shrink 3 small islands that are about a fourth of Heavenly Field Island in size? I need help shrinking them to the size where I can send them into the inner world. What about your saber nurturing technique? Senior White's clone picked up a piece of braised heavenly tribulation with a fork and placed it into his mouth. At this time, both of his cheeks were full of food. If it weren't for the secret sound transmission technique, he wouldn't be able to speak at all. Song Shuheng replied, "No, this time, they're only fragments rather than a living magical treasure. As such, I'm afraid that the saber nurturing technique won't work." "Then cut them up. As long as you cut them small enough, you'll be able to easily transfer them into your inner world." Senior White's clone swallowed the food in his mouth, and added, "If my main body was here, he should have a large formation that can shrink the fragments down to a suitable size, but as that formation consumes a lot of energy, I don't have enough to activate it." When Senior White's clone ran out of energy, it would immediately disappear. Sigh. If Senior White too wasn't angry right now, I could have asked him for help. Song Shuheng squeezed his chin, but he knew that now was not the time for him to summon Senior White too. Hence, his only option now was to borrow some more spirit stones from Senior White. "Senior White, can you lend me some more spirit stones?" Song Shuheng said cheekily. "Sure, how much do you need?" Senior White's clone said as he stuffed his cheeks full once more. Song Shuheng looked at the almighty merchant, and asked, "Senior, how many spirit stones will it take to shrink the fragments?" The almighty merchant smiled and stretched out 4 fingers. He had sobered up due to the earlier incident with Scarlet Heavensword Scabbard, and was now back in full business mode. At the same time, behind him, Fairy Almighty Seller cautiously extended 3 fingers. Song Shuheng. It was pretty obvious that the almighty merchant was cheating him. The almighty merchant turned his head sharply, and looked at Fairy Almighty Seller. "Idiot, when the other party is tyrannical Song, we don't give them a 5% discount." Song Shuheng couldn't help but say, "Why don't I get a 5% discount? Also, a 5% discount on 4 isn't 3. Senior Almighty Merchant, I misunderstood you. I thought that we had a good relationship." Fairy Almighty Seller said, "Actually, I think that fellow Daoist tyrannical Song is pretty good, and has the potential to become a VIP customer." Song Shuheng nodded his head repeatedly. The almighty merchant sighed deeply. Some people were always strange. In some cases, no matter what others said, they might not believe it, and it was only when they suffered themselves that they would believe the other's words. Fairy Almighty Seller couldn't see what a huge pitfall tyrannical Song was. When she one day fell into the pit herself, only then would she come to regret her decisions. The almighty merchant said solemnly, "Fine, but I won't accept any less than 3 9th stage spirit stones. If it's any less, I will be losing money." Song Shuheng said, "Deal." The almighty merchant asked, "Do you want me to give you the goods right away?" Song Shuheng looked at Senior White's clone. Senior White's clone shook his head. "There's no hurry. We can continue talking about the transaction after the banquet is over." There was no money on the clone's body at the moment. He would still have to go to the various treasuries hidden by his main body to fetch the spirit stones. "Alright, then I'll have someone prepare the goods first. When the time comes, we can choose a location to complete the transaction in one go." After the almighty merchant said that, he took out his phone and said, "I'll make a call first." After saying that, he rose into the air, and left the noisy banquet area. The Heavenly Emperor, who had been hiding amongst the crowd, reluctantly put down her fork, quietly following the almighty merchant. Chapter 1863 Full marks for acting skills. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly, who was drinking and reciting poetry with the other members of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, turned around and found that only 2 of his 3 daughters were left now. Was I seeing things? Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly thought to himself. He looked at the wine in his glass and fell into thought. This wine is truly powerful, even the body of an 8th stage profound sage isn't able to hold a candle against it. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly whispered, "I feel like this wine is designed to make people drunk." Senior Spirit Butterfly, you're correct. The inner world assistant, who was boiling water to make tea for the fellow Taoists, replied, "The wine you are drinking was specially brewed by Her Highness Kuna from the Black Dragon world, and its purpose is to make her drunk as quickly as possible so that the will of the Dragon Network can descend into her body." Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly. He didn't enter the Black Dragon world, so he did not know much about the Dragon Network and Lady Kuna. So that's the case. Daudu sat like a human, holding its glass with its forelegs. Then if we drink a lot of it, can the will of the Dragon Network descend into our bodies? Sorry, Mr. Daudu, but the Dragon Network doesn't have this function yet. If you desire this kind of function, I can pass on the message to the Dragon Network Assistant, who can then propose the idea to the Dragon Network, the Inner World Assistant said. However, even if such a function is created, you will only be able to use it while in the Black Dragon world, unless you have a certain level of authority like Administrator Tyrannical Song. It's fine, Daudu said regretfully. He felt that nearly everything about the Black Dragon world was perfect, and it was just that there were no girls named Choo Choo there, so he had no plans to live there. However, Song Shuhang could apparently receive the Dragon Network's will into his body. Woof! As he thought of this, Daudu suddenly had an idea and jumped up. He grabbed the wine glass and said, Woof Shuhang, I summon you. Do you dare answer me? What's the matter? Song Shuhang asked while turning around. Daudu had a disappointed look on his face. You really aren't good at cooperating, Shuhang. At this time, you have to answer back, and then jump up and shrink into my cup, as if you were sucked into it. This is called acting. I really don't know how you got the role of the second male lead in the last movie. You must have gotten in by using your identity as a producer and investor. Woof. Daudu, you are trying to make me do something impossible. Who can even shrink down to the size of a bean and enter your glass? Song Shuhang responded. Daudu sneered and then raised his glass again. Fairy waiting for a promise, I summon you. Do you dare answer me? Ready. Fairy at #%X shouted loudly. Afterward, she let out Song Shuhang's four-toned scream before twirling in the air and into Daudu's glass. It was as if she were actually sucked into it. When approaching the glass, her body shrank down to a bean-sized light of virtue, and fell into it seamlessly. Full marks for acting skills. Remarkable performance. Did you see that? Daudu raised his glass. That's called acting. This is the level of acting that a main character should have. Inside the glass, Fairy at #%X even played the sound of her body being dissolved by the water. Song Shuhang. I can't learn that. In terms of acting, the virtuous Lamia had left him thousands of miles behind. Daudu said, anyway, the Inner World Assistant said that it could make a request for a function that would allow the Dragon Network's will to descend into your body. Since you possess sufficient authority, do you want to try it out? Song Shuhang asked, similar to what happens to Lady Kuna. The Inner World Assistant shook its head. Crossing worlds requires a lot of energy, and Administrator Tyrannical Dragon, you aren't Her Highness Kuna, your physique is different from hers. Therefore, the power of the Dragon Network's will descending into your body will be greatly reduced. In addition, a cross-world descent is likely to break the laws of the main world. In other words, this loophole may be fixed immediately after the deed. As such, after this function is implemented, it's possible that you might only be able to use it once. Does Administrator Tyrannical Dragon still want to proceed with the research and development of this function? Song Shuhang asked, will it cost the Black Dragon world a lot to develop it? The Inner World Assistant replied, it won't cost too much, since there is already a template that comes from Her Highness Kuna. That template simply needs to be modified slightly to suit your needs. Song Shuhang thought for a moment and said, let's proceed then. There was no such thing as too many trump cards. Even a trump card that could only be used once might be able to save his life, and that was invaluable. Command confirmed. Now conveying this command to the Dragon Network Assistant. The command has been conveyed successfully. Research on cross-world descent has begun, the Inner World Assistant responded in a mechanical tone. Song Shuhang said, thank you for your hard work. Woof! Daudu stood up and wagged his tail. Shuhang, didn't I just help you out quite a bit? Don't you have to repay me now? Song Shuheng. Daodu, I didn't expect you to be such a dog. Don't worry, I won't ask your disciple Chu Chu to accompany me on a date. Daodu shook its head gently, the hair on its head waving handsomely. Song Shuheng asked, then what do you want? I have only one request, Daodu replied. Can you name your first daughter Chu Chu in the future? There were clearly underlying meanings in his words. Song Shuheng. Venerable Yellow Mountain's voice sounded. Daodu, have a taste of my muting technique. Daodu smiled and said, stupid Yellow Mountain, the same move won't work on me twice. Under the effect of my ancient sage Daodu, dragon seal, mental magical techniques below the 8th stage won't have an effect on me. Your technique is already outdated. As soon as it finished saying that, Daodu suddenly felt its vision go completely dark as it fell unconscious. This damn stupid Yellow Mountain actually used a physical muting technique on me. Honestly, I just wanted to know if Song Shuheng's appearance would change when the dragon networks will descended on him. After all, the dragon networks will seems to be biased towards the female form. As its thoughts reached this point, Daodu's body fell to the ground. Venerable Yellow Mountain silently retracted a hammer-shaped magical treasure and stored it inside his sleeve. This was his new muting technique. His gaze swept over the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group, filled with the majesty of a group leader. Several members of the group who loved seeking death shuddered instinctively at his gaze. After Daodu passed out, Song Shuheng was lost in thought. Su Clan 16 looked at the sky and said softly, the meteor shower stopped. The meteor shower had lasted long enough. Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard said, hee, in order to create this meteor shower, Scarlet Heaven and I had to use quite some effort. Su Clan 16 asked, is the battle between Scarlet Heaven and the Great Southern Emperor over? It's over. However, with how large the battle was, it isn't the end of things, Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard said. Next, Scarlet Heaven and I have to avoid the limelight. Su Clan 16 asked, Senior is leaving? I'll be back when we've left the limelight. By the way, I suddenly have a good idea. Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard suddenly lit up. It then shouted, Fairy Soft Feather come over here. At the same time, spatial fluctuations surged in the void. Scarlet Heaven Sword's main body came from across space. When the tip of Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword crossed through space, Song Shuheng immediately recognized its aura. After all, they had been together for so long. Then, without thinking, he asked, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, have you gained weight? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said angrily, huh? Your sister gained weight. How can a treasured sword like me gain weight? Song Shuheng. Sorry, my sister hasn't been born yet. Also, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, you've really grown larger. Before you left, you were still about the size of one-handed swords, but now that you're back, you're as large as great swords. You've grown much beyond your previous size. What exactly did you just go through? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword continued, I've evolved, understand? Afterward, a pair of pure white arms drilled out of the spatial gate, and opened it a bit further. Song Shuheng. F***CK, what kind of terrifying style is this? Its crossguard has become a pair of slender white hands? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, are you sure that you evolved, and not demonized? A treasured sword having a pair of arms for its crossguard looks to be more in style with an evil sword of a demon king. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, I think that your old model looked a lot better, Song Shuheng sincerely said. If possible, I feel that it would be best if Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword returned to its original state. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's figure paused, but it chuckled after a while, and said, You don't think I look handsome now? Song Shuheng quickly said, No, it's not that, but your style feels like it has gone a bit off track. When Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword heard this, instead of being angry, it said happily, I also feel that I look pretty ugly right now. Song Shuheng said, I didn't mean ugly. It's just that you look more like an evil weapon. In fact, after looking at you in consideration of that, I feel that you look devilishly handsome. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword laughed, and said, "No, I'm ugly. I admit it myself, especially my sword hilt. You'll know when you see my head later." It came as a surprise even to me that this world can have such an ugly sword hilt. Song Shuhang. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, have you given up on yourself? How can I comfort Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword and give him confidence? How to encourage a depressed divine weapon? Waiting online, very urgent. Should I give Senior 3 consecutive instances of the saber nurturing technique, to restore some of its spirits? While Song Shuhang was in thought, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword squeezed out of the spatial gate little by little. Past the pair of small white shoulders, there was a matching white neck. It was honestly rather unbearable to look at. As soon as Song Shuhang imagined how it would look to hold Scarlet Heaven Sword as it was swung around, he felt his image of Scarlet Heaven collapse. Isn't my neck beautiful? This is the part of my body that I'm proudest of at the moment. And then, finally, onto the most exciting part of my body. Senior Scarlet Heaven then forcefully pushed itself out of the spatial gate. Little friend Shuhang, tell me honestly, isn't my head handsome? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said triumphantly. I don't believe that you can bring yourself to say it's ugly. Song Shuhang. As Scarlet Heaven Sword said that, Song Shuhang saw that its head was very similar to his own face, at least 50% similar. With such a head, how could he possibly say that it was ugly? Su Clan 16 blinked, and said, very handsome. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword laughed, and gave Su Clan 16 a thumbs up. Little 16 truly has an eye for appreciation. It looked at Song Shuhang again. Shuhang, is it handsome? With a stifled heart, Song Shuhang said, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, why is it my face? Scarlet Heaven Sword narrowed his eyes, smiled wickedly, and said, perhaps it's because you used the saber nurturing technique on me so much? Song Shuhang asked tentatively, Heavens, can you change your face? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, no, Scarlet Heaven is very satisfied with my current form. Song Shuhang. Why is Taoist Priest Scarlet Heaven satisfied with this form? Does Taoist Priest Scarlet Heaven like fighting others while holding a neck in his hand? If Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword is always going to be in this form, and Taoist Priest Scarlet Heaven gets used to it being in this form, then in the future, when Taoist Priest Scarlet Heaven runs into an enemy, it would be like I was by his side as he grabs my neck and fights with his enemy. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, I'm just joking with you. My evolution should not be complete yet. I feel that I can still continue to evolve and take on a different form in the future. I just wanted to startle you by showing you my current form. After saying that, its sword body converged, and it returned to its original form. At this moment, Soft Feather ran over, and said seriously, I think that Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's current evolved form is a lot more interesting. Ordinary things were not attractive to her. Instead, she found herself liking the sword with white arms, a white neck, and a head that looked like Song Shuhang's. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, Soft Feather, your aesthetics are too wild. Soft Feather giggled. Senior, did you call me for something? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said quickly, let's discuss the plan of the incarnation of the demon. During the period when my main body and Scarlet Heaven have to stay out of the limelight, I want to make a clone and stay in the main world. Good idea, said Song Shuhang. Soft Feather frowned, and said, however, there isn't much time. I need time to make a plan for Senior. Su Clan 16 pondered for a moment, and then said, we have the time box. Yes, little 16 is indeed smart. I also thought of the same thing. Soft Feather, you and I can enter the box, and we can complete the plan there. Anyway, it's the energy of the great Southern Emperor that we'll be extracting, so there's no need to be shy. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword laughed loudly. Soft Feather giggled, and said, "If I have enough time, then it won't be a problem." "Then I will have Pavilion Master Chu assist you," said Song Shuheng. He then opened an entrance to the inner world, and let Scarlet Heaven Sword and Soft Feather enter. At the same time, he transferred the drunk Lady Onion into the inner world, as it was likely that Pavilion Master Chu was going to need the help of Lady Onion's body to activate the time box. With this, Soft Feather, Scarlet Heaven Sword, and Lady Onion all entered Song Shuheng's inner world. When Scarlet Heaven Sword entered, it suddenly thought of something, and said to Song Shuheng, "Shuheng, when I leave my inner demon clone by your side, don't you even think about turning it into food. Your Heavenly Tribulation Grand Banquet makes me a little worried." Song Shuheng replied, "Don't worry, Senior. I'm not that starved for food. Are you looking down on my inner demon clone? Are you trying to say that it isn't of good enough quality to be eaten?" Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said with dissatisfaction in its voice. Song Shuheng, what is going on with Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword today? It might be having difficulty adjusting because it just had its gender awakened. Senior Turtle, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said. According to what I've learned in psychology, when fellow Daoist Scarlet Heaven Sword evolved this time, it should have been a critical point when it became doubtful of its gender. From its arms and its neck, it clearly looks like it was supposed to be female, yet its head had taken on an appearance similar to yours. It now has both male and female characteristics, so that might have caused doubts within its mind, causing it to now act very awkwardly. Heavens, Senior Turtle's analysis is so thorough. All of those psychology books that Senior Turtle read were really not for nothing. A turtle that understands people's hearts, how terrifying. Young Master Phoenix Slayer suddenly jumped to the table next to Song Shuheng while licking his little hand, and asked, "Then, Senior Turtle, can you analyze why Daodu is so caught up on Choo Choo?" Daodu's Choo Choo complex was extremely strange, and even Venerable Yellow Mountain had no idea when it had appeared. A mental illness like this where one acquires a strong fondness for a certain name is most likely due to the one in question having lacked something when they were a child. And since Daodu lacked Choo Choo when he was a child, he eventually acquired a strong urge to love Choo Choo, Senior Turtle said solemnly. All of that was just made up by me. Song Shuheng. Senior Turtle continued, I haven't had much contact with Daodu, so how am I supposed to analyze him? Psychology isn't a magical technique, there is a science to it. Young Master Phoenix Slayer responded, I see. Fairy Lychee also came over, and asked curiously, but why would Daodu want to give everything around him the name Choo Choo? Reasonably speaking, Choo Choo complex should only account for having a fondness for Choo Choo. It didn't make sense that it would involve naming those around you Choo Choo, and then falling in love with them. Just now, he wanted me to name my first daughter Choo Choo. Naming a daughter is a parent's business, and I refuse to let others interfere, Song Shuheng said proudly. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly in the distance silently approved of Song Shuheng's words. Perhaps Daodu wants to marry Song Shuheng and give birth to a Choo Choo? Young Master Phoenix Slayer suddenly said. Don't forget that there's a chance that Daodu might be a girl. Senior Yellow Mountain even thought of marrying Daodu off. Song Shuheng. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, that is simply too frightening of a possibility to even think of. After young Master Phoenix Slayer said that, the fellow Taoists in the surroundings turned their heads and stared at Venerable Yellow Mountain. Don't worry, I won't marry Daodu off to little friend Shuheng, Venerable Yellow Mountain calmly said. After all, Daodu is already engaged to someone. Daodu is engaged again? He's going to get married once more. I see. Senior Turtle nodded, and said, Daodu is probably suffering from premarital phobia. Those with this disorder would choose to escape from their marriage or hope that their companions would also get married so that they can face what they deem horrors of marriage with their companions. Some others hope that their companions naturally bring up the topic of marriage so that they could discuss it thoroughly and seek some comfort through the discussion. I feel that Daodu was trying to rope Song Shuheng into a discussion on marriage by talking about his daughter. Unfortunately for him, the discussion was interrupted midway. Song Shuheng. Meanwhile, outside Heavenly Field Island. The almighty merchant had finished his call, and he had agreed on the location of the delivery with the person on the other side of the call. When he ended the call, he turned his head and saw Soft Feather. The almighty merchant recalled that this little fairy was Sage Monarch Butterfly's only daughter, a potential VIP client. Although her current strength wasn't that high, her luck was exceptional. Coupled with her outspoken personality, she was definitely someone he could enlist into the Bye army in the future. Compared with fellow Daoist tyrannical Song, who was only suitable for selling resurrection magical treasures to, the future prospects of this little fairy Soft Feather were much greater. Frankly, in terms of purchasing power, male cultivators really couldn't compare with fairies. It was a lot more difficult to get spirit stones from male cultivators than from fairies. This was the experience that Almighty Merchant had had over the past thousands of years. No matter how the times had changed, fairies would always be much more willing to spend money than male cultivators. But why did this fairy of Spirit Butterfly Island run here? While he was in thought, Fairy Soft Feather's eyes met his. At that moment, she showed a happy smile on her face, and waved at him excitedly. "Senior Almighty Merchant, I finally found you." The Almighty Merchant asked suspiciously, "You were looking for me? Is something wrong? Could it be that there's something that Fairy Soft Feather wants to buy from me?" As he thought of this, the Almighty Merchant showed a gentle professional smile, and said, "Fairy Soft Feather, is there anything you want to buy?" "No, not really." Fairy Soft Feather shook her head. Afterward, she brought out a cute size-reducing purse from her pocket, and then took out 3 9th stage spirit stones from inside it. Fairy Soft Feather handed over the spirit stones, and said, "Senior, here are the 3 9th stage spirit stones." The Almighty Merchant responded, "Fairy, you didn't buy anything, why are you giving me these spirit stones?" Fairy Soft Feather smiled sweetly, and said, "Didn't Senior Song ask Senior to shrink the fragments of the Eastern Spring Pavilion down for him? That costs 3 9th stage spirit stones, right?" The Eastern Spring Pavilion was given to Song Shuheng as a reward by Senior Shadow for the brazed heavenly tribulation. As for the 3 9th stage spirit stones that they were currently talking about, Song Shuheng had asked the Almighty Merchant to shrink down the size of the Eastern Spring Pavilion fragments for him, and he had set the price for that to be the 3 9th stage spirit stones. The Almighty Merchant understood, and asked, "You want to pay for the service for Tyrannical Song? That little fellow Tyrannical Song is currently penniless, and he had to borrow money from Sage Monarch White. And now, even this Fairy Soft Feather is quietly paying for him?" Fairy Soft Feather nodded. The Almighty Merchant asked, "Tyrannical Song borrowed money from you?" "No, I'm acting on my own," Fairy Soft Feather said cautiously. "Can I not pay for him?" The Almighty Merchant reached out and took the 3 9th stage spirit stones happily. "There is naturally no problem with that. In my line of work, we always recognize spirit stones. As long as the spirit stones get to us, we'll readily recognize the transaction as complete. All right then, as soon as the Eastern Spring Pavilion fragments get to me, I'll shrink them down and hand them to fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song. Is that fine?" Fairy Soft Feather said softly, "Yup. I'm completely fine with that." "Oh yeah, Senior, don't say that I paid for it, okay?" "Ha ha ha, of course, we always heed our customers' requests." The Almighty Merchant gave her a thumbs up, and then said, "By the way, Fairy Soft Feather, it's fine if you don't answer this, but I've been wanting to know, do you like fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song?" Fairy Soft Feather nodded slightly. She blushed and waved at the Almighty Merchant before saying, "Anyway, I'll be going back first, Senior." The Almighty Merchant said, "All right, go ahead. I'll send the goods to fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song when they arrive." After that, Fairy Soft Feather happily skipped back to Heavenly Field Island. The almighty merchant said softly, "Sigh, how nice it is to be young." Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, whose pockets were even emptier than those of a homeless man, was liked by such a beautiful and rich fairy. The almighty merchant truly did not expect that he would encounter the plot of a rich lady falling in love with a poor young man in the main world. About an hour later, the almighty merchant got another call. His supplier had called him to notify him that they had delivered the 3 Eastern Spring Pavilion fragments to the transaction location, and were now waiting for him to complete the transaction there. The almighty merchant said, "I'll be there shortly." After saying that, he ended the call, opened a spatial gate, and directly headed to the transaction location. After another 10 minutes, a spatial gate reopened where the almighty merchant had disappeared, and the almighty merchant was back. But now, he was holding 3 steel balls that looked like huge ball bearings. Inside these 3 balls were the shrunken fragments of the Eastern Spring Pavilion. "I haven't used this object shrinking magical technique for quite a while now. It seems like my proficiency with it has deteriorated a bit," said the almighty merchant. He was certain that he would be able to shrink the 3 fragments down to the size of a marble if he were given a little more time. However, these 3 balls already met the requirements of fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song, so he didn't bother wasting any more time and effort. After all, he was an existence who completed millions of transactions by the minute. His time was very precious. The almighty merchant stepped into the void, and landed back at Heavenly Field Island. Afterward, his consciousness swept the area as he looked for fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song. However, Song Shuhang was nowhere to be seen. The almighty merchant. Where did he go? Just when he was about to ask his disciple Almighty Seller about the situation, his consciousness caught a trace of Song Shuhang's aura on the beach of Heavenly Field Island. The almighty merchant immediately teleported to the beach to look for him. In the next moment, he saw Tyrannical Song squatting on the shore and digging for small crabs. Could it be that the group of drunks at the banquet hadn't eaten enough, and they still wanted more food? The almighty merchant appeared behind Tyrannical Song, and said, "Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song." Hearing the almighty merchant, Tyrannical Song turned his head. Under the moonlight, the almighty merchant discovered that this fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song was not the main body, but a clone. And it was a very special steel manifestation. The steel manifestation, Tyrannical Song, asked curiously, "Senior, what's the matter?" The almighty merchant asked, "Where's your main body?" The steel manifestation, Tyrannical Song, said, "My main body is currently in the inner world, and it is temporarily inconvenient for it to come out. If there's something you need, Senior, I can directly convey it to the main body." The almighty merchant waved his hand, and said, "There's no hurry." After saying that, he quietly touched the steel manifestation. Once he touched the other party, a message emerged in his mind. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song Steel Manifestation. This manifestation is a special clone of Profound Sage Tyrannical Song that he refined at the 5th stage. It is closely related to his spirit lake, and it is an integral part of Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. The almighty merchant nodded slightly. He had confirmed that the other party was indeed a clone of Tyrannical Song. In addition, he could sense that the steel manifestation contained the origin aura of fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song, and origin aura wasn't something that could be imitated. "Since your main body can't come out at the moment, then I'll just leave the items with you." The almighty merchant handed the 3 steel balls to the steel manifestation, and then continued, "In this way, the transaction can be considered complete." But Senior, I haven't paid the 3 spirit stones for shrinking down the ancient heavenly city fragments, the steel manifestation said in confusion. "There's no need to worry about that, someone already paid for that for you. As for who that is, I'll be keeping that a secret for now," the almighty merchant said calmly. After saying that, he handed over the 3 fragments to the steel manifestation. "Someone already paid for it for me?" The steel manifestation received the 3 fragments, and said, "Okay. By the way, Senior, how long can these 3 fragments stay in this shrunken state? The almighty merchant replied, with the technique I used, these 3 fragments should stay in that state for at least another day. Thank you, Senior. The steel manifestation carefully stored the 3 fragments in his pocket. The almighty merchant nodded, and said, then, that concludes this transaction. After saying that, he waved at Song Shuheng, and said, fellow Taoist tyrannical Song, we shall meet again some other time. As this transaction had gone without a hitch, the almighty merchant decided that he would continue to let tyrannical Song stay outside of the blacklist. The almighty merchant then left swiftly, leaving the steel manifestation to continue catching crabs by the shore. After the almighty merchant left, the steel manifestation stopped moving as if it had lost its power source. After a while, the heavenly emperor possessed soft feather drilled out from the bottom of the sea, giggling as she came to the side of the steel manifestation. She reached out and held Song Shuheng's steel manifestation. Prepare to synchronize with Senior Song. Senior Song, I'll be taking away the ancient heavenly city fragments with me. Anyway, these originally belonged to me, so don't say that I stole them from you. After saying that, she grabbed the powered-off steel manifestation, then stepped into a spatial gate, and disappeared. When she ran away, she also took the extra effort to erase the traces of her spatial teleportation, so that nobody could chase after her through the aura of the teleportation. In order to ensure her safety, she took Song Shuheng's steel manifestation with her as she randomly teleported over 10 times. While doing this, she also placed a layer of imperial rune seals on the 3 ancient heavenly city fragments to prevent the almighty merchant from tracking her through the fragments. After teleporting a few more times, she quietly escaped back to the dark little planet where she had been temporarily residing. I should be safe now, the heavenly emperor said softly. She then stretched out her hand, and sent the steel manifestation back into the little sun. As her strength had still yet to fully recover, she couldn't face everything head-on. Why do I feel like there's something I still have to do? The heavenly emperor pinched her chin and fell into thought. After a long while, she remembered what she had forgotten to do. Ah, right, I forgot to get in touch with that little girl Soft Feather. The heavenly emperor looked up at the sky. Her main purpose this time was obviously to get in touch with Soft Feather to find out what the latter was doing recently. The heavenly emperor really didn't like the sudden bursts of comfort that she would experience every now and then. But in the end, because of the Eastern Spring Pavilion fragments, she had forgotten about her main objective. The heavenly emperor muttered, it seems that I'll have to look for an opportunity to get in touch with Soft Feather. Otherwise, I'll have trouble unfolding the scholarly faction plan. At the banquet on Heavenly Field Island, most of the fellow Taoists who were already too drunk were sent to rest under the arrangement of Island Master Tian Kong. There were a few others who were still barely awake, and had yet to fall asleep. At this time in the kitchen, Song Shuheng, Su Clan 16, Senior White's clone, Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, Venerable Yellow Mountain, and Fairy Almighty Seller were all surrounding Northern River. Northern River was currently cultivating an inner demon clone according to the method described by Soft Feather. He had long since condensed the inner demon, and now the smoky inner demon was already showing signs of evolving. Everyone was eager to see what form his inner demon clone would take after it properly formed. Was it going to be an inner demon version of that blonde beauty he used to like? Or was it going to be an inner demon version of Copper Trigram? Or, like Soft Feathers, was it going to be a black-skinned Northern River? Everyone quietly waited for the result. At this moment, Song Shuheng's face suddenly changed, and his arms shook slightly. Su Clan 16 said softly, "What's wrong, Shuheng?" Song Shuheng rubbed his eyes. In his eyes, he received a synchronized scene from his steel manifestation. In the scene, Soft Feather was smiling sweetly, and said, "Senior Song, I'll be taking away the ancient heavenly city fragments with me. Anyway, these originally belonged to me, so don't say that I stole them from you." Song Shuheng said, "The Heavenly Emperor." Su Clan 16 asked, "The Heavenly Emperor? She's here?" The white dragon instantly appeared and floated into the sky when she heard this. She had accumulated a decent amount of energy at this time, and even if she had to fight the Heavenly Emperor head-on, she would be able to keep her occupied for some time. At this moment, the voice of the Almighty Merchant sounded from outside the kitchen. "Almighty Seller, we're leaving." After saying that, he entered the kitchen. Tyrannical Song, why are you here?" The Almighty Merchant frowned. When he was outside the kitchen, he hadn't been able to sense Song Shuhang's aura at all. However, as soon as he entered the kitchen, he saw the other party casually sitting inside. Senior. Song Shuhang had a bad premonition in his heart. Taking into account the scene he had seen from the steel manifestation, he thought for a while, and then asked the Almighty Merchant, "Where are the ancient heavenly city fragments?" The Almighty Merchant replied, "Your steel manifestation received them for you." Song Shuhang. The Almighty Merchant. Both could read undesirable messages coming from each other's faces. "My steel manifestation was stolen by the Heavenly Emperor a long time ago." Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. The Almighty Merchant asked, "What? Shouldn't your steel manifestation be inseparable from you?" Song Shuhang said calmly, "It is inseparable from me. It's just that it has been snatched away. The connection between the steel manifestation and me cannot be cut off, so I still occasionally receive some insights and information from the steel manifestation. It honestly isn't all that new to me. Even further back, I had my life-bound ghost spirit snatched away from me as well, so when a similar thing happened to my steel manifestation, I didn't feel too much about it." His calm look was quite heartbreaking. Song Shuhang asked, "By the way, I shouldn't have paid for the shrinking down of the 3 fragments yet? Why did Senior suddenly give me the fragments?" The Almighty Merchant replied, "Little Soft Feather paid the 3 ninth stage spirit stones for you." But Soft Feather is currently in my inner world, helping Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword complete his inner demon clone. While Shuhang was in the middle of speaking, he already got an idea of what probably happened. Sigh. It should be the Heavenly Emperor again. Soft Feather's ghost spirit has been snatched away by the Heavenly Emperor, so the Soft Feather who paid you should have been the Heavenly Emperor. The Almighty Merchant. You guys are really evenly matched. One of you had your ghost spirit taken away by the Heavenly Emperor, while the other had their steel manifestation taken away by the Heavenly Emperor. If I didn't know that you probably didn't intend for that to happen, I would say that you specifically arranged clones of yours to be taken away by her." At the same time, the Almighty Merchant thought of another detail. He stretched out his hand, and took out the 3 ninth stage spirit stones that the Heavenly Emperor had given him. After checking them carefully, he saw that the 3 ninth stage spirit stones were completely fine. However, on one of the spirit stones, there was a small trace of the Imperial rune. If he hadn't looked carefully, he would have completely not noticed it. After he threw that one spirit stone aside, he could immediately sense Song Shuhang's aura again. He picked up the spirit stone again, and he could no longer sense Song Shuhang's aura once more. The Almighty Merchant. Motherf ****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** you've been fooled. Song Shuhang sighed. We also have some fault in this. This matter that involved his steel manifestation and Soft Feather's ghost spirit couldn't be completely blamed on the almighty merchant. After all, they were both parts of him and Soft Feather. I'm going to go and get the ancient heavenly city fragments back. The almighty merchant tightly wrapped the sheet around his body, and said solemnly, fortunately, we have a 7-day return service. It isn't that easy to take my goods away from me. In this world filled with cruel and cunning people, only the sheet wrapped around his body could bring him warmth. 7-day return service, no matter where you are, as long as you are unsatisfied with the goods, we can immediately come and pick up the goods for you. Excellent service all for you. In order to keep up with the times, the almighty merchant had been preparing to launch a 7-day return service for all his customers. However, he had yet to plan everything out and perfect the related magical techniques. In short, he had not formally introduced this service to his customers just yet. The almighty merchant pinched his forehead lightly. This service would allow goods that he had sold to be returned within 7 days. He could use the goods as the coordinates to carry out the pickup service at any time. The 3 Eastern Spring Pavilion fragments that were taken away by the Heavenly Emperor also had this 7-day return service function. The almighty merchant said to Song Shuheng, "Give me some time. If I'm still unable to retrieve those 3 fragments, I will find new fragments for you." Fairy Almighty Seller said, "Master, saying that you're going to retrieve those fragments from the Heavenly Emperor honestly sounds strange. After all, the Eastern Spring Pavilion itself originally belonged to the Heavenly Emperor. She just got what belonged to her back." Just as Fairy Almighty Seller finished saying that, she saw that her master was looking at her with a look of compassion and pity. "It is truly moving that you have not lost money all this time. If there are real gods in this world, then the god of trade must have always been watching over you." Fairy Almighty Seller. The almighty merchant continued, "Let's say that A conquered an area, and built a palace there. Later, their land was conquered by B, and that palace was torn apart. One portion of that palace became B's trophy, and the rest was taken away by A's people. After a while, the fragments of that palace were bought by various people. At that time, A suddenly jumps out, saying that the palace belonged to them, and asks everyone to hand over the palace fragments to them. Should those people give the fragments to A? Then what of the price they paid to get those fragments?" Fairy Almighty Seller mused, If A's fists are strong enough, there's nothing we can do." "Well, the thing is that, right now, my fists are stronger," the almighty merchant said solemnly. If it weren't for the sheet wrapped around him, perhaps he would look like a very high-profile expert. The almighty merchant said, "Anyhow, I'll be going now. I'll give you a reply within 7 days." After that, he called out to Fairy Almighty Seller, "Let's go." Song Shuheng pinched his chin, and thought to himself, 7 days? I feel that the seniors really like the concept of 7 days. He remembered that when Senior White 2 had got Little Sun to tell him about the fat ball, there had also been the mention of a 7-day period of time in which the fat ball might sneak into the main world. It felt like such an interesting coincidence to Shuheng. Coming. Fairy Almighty Seller stuffed one last piece of braised heavenly tribulation into her mouth, and waved at Song Shuheng. Fellow Taoist tyrannical Song, see you next time. The almighty merchant muttered, "Don't say that. It's better never to see him again. There's never a normal transaction when you get involved with this guy." After recovering the Eastern Spring Pavilion fragments and completing the transaction with Song Shuheng, he had decided that he was really going to blacklist him, and never remove him from the list again. This guy is a huge pitfall, an abyss. I thought that I was not going to fall into a pit this time, but look where I'm now. Song Shuheng. Although the almighty merchant had been muttering in a soft voice, he could hear his words clearly. "But I really am also innocent here." The almighty merchant stretched out his hand, opened a spatial gate, and entered the gate with Fairy Almighty Seller. Before he left, he told the fairy maiden, "In the future, we must not conduct any trade after drinking. Even if you feel like you're sober, don't trade with anyone. This time, I've really made a big loss." He felt that if he was in his normal state, and had not been affected by the immortal brew, he would have definitely not fallen into this pit so easily. At the very least, the Heavenly Emperor would not have been able to fool him. However, he could not deny that the wine tasted amazing. I wonder where tyrannical Song got that wine from. There shouldn't be a lot of immortal brew at that level across the universe, right? Should I buy some from him in the future? Suddenly, the almighty merchant let out a heavy sigh. Take a step back. I can't let there be a next time. I can't provoke you, and I can't hide from you. Fine. If worse comes to worst, I'll just take a big detour around whatever place profound sage tyrannical Song is. Fairy Almighty Seller. Master seems to be having a lot of internal conflicts today. Could he be experiencing menopause? Or, is he experiencing a great aunt? The great aunt, one, was actually a commodity, and it was quite a popular one in the universe. People were always sentimental, and they came to miss what they had lost. Therefore, there were some powerful fairy maidens who would feel reminiscent of old times, and wanted to experience what it was like to menstruate once more. Fairy Almighty Seller asked cautiously, Master, would you like 2 pills for your dysmenorrhea? The Almighty Merchant. I'm really going to try looking for a customer tomorrow and see how much I can sell Almighty Seller for. Back on Heavenly Field Island. The Heavenly Emperor is really such a troublesome person. Song Shuheng sighed. He didn't expect the Heavenly Emperor to appear at their gathering out of nowhere. Should we mark Soft Feather so that we can distinguish her from the Heavenly Emperor in the future? Senior Yellow Mountain calmly said, You'll have to ask fellow Daoist Spirit Butterfly for his approval first. Fairy Lychee remarked, the success rate for that should be pretty low. Song Shuheng responded, that's right. Where's Senior Spirit Butterfly? After drinking a lot, he took fellow Daoist Eternal Fire with him to the beach to play the piano, Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said. Scholarly people like them are always very pretentious. They play the piano, recite poetry, and listen to the sound of the waves crashing. Fairy Lychee said, I heard that they wanted to use the wine to accompany them in singing. Su Clan 16 said, Right, I saw Senior Creation quietly following them a while ago. He looked very happy when he heard them say that they were going to have a singing session. As soon as Su Clan 16 finished saying that, everyone suddenly turned quiet. Venerable Yellow Mountain said, I wanted to go fishing at sea, but it looks like I'll have to cancel that thought. Song Shuheng thought about it, and said, Fairy Creation, why don't you go and help Senior Creation? Behind him, he heard the sound of chewing. When he turned around, he found Fairy Creation and the virtuous Lamia sitting side by side. The 2 fairies held small plates in their hands, and were eating merrily. Song Shuheng's eyes met Fairy Creation's, and then she shook her head repeatedly. Afterward, he set his sights on the beach again. Senior Spirit Butterfly, Senior Eternal Fire, I tried my best, but unfortunately, I couldn't help you. At this time, the black-skinned Soft Feather came out of Song Shuheng's shadow, and said to him, Senior Song, my main body and Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword have successfully researched the inner demon clone. You can let them out now. It worked? So even a sword can cultivate an inner demon clone. Song Shuheng waved his hand, and transferred Soft Feather and Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword out of the inner world. 1. Slang for menstruation. The inner demon clone, as its name suggested, was a manifestation of one's own inner demon that turned into a clone. The inner demon, which was feared by most cultivators, was completely changed by Soft Feather. This one magical technique of hers completely transformed how the members of the 9 provinces No. 1 group saw the inner demons. Of course, Soft Feather's inner demon being so well behaved was a special case. The members of the 9 provinces No. 1 group all knew that Soft Feather's brain was simply wired differently from those of normal cultivators. She was currently the only member who was not afraid of Senior White's punishments, and even felt they were very exciting. Therefore, everyone was curious about what kind of inner demon clone Northern River's loose cultivator would condense. Were all inner demon clones special? Or was it just Soft Feather's inner demon clone that was weird? And finally, was the inner demon clone magical technique worth promoting to the rest of the members of the group? Moreover, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword had also managed to condense an inner demon clone. Song Shuheng looked at Soft Feather and Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, and said, This is the first time I've heard of a divine weapon having an inner demon. After a divine weapon gained consciousness, an artifact spirit was born. Unlike humans, artifact spirits had pure consciousness bodies, so in theory, they shouldn't have something like an inner demon. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword laughed, and said, Haha. I, Scarlet Heaven Sword, am different. After all, I am an immortal's divine weapon. Song Shuheng sat down, his fingers interlocked and supporting his chin, and then said, "So, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, what exactly is your inner demon? What type is it?" Inner demons were all-encompassing. Anything imaginable could become an inner demon. Song Shuheng was very curious, since Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword was a sword, then what kind of a desire, or psychological flaw, did the other party have? The puppet maiden sat next to Song Shuheng in the same posture. Her orange eyes shone like lights on Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword as she said in a mechanical voice, "Senior is a treasured sword, but it can use both saber intent and saber chi. As such, I boldly speculate that this is Senior's inner demon." Scarlet Heaven Sword. Su Clan 16 asked curiously, "Did Fairy Puppet guess right?" Song Shuheng said, "If that's the case, then Scarlet Heaven Sword's inner demon must be that Scarlet Heaven Saber." "Scarlet Heaven Saber your sister?" Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword retorted. "That isn't my inner demon at all." Song Shuheng said, "Come on, Senior, just tell us what your inner demon is. Don't hide it from us anymore. Show us your inner demon and let us all be happy." Senior Shuheng might have drunk too much, and has yet to recover. Su Clan 16 reached out and gently pulled Song Shuheng. She always felt that Song Shuheng's style would suddenly change whenever Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword was present. It was like he would be suddenly possessed by Senior Thrice Reckless. Soft Feather giggled, and said, "It might also be because of the influence of my inner demon." Scarlet Heaven Sword sighed. "It isn't your fault, you too. The change in Song Shuheng's state should actually be because of me. To be precise, it should be because of the influence of my inner demon on him. If it weren't for that, it would have already unsheathed itself and stabbed Song Shuheng's waist. How could it possibly still be sitting there and letting its heart be rent?" After saying that, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword lightly touched the ground with its tip. From its shadow, a figure slowly emerged. Similar to Soft Feather's inner demon clone, its inner demon clone also emerged from the shadows. The first thing that appeared was its hilt. It was a very normal-looking hilt. It bore the same style as Scarlet Heaven Sword, just that it was colored black. Song Shuheng said, "I don't know why, but when I see the hilt, I can't help but feel like sliding my hands." Su Clan 16. "Saber nurturing technique?" asked Senior White's clone. While they were talking, Scarlet Heaven Sword's inner demon clone continued to rise. What appeared after the hilt was not the body of the sword, but rather very well-built pectoral muscles. After that came well-toned abs. Song Shuheng couldn't help but laugh out loud. "What is this? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, your evolved form possesses the body of a sword and the head of a human, and now your inner demon is the opposite of you, a human body with the head of a sword. Wait a second, stop." Venerable Yellow Mountain reached out to cover Fairy Lychee's eyes. "Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, does your inner demon clone not have any clothes?" Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue also reached out, and covered Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue's beautiful eyes. Song Shuheng swiftly got what Senior Yellow Mountain was hinting at. With a movement of his will, the virtuous Lamia and Fairy creation returned into his body. After returning to his body, their arms emerged from his body, one pair shielding Su Clan 16's eyes, and another pair shielding Soft Feather's eyes. In addition, there was also the ghost spirit in his body. Those ghost spirits' arms also emerged, and went to cover the eyes of Senior White's clone. As for Song Shuheng's own hands, he had nobody's eyes to cover. He couldn't possibly cover Senior Northern River's eyes, right? Don't worry. There isn't anything that is unsuitable for children to see, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said. I'm just a sword. There's no need to think too much. While it said that, its inner demon clone lower body emerged from the shadow. The lower body of the inner demon clone wasn't legs, but rather a huge shield. Song Shuheng exclaimed, Heavens! Why is it a shield? Why don't you have any legs? Moreover, it's a shield instead? It looks really uncomfortable. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue frowned. Northern River's loose cultivator said, even if you had replaced your legs with sabers, I could have accepted that, but this, the hilt of a sword, the body of a human, and then you have a shield for your legs? Song Shuhang couldn't help laughing out loud again. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's inner demon was truly unexpected. Fairy Lychee analyzed, and said, the hilt should be that of Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword itself. As for this human body, perhaps it corresponds to the semi-evolved state of Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. But as for this shield, I honestly can't think of any reason for it at all. Moreover, if you want to use it, how exactly are you supposed to do so? Song Shuhang looked at the inner demon clone. Even if it possessed the might of an immortal divine weapon, how was it even supposed to be used? Don't worry, just like me, it seems that it's in a semi-evolved state, said Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword proudly. After that, it lightly tapped using its tip again. The inner demon clone shrank, and turned into a black-skinned Scarlet Heaven Sword in the blink of an eye. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, anyway, I'm running out of time. My inner demon clone will stay with you. We'll meet again when Scarlet Heaven and I are no longer in the limelight. After saying that, it didn't say another word, but opened a spatial passage, and quickly ran away. Song Shuhang looked at the black-skinned Scarlet Heaven Sword. From start to finish, the black-skinned Scarlet Heaven Sword hadn't spoken a single word. At this moment, the black-skinned Scarlet Heaven Sword spoke in a delicate lowly voice. Hello, little friend Song Shuhang. Is Big Brother online dating? Here's my lowly voice. However, when it said that, all that came to Song Shuhang's mind were the marbled muscles of the black-skinned Scarlet Heaven Sword. Chapter 1869 Spirit River Sioux Clan's Annual Meeting. After he finished speaking, the black Scarlet Heaven Sword gently spun around before placing itself horizontally behind Song Shuhang's waist. As it did this, a biting chill was transmitted from its blade to Song Shuhang's skin through the thin clothes. Song Shuhang felt the chill in his back, and his fingers grew slightly stiff. This is the spot, the black Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said. I feel that this spot is perfect for me. As long as you're happy, Senior, Song Shuhang said. Disregarding the cold sensation, Song Shuhang unexpectedly looked quite handsome with a sword placed horizontally behind his waist. Moreover, the black Scarlet Heaven Sword staying at that location would also do well to protect his waist. The only thing that he was worried about was that he did not have a proper grasp of the black Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's personality. What if he peeped at his waist? Even after Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's main body left, the black Scarlet Heaven Sword inner demon still looked very shy. After securing itself behind Song Shuhang, it completely stopped speaking. When Song Shuhang asked it a question, it took a long while before it could even utter an affirmative sound. The seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group quickly lost interest in it. Their attention turned back to Northern River's loose cultivator, the other one who would soon have an inner demon clone. Soft Feather, you came just in time. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue called out to Soft Feather, and asked her to stay to assist Northern River's loose cultivator in manifesting his inner demon clone as soon as possible. After Song Shuhang stayed with the seniors in the kitchen for a while longer, he felt a stuffy feeling in his chest. It was probably because he drank too much. He suddenly wanted to go out and get a breath of fresh air. Senior Yellow Mountain, I'll go out and take a walk first. If Senior Northern River's inner demon clone materializes, please call me, said Song Shuhang at that time. If Senior Northern River was dissatisfied with his inner demon and wanted to have it dealt with, it would be Song Shuhang's time to shine. Should that happen, then he would be able to make another dish for the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group. Sioux Clan 16 stood up, and said, I'll go with you. The puppet maiden glanced at Song Shuhang before ultimately choosing to stay. A gentle light shone down from the moon onto the beach. Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 walked side by side on the beach. They deliberately avoided the place where Senior Spirit Butterfly and True Monarch Eternal Fire were carrying out their poetry and song gathering so as not to get involved in Dharma King creations singing. The waves crashed against the beach. Every now and then, there were some shellfish that were washed ashore by the waves. Su Clan 16 took off her high-heeled sandals, and she walked barefoot on the sand, holding the sandals in her hands. She loved the feeling the peaceful sea breeze blew on their faces, and the special fragrance that belonged to 16 drifted with the air. Suddenly, they heard a person sigh and say, "The fourth wave pushes the third, and thrice reckless dies on the shore." Watching the waves crash onto the beach really gives me a comfortable feeling. Song Shuhang turned to look toward the source of the voice, and found that it was Senior Su Clan 7. 7 was sitting alone on the beach with a serious look on his face as he watched the waves come ashore. The moonlight reflected on his figure, giving off the air of an otherworldly expert. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, "Senior 7, why are you here?" "I've been here all this time," Su Clan 7 said. "It's just that your vigilance is too weak, so you didn't notice me." After saying that, Su Clan 7 stood up, and said, "All right, I'm going to go look for Thrice Reckless. I won't disturb your walk on the beach any longer." When Su Clan 16 heard this, her face turned slightly red. Song Shuhang said, "It's all right, Senior 16 and I can just go elsewhere." Su Clan 7 stretched his body, and then walked into the distance while waving his hand handsomely. As the spokesperson of the contemporary Spirit River Su Clan, his acquiescing to Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16's night walk on the beach was tantamount to an acknowledgement of their relationship. The first sage in 1,000 years, profound sage tyrannical song, demonic sage tyrannical scholar, ancient sage tyrannical dragon. In a mere half a year, a small foundation establishment cultivator had gone on to render himself a list of names that would shock and cause fear in those who heard it. Each of these names served to greatly inflate Song Shuhang's face. Although 7 was a member of the 9 Provinces number 1 group, and knew unlike most of the universe that Song Shuhang was not at the 8th stage just yet, he also knew of how truly terrifying profound sage tyrannical song was. Currently, there were even rumors going around in the outside world that profound sage tyrannical song was already a 9th stage tribulation transcender. If one were to say that profound sage tyrannical song was a fake, nobody would probably believe them. By the way, 16. After Su Clan 7 waved his hand, he spoke to 16 through voice transmission. "You can invite little friend Shuhang to attend the Spirit River Su Clan's annual meeting this December." Huh? A puzzled and shocked expression surfaced on Su Clan 16's face when she heard this. Su Clan 7 reminded her, "Don't forget that he is now profound sage tyrannical song." The Spirit River Su Clan annual meeting was also a gathering of many well-known seniors. If they were able to invite the first sage in 1,000 years, tyrannical song, to that gathering, it would also significantly improve the Spirit River Su Clan's reputation. Possessing a big face would sometimes prove very useful. Even if that face were inflated, big was still big. Su Clan 7 left handsomely, leaving Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 to their own devices. Su Clan 16 continued to carry her sandals as she lightly stepped into the seawater. Her white feet sank in the sand, leaving a series of small footprints on the shore. Song Shuhang walked right beside her, leaving his own series of small footprints beside hers. He still had yet to return to his adult form. He was currently waiting for tomorrow so that he could get some help from Senior White's clone, and use a chaotic age fruit and have his appearance return to what it originally was. The waves would creep up onto the sand, washing out the 2 sets of footprints. Shuhang, 16 said, "Are you free in December?" "Yeah, I am. Actually, I feel like I'm quite free lately," said Song Shuhang. Theoretically speaking, even his university attendance had now been taken over by Senior White's pet, Qingwu, so he really should have a lot of spare time. It was just that every time he wanted to enjoy a few free days to eat, drink, and play for a while, he would always end up getting involved in strange accidents. Just like today, even though he had been eating, drinking, and having fun with the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group, he still ended up provoking the Great Southern Emperor. When the Great Southern Emperor was fighting against Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven, not only had Xu Heng taken away the other party's old home, he had even unceasingly drawn the other party's energy to use the time box, affecting the Great Southern Emperor's state in the battle. Besides that, his transaction with the almighty merchant had been meddled with by the Heavenly Emperor. He rarely had a proper moment of leisure. However, Song Shuheng felt that as long as he tried really hard, he would be able to squeeze some time out for himself. In December, the Spirit River Sioux clan is going to hold its annual meeting. Do you want to come? Sioux Clan 16 turned slightly, and stared at Song Shuheng with her beautiful eyes. The Spirit River Sioux Clan's annual meeting is very spectacular. And while it's called an annual meeting, it's actually only held every couple of years. Sometimes, there would even be several dozen years between 2 meetings. It isn't that easy to come by, so I feel like you should come. Song Shuheng asked, can an outsider like me attend the Spirit River Sioux Clan's annual meeting? Of course, profound sage tyrannical Song. Sioux Clan 16 smiled, revealing 2 sweet dimples on her face. Sioux Clan 16 smiled, and said, as the first sage in 1,000 years, you have to be more confident in yourself. At that time, you could even participate in the Spirit River Sioux Clan's annual meeting as a VIP. Song Shuheng laughed, and said, but you and Senior 7 both know that I'm just a fake profound sage. Sioux Clan 16 said, across the entire universe, apart from our 9 provinces number 1 group and a few of your special friends, who else knows that you're a fake profound sage? When you put it that way, I suddenly realize that the profound sage tyrannical Song name is actually really useful. Song Shuheng looked at Sioux Clan 16, and said, since that's the case, then I'll definitely be there when the time comes. Great. A smile bloomed on Sioux Clan 16's face. As the moonlight shone down on her, the small horns on the top of her head gleamed with light. She was currently an embodiment of both cuteness and beauty. No problem, Song Shuheng replied. By the way, if I use my name as the first sage in 1,000 years to pay for items, how many spirit stones do you think I can save? Sioux Clan 16. While Shuheng was talking, a loud singing voice suddenly sounded in the distance along with the sounds of a piano. The one who was singing was true monarch Eternal Fire. He seemed to be singing lines from the classics of poetry. However, it might be due to him being quite a distance away, or it might be that he had drunk too much, and couldn't enunciate things well, but the words coming from him weren't that clear. The only thing that could be discerned was that it was a heroic song. As the singing continued to improve, those who listened to it would be able to feel their blood boil in excitement. Meanwhile, the sound of the piano matched the song perfectly. Sioux Clan 16 said, it's Senior Eternal Fire and Senior Spirit Butterfly. It had long been known that Senior Spirit Butterfly had very high attainments in music, and this was also why some of Spirit Butterfly Island's sword techniques had tricks to them that were related to sonic waves. However, this was actually the first time that Sioux Clan 16 heard Senior Spirit Butterfly play the piano. His proficiency in playing the piano was much better than she imagined. If Senior Eternal Fire and Senior Spirit Butterfly have already begun, then doesn't that mean that Senior Creation is also about to start singing? Song Shuheng suddenly remembered that Dharma King Creation was also with Senior Spirit Butterfly and Senior Eternal Fire. Wait, maybe there's still hope. Song Shuheng exclaimed, Fairy Creation, Fairy waiting for a promise, it's up to you. Fairy Creation can decrease the lethality of Dharma King Creation singing, and Fairy at #%X can assist her. The 2 fairies obediently came out. Song Shuheng stretched out his hand again, brought out Immortal Mr. Goose's piano from the 33 Divine Beasts combined magical treasure, and threw it to Fairy at #%X. The 2 fairies hurried to the scene. This is all I can do. Alright, let's move away a bit, Song Shuheng said to Sioux Clan 16. Since Senior Eternal Fire's singing could still be heard all the way where they were, it meant that they were still within the reach of Dharma King Creation's singing. As Sioux Clan 16 recalled the singing of Dharma King Creation, her face turned pale, and she nodded. But suddenly, a figure quickly approached Song Shuhang and 16 from a distance. "Senior Song, so you're here as well." It was Soft Feather. She had flown over and landed next to Song Shuhang. "Senior Song, Senior Creation is about to start singing, do you want to go together?" Soft Feather still remembered that only she and Song Shuhang were true fans of Dharma King Creation. In the last concert, everyone had gone to Dharma King Creation's concert with the goal to have their inner demons removed. It was only she and Song Shuhang who had gone there to appreciate the charm of Dharma King Creation's singing. "I'll pass this time," Song Shuhang said with a dry smile. Soft Feather giggled, and said, "Oh, that's a pity. Then I'll be going first." After saying that, she stretched out her hand toward Song Shuhang's shadow. The black-skinned Soft Feather was pulled out. "Main body, I'm not going." The black-skinned Soft Feather's face turned pale with fright. Dharma King Creation singing was too lethal for inner demons. She didn't want to experience the terror from his singing again. "I'm not asking you to go with me to enjoy Dharma King Creation singing, you don't have the ability to appreciate it. I was going to tell you to go help Senior Northern River finish forming his inner demon clone. I heard Senior Eternal Fire's singing just now, and knew that Senior Creation was going to be singing soon, so I couldn't help but come out." Soft Feather stuck out her tongue. "No problem, leave that to me." The black-skinned Soft Feather's face returned to its original color, and she nodded vigorously before running toward the kitchen. "All right then, Senior Song, see you later." Soft Feather waved and ran along the beach toward the sound of her father's piano playing and True Monarch Eternal Fire's singing. Sioux Clan 16 said, "Soft Feather is still so full of energy." "Yeah." Song Shuhang nodded, and said, "In some ways, she might be the most terrifying existence in the 9 Provinces #1 group. Whether it's Senior White's disposable flying sword or Dharma King Creation singing, neither of them can scare her. How do I put it? Right, it feels as if Soft Feather has no natural enemy." Most of the members of the 9 Provinces #1 group had a wonderful relationship of mutual growth and restraint. Senior Yellow Mountain was the leader of the group, but Daodu would always be there to give him a headache. Meanwhile, there was young Master Phoenix Slayer to always give Daodu a headache. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber was nearly completely fearless, and as long as he wasn't dead, he would continue seeking death, but Senior White's secret realm of slowness could make him feel fear. Song Shuhang himself suffered from a fear of high speeds and heights. It was only now, after his strength had improved considerably, that his fear of heights had decreased slightly. It was only Soft Feather that had nothing that could make her feel fear. Whether it was the disposable flying sword, the soulful singing of Dharma King Creation, the torturous secret realm, or the inner demons that cultivators dreaded, she could find enjoyment and excitement in all of them. Even the impregnating gaze that everyone in the world was terrified of lost its effect on her. Without any natural enemies, she grew up completely unrestrained. While they were talking, another group member passed Song Shuhang and Sioux Clan 16 quickly. "Is Senior Brother going to sing?" "Give me 30 seconds, I'll be there right away." It was Senior Monk Swallow Cloud, Dharma King Creation's junior brother. He was also the one who adapted Gao Momo's novel into a script for Song Shuhang previously. Afterward, Senior Monk Swallow Cloud grabbed a spherical magical treasure, and began running. When he passed by Song Shuhang, he suddenly stopped. "Little friend Shuhang, do you know of tone tuning?" Song Shuhang shook his head. "Forget it. Just come with me." After saying that, Senior Monk Swallow Cloud pulled Song Shuhang, and ran into the distance. Sioux Clan 16 was dumbfounded as she saw this take place. Not knowing what else to do, she could only run after Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang. He didn't resist Senior Monk Swallow Cloud, and just curiously asked, "Senior, why are you pulling me?" "Today, I will introduce you to a mystical magical treasure," Senior Monk Swallow Cloud said. "With this magical treasure, my senior brother's singing will become a lot more pleasant." Sioux Clan 16 asked, "Tone tuning?" Monk Swallow Cloud said, "Yup. This is an advanced tuning magical treasure. With the newfound skills that I acquired from a million-year-old tuner, I'm going to showcase my abilities today." Song Shuheng inquired, "Then why are you pulling me with you, Senior?" "Just in case." "It's for insurance," Monk Swallow Cloud said. "I'm going to tie a rope to my leg in a short while. If I fail and fall under the singing of my senior brother, I would like to request little friend Song Shuheng to pull the rope and drag me away." Song Shuheng. Chapter 1871. It's best if everything is prepared. "Senior, I'm still young," Song Shuheng said. "I don't want to die yet." Monk Swallow Cloud said, "Don't worry. The rope I prepared is pretty long. In addition, you can also wear the earplugs that Fairy Lychee made to reduce the lethality of my senior brother's singing. At that time, should I fall, you must drag me out. In fact, I'm also doing this for the sake of the creatures on the entire Heavenly Field Island. Think about it, if my senior brother were to go all out in singing, the entire Heavenly Field Island would fall within the scope of his voice, and there would be no place to hide. So, in order to save those on Heavenly Field Island, I have to try and use my tuning skills." With Senior Monk Swallow Cloud having said that, Song Shuheng now felt too embarrassed to refuse. "Anyway, it's just one death, who hasn't died since ancient times?" "No. For a cultivator, one's ultimate goal was eternity." Song Shuheng said, 16, "Use your phone to search and see if there's a hospital nearby. As soon as you find one, book a slot for me. It's best if everything is prepared." Sioux Clan 16 smiled softly, and two dimples emerged on her face. In fact, with Song Shuheng's current strength, as long as he really didn't want to, Senior Monk Swallow Cloud would have no way to drag him anywhere. Despite that, Song Shuheng did not resist Senior Monk Swallow Cloud in any way, and allowed the other party to drag him over to Dharma King Creation. This could be considered to be a part of his subconscious mindset. It could be likened to when some of those people who were invited to a roller coaster or bungee jumping who knew that those things were scary, and would probably scream in fear again and again would still ultimately bite the bullet, and give them a try even though they would outwardly express their fear of it. This situation could not be explained in a few words. However, Song Shuheng was in a similar situation now. He knew how terrifying Senior Creation singing was, but it was as if he thirsted for that hellish feeling that came with the singing. When Song Shuheng was being dragged by Senior Monk Swallow Cloud to the beach where Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly and True Monarch Eternal Fire were located, he discovered that there were several other members of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group gathered there as well. In addition to Soft Feather, a diehard fan of Dharma King Creation, Sioux Clan 7, Vice Island Master Tian Tianwei, Scholar Xian Gong, and True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon were also present. Besides these members of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, there was also a group of people from Heavenly Field Island. They appeared to be a group of innocent people who did not know the truth, and were attracted by the piano playing and singing of Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly and True Monarch Eternal Fire. The small beach was currently very lively and full of people. True Monarch Eternal Fire's singing was reaching its climax, and Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly was accompanying him with the piano. Fairy at #%X's tail was rolled up, and she sat opposite Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly. At this time, she was also playing the piano in harmony with Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly. Meanwhile, Fairy Creation embraced her lute, and sat beside Fairy at #%X. At this time, she looked exceptionally beautiful. A handsome scholar beside Scholar Xian Gong sighed and said, "It would be great if Fairy Dongfang 6 was here dancing, but unfortunately, she drank too much." Song Shuheng also sighed, and said, "I can't believe that the hospital on Heavenly Field Island is full. As soon as they arrived, Senior Monk Swallow Cloud immediately threw his spherical magical treasure on the ground. The magical treasure quickly split apart, and then a luxurious set of tuning equipment was assembled in front of everyone. Afterward, Senior Monk Swallow Cloud brought out a golden rope, tied one end to his feet, and handed the other end to Song Shuhang. "Little friend Song Shuhang, we need to save everyone from collapsing and being sent to the hospital. Their lives all depend on us." Song Shuhang's mouth twitched as he took the rope into his hand. He really felt that there was something wrong with the current scene. A monk tied one end of a rope to his feet, and handed the other end to a young man. Song Shuhang felt that it would look much more beautiful if the monk were replaced by a fairy. Su Clan 16 asked, "By the way, where's Senior Creation?" They had rushed over, worrying about Senior Creation singing, but now that they were here, 16 looked around, and found no sign of Senior Creation. Song Shuhang thought for a while. Could Senior Creation have drunk too much and fallen asleep halfway through? Monk Swallow Cloud's hands that were just about to reach the tuner froze for a moment. The possibility of such a matter happening was indeed high. After all, Dharma King Creation's alcohol tolerance wasn't that high. Perhaps Dharma King Creation had really collapsed and fallen asleep on his way to the beach. If that's the case, then Heavenly Field Island is very fortunate, said Monk Swallow Cloud. Though unfortunate, the tuning technique he had been learning for months would not be able to make its appearance today. While he was speaking, True Monarch Eternal Fire's singing had come to an end. "It felt really comfortable to listen to that," said Song Shuhang. As he listened to the song, the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha, he practiced resonated with the song, and a scholarly scripture emerged behind him. The singing resonated with his body tempering technique, and made him feel as if he were enjoying a massage. It would be great if Fairy at #%X's line snatching function could also be used to record songs like this. If that were the case, then he could listen to the song anytime he felt tired. While True Monarch Eternal Fire's singing had stopped, his voice still echoed in everyone's ears. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly had also closed off the song with a few more series of notes. Afterward, thunderous applause came from everyone. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly smiled slightly, and then looked up at the sky. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly suddenly frowned, and said, "Soft Feather, come over here." Soft Feather asked curiously, What's wrong? Heavenly Field Island is really a place that seems to attract other worlds." At this time, True Monarch Eternal Fire also looked up at the sky. With a great change imminent to the universe as a prelude to the spiritual energy tide, the passages between the universe and various other worlds were re-established, and it seemed that Heavenly Field Island was a particularly popular location for these passages. Right at that moment, another passage was opening up above everyone's heads. A black cloud of smoke formed above Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly's head. Song Shuhang rubbed his temples. Someone had come to make a mess in the middle of the night? Couldn't they let people have a good night's sleep? The black smoke tossed and turned, and continuously got bigger. In the blink of an eye, it had already enveloped the sky above the entire Heavenly Field Island. As Island Master Tian Kong was not present, the cultivators of Heavenly Field Island fell into a panic. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly said, "All disciples below the 4th stage, return to the island, and take the members of the island without combat power with you to hide." His words were like a loud bell amidst a sea of chaos, and the panicked cultivators of Heavenly Field Island quickly followed his instructions. Senior Spirit Butterfly immediately issued another order. "Go and contact fellow Taoist Tian Kong to activate the new island guarding formation on Heavenly Field Island. This spatial passage is directly appearing within the island's premises. That means that we can lock them in the formation." Currently, more than half of the members of the 9 Provinces Number 1 group were on the island, and they all wielded considerable combat power. If the existences behind this spatial passage were coming with malicious intent, then they should be able to take them on. "Give it back." At this time, from the black smoke above everyone's heads, demonic heads drilled out and screamed. Return our experiment back to us. Ven, come out. They spoke in a strange language. Fortunately, they came with their own translation function. But the big question was, who in the world was Ven? Soft Feather said, "Ha ha ha, Dad, they're just like inner demons." Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly stretched out his hand to gently protect Soft Feather. They are indeed similar to inner demons, but they seem to be much more terrifying than inner demons. I've never seen such creatures in my life. The universe is indeed vast. Do we have a fellow Taoist named Ven? Song Shuhang said while calmly looking at the demonic heads in the sky. The handsome man next to Scholar Xian Gong said, "That name sounds like it would be the name of a practitioner of Western systems. I don't think it's the name of someone from our cultivator system." Song Shuhang pinched his chin, and said, That name sounds familiar for some reason. However, he also felt that it was just his everything is familiar disease acting up again. That should be because it's a rather common name, just like Wang Wei, Li Chang, Zhang Min, Lu Yang, and other common names. As long as you shout these names out among a crowd, there's going to be several people who respond, True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon said. Actually, I suspect that this was a large part of the reason why cultivators took up Taoist names for themselves. They did so in order to distinguish themselves from others. Compared with a birth name, a Taoist name can better represent the characteristics of a cultivator. Scholar Xian Gong asked curiously, what on earth did Ven do that these guys chased after him across worlds? True Monarch Eternal Fire squeezed his chin, and said, I seem to remember having seen descriptions of these creatures in the records of the scholarly faction. During the era of the scholarly sage, the scholarly faction seemed to have made contact with these creatures. To be precise, the sage seemed to have beat them all up in the past. However, the scholarly faction had experienced several great tribulations since then. Because of that, numerous books and records had been lost, and much of what was left was incomplete. So are these guys friendly or not? Song Shuheng clenched his fists. He was kind of looking forward to testing how effective his new saber intent, Saber of Mercy, was. Come out, Ven. Give our experiment back to us. Did you really think that you could hide from us? The demonic heads roared, their voices filled with rage. When they roared, a large amount of spittle spewed out their mouths. Song Shuheng stretched out his hand, and used his psychic energy to send the spit back at the demonic heads, covering their faces with their own spit. It was uncertain if there were dangerous germs or viruses in their saliva, so it was better to simply send them back. The current Song Shuheng style resembled that of an expert much more than in the past. Especially after learning how to use the special psychic energy from Senior White 2, he could now act pretentiously with every move. Most importantly, his actions were invisible. Ven. This row of red eyes of the demonic heads then all locked onto Song Shuheng before they shouted, Ven. So you've finally shown yourself. Immediately, all of the eyes in the area turned to Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng he then pointed at himself. Me? Ven? Return our precious item to us. The demonic heads repeatedly roared at Song Shuheng. Their voices rose one after the other as if they were in an ensemble. Give it back to us. Otherwise, today shall be the day you die. And everyone here shall be buried with you. As they roared intensely, it felt as if the demonic heads were releasing all of the anger they had bottled up for the past several million years right at this moment. The black-skinned Scarlet Heaven Sword said cutely, Shuheng, when did you provoke them? I didn't. I don't even know them. Song Shuheng repeatedly denied the other party's claims. I, surnamed Song, have never changed my name. When did I ever go by the name, Ven? Ven, return her to us. Otherwise, everyone will die. She belongs to us. She is the most perfect and the only one. Give her back to us. Otherwise, we will destroy this entire world no matter what it takes. You yourself know best that we have the power to do so, the power to destroy worlds. However, you were beaten by the scholarly sage, Song Shuheng said. Hearing this, the group of demonic heads in the air suddenly froze. Their temperament that originally displayed an intense desire to destroy all things seemed to disappear into nothingness. It was as if it had never even existed. Song, accurate and heart-rending, Shuheng. Soft Feather giggled, and said, looks like they really were beaten by the scholarly sage. True Monarch Eternal Fire squeezed his chin, and said, according to the records I've read. I remember that these strange creatures are indeed looking for a woman. When the scholarly sage found out which woman they were looking for, he immediately made a move, and killed a bunch of them without hesitation. It turned out not only were they beaten up, but a fair number of them had also been killed. At the same time, Song Shuheng finally remembered why the name, Ven, sounded so familiar. It was him, that man who was very similar to Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Afterward, Shuheng immediately guessed why he was mistaken for Ven. He had gotten the opportunity to experience the Dragon Talisman reincarnation. This opportunity came from a Dragon Eye gem, the source of which was related to Ven. The scholarly sage is already gone. The demonic head soon began roaring once more. This time, nobody can stop us. The scholarly sage is gone. He, naive. Song Shuheng stretched out his hand, and covered his left eye. Fairy at #%X hurriedly moved behind Song Shuheng. She then straightened her tail, assumed the golden rooster on one leg, white crane with wings flared out pose, and slightly tilted herself to the left. What is filial piety? Fairy Creation hurriedly jumped to the other side behind Song Shuheng, took the same pose as Fairy at #%X, and slightly tilted herself to the right. What is love? Then, the two fairies looked at each other. They were missing one person. Where did the black-skinned soft feather go? The third line should have been said by her. So, the two fairies turned and stared at Su Clan 16 with anticipation in their eyes. 16. You want me to go up there? Do you know the greatness of maternal love? Finally, the third line was said by Song Shuheng himself. He stretched out his left hand, and the impregnating gaze swiftly shot out of his left eye. Taste the power of the scholarly sage's impregnating gaze. Puff! In the sky, the demonic heads, which had not evaded, were directly hit by the impregnating gaze. Hee, it's useless, 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 shouted the demonic heads. It appeared that they were strong enough to be immune to the impregnating gaze. This is bad. They're a peerless powerhouse. Retreat. Song Shuheng reached out, grabbed the black-skinned Scarlet Heaven Sword's hilt, and said, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword Heaven Burning Flaming Saber Technique. I'm sorry. I haven't charged up yet, the black-skinned Scarlet Heaven Sword said shyly. It was an inner demon, and it had just been born. It hadn't had the time to go to Taoist Priest Scarlet Heaven and charge up yet. Song Shuheng. Clang. At this time, Fairy Creation suddenly played the pipa from behind Song Shuheng. The sound the pipa made resembled that of metal colliding with metal, bearing with it a fierce murderous intent. A beam of moonlight shot through the smoke around the demonic heads, and descended on Heavenly Field Island. Within the moonlight, a man with muscles bursting out of his body placed his hands together. He slowly raised his head, and his gorgeous long hair stood up bit by bit. Hello, everyone, I'm Creation. The man smiled slightly, and said, I've come bearing a new song. Fairy Creation slightly jumped up, and fell behind Dharma King Creation. Dharma King Creation continued, the song is called, Dying Without Regrets. A cultivator from Heavenly Field Island reminisced as he said, I've heard this song's name before. It's a new song from over 10 years ago. I remember that it was a very heartwarming love song with a tinge of sorrow. It was a soulful song. Cultivators had long lifespans, so it wasn't strange for them to consider a song from 10 years ago to be the same as a song from the day before. This was especially so for cultivators who tended to go into seclusion for long periods of time. For these cultivators who were closed up most of the time, a song from 10 years ago was indeed a new song. Someone else said, however, Senior Creation said it was a new song written by him, so that should mean that it merely has the same name. Although I haven't heard Senior Creation sing before, I'm looking forward to it. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly and Senior Eternal Fire's performance was so amazing. The people who were saying this were all cultivators from Heavenly Field Island. They were the fellows who had not been online for the past 6 months, and had no knowledge of the world's heavy metal superstar, Dharma King Creation. There was no problem with staying in the comfort of one's home. The problem here was that while they were staying at home, they completely ignored all the news of significant events that had taken place in the outside world. Right. What's going on with the moonlight? Song Shuhang's focus was different from everyone else's. While everyone was paying attention to the handsome Dharma King Creation, his focus was on the moonlight that shone through the black smoke. This beam of moonlight had appeared too coincidentally, and it had just so happened to directly land on Dharma King Creation. It was as if it had specifically appeared to enhance his arrival. That simple beam of moonlight enhanced the Dharma King's appearance by an entire level. At the same time, Song Shuhang calmly took out 2 pairs of earplugs. He inserted one pair into his ears, and then handed the other pair to Su Clan 16. He knew that Soft Feather didn't need any, as she was really fond of Dharma King Creation singing. At this moment, the black-skinned Scarlet Heaven Sword suddenly said, "Why would Fairy Creation, a fairy of the scholarly faction, attach herself to someone like Dharma King Creation who is of the Buddhist system? I guess I can see some reason in it." Song Shuhang. 1 2 3 Dharma King Creation leaned back slightly, posing as if he had a guitar in hand, but he didn't have a guitar in hand. The Dharma King's fingers started plucking as he shouted loudly, "Here we go, my new song. Air guitar." As his fingers trembled, a vast, masculine force emerged and rushed into the sky. There was no use of spiritual energy, the righteous chi of the scholarly faction, or the Buddhistic energy. Dharma King Creation was using his innate energy. It was a special type of energy that possessed a powerful suppression effect on the black smoke in the air and the demonic heads. While Dharma King Creation maintained a standing posture, the energy from his body was rushing into the sky, and opened up a large hole in the black smoke. That was the reason why the moonlight was only shining on him. He had come with his own special effects. If this were a movie, this would be the scene where the protagonist would appear. At this time, Dharma King Creation opened his mouth. Die. Die. Die, X30 he sang at an incredibly fast pace. In less than 10 seconds, Dharma King Creation said, "Die," 150 times without any pause from beginning to end. As Dharma King Creation sang, the special energy from his body spread further out. This energy, paired with his voice, formed Dharma King Creation's signature destructive voice. This new song was even more powerful than his previous songs. Moreover, the power of this new song was a concentrated explosion all focused within 10 seconds. In the past, the destructive power from Dharma King Creation's singing voice would be scattered throughout the entire several-minute length of his songs, but this time, the lethality of several minutes was all concentrated into 10 seconds. The cultivators of Heavenly Field Island who did not know of the truth and were even looking forward to Dharma King Creation singing could only feel their ears ring as they felt a severe pain assault their eardrums. In the next moment, many people's eyes rolled up as they instantly fainted and fell to the ground. In the past, cultivators of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th stages would at least have a buffer period of screaming, despair, weakness, and collapse when they came in contact with Dharma King Creation's singing. Some cultivators could even say a few lines amidst their screams when hearing Dharma King Creation singing. But this time, everything was a lot more straightforward. All of the cultivators at the 4th stage and below immediately fainted with froth foaming up in their mouths as they lay on the ground motionlessly. Only the cultivators who were at the 5th stage and above were able to hold on with difficulty. Su Clan 7 exclaimed, "Fellow Taoist monk Swallow Cloud, what happened to the tuning techniques and the tuning equipment you prepared?" When the fellow Taoists heard this, they all turned their heads, and found that monk Swallow Cloud had already fainted. With his professional set of ears, he had flopped over his tuning device with foam filling his mouth. He clearly possessed strength of the 5th stage, but he still fainted all the same, just like the 3rd and 4th stage cultivators. What an utterly unreliable man. Song Shuhang looked at the rope in his hand, and after thinking for a moment, he threw the rope aside. It wasn't that he didn't want to save Senior Monk Swallow Cloud, but rather that he wasn't standing that far away from Senior Monk Swallow Cloud anyway. Therefore, pulling on the rope would be pretty meaningless. There was no more saving Monk Swallow Cloud. As Dharma King Creation sang, Fairy Creation cleared her throat, and matched Dharma King Creation's singing. Her singing, which carried the sound of nature, merged with and hid within the deadly singing of Dharma King Creation. Die. 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 Dharma King Creation continued playing the air guitar and moving his fingers frantically. Not enough. Not enough. We need to heat things up even more. Fairy Creation, who was behind him, immediately handed her pipa to the Dharma King. Dharma King Creation took the pipa into his hands, and then held it just like one would a guitar. Then, he began his own fancy performance. Die. 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 X40 Dharma King Creation then raised the pipa up to his mouth. Go. 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 Senior Creation's teeth are playing the guitar. Although it's actually a pipa. Soft Feather waved her hands happily. She had used an illumination magical technique to form 2 sticks of light in her hands, and waved them in the air like how fans would during concerts. Among the cultivators present, only Soft Feather was truly unaffected by Dharma King Creation's singing. Is there any special significance to playing the guitar using teeth? Song Shuhang asked. He discovered that he had actually developed some immunity to the lethality of Dharma King Creation's singing. As Dharma King Creation's singing was a kind of pain, his body had gradually adapted to it. Suffer, endure, and accept. This was his special talent. It's very cool. It's a special move that Senior Creation used at his concert. Soft Feather said. In addition, there are other cool ways to play the guitar. One can play it behind their head, play the guitar while it spins like a windmill, do the kneeling slide, and so on. Song Shuhang. The big horse monkey in Seven's hands suddenly shouted, "Whoever has extra earplugs, can you give me a pair? I'm dying." Su Clan 7 said calmly, "Young Master Phoenix Slayer has 4, but he has 4 ears." Turn to ash. Dharma King Creation slid with his knees on the ground, and held the pipa over his head while continuing to play it. In response to his singing, the smoke that enveloped Heavenly Field Island quickly receded. Even the several demonic heads that had appeared seemed to become shaken. They looked as if they could be blown away at any moment. To these existences, Dharma King Creation's singing was akin to a weapon that ignored all of their defenses. As expected of the scholarly sage. At this moment, the black-skinned Scarlet Heaven Sword suddenly spoke out. Its voice trembled slightly as it spoke. After all, its body was that of an inner demon, so it was naturally also affected by Dharma King Creation's singing. Why would a fairy of the scholarly faction attach herself to Dharma King Creation's body? Now, the answer was clear. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, what are you trying to say? Why do you keep mentioning the scholarly sage? Behind Song Shuhang, a curious voice sounded. It was Lady Onion's voice. After she had sobered up, she ran to the beach following the sound of singing. Song Shuhang turned his head curiously, and said, Lady Onion, you can endure Senior Creation's singing? With Lady Onion's cultivation, how had she not fainted? When Song Shuheng turned around, he was taken aback. Behind him, Lady Onion was wearing a green chong sam. Her hands were stretched out, and she kept on reaching out as if trying to get a grasp of her surroundings like a blind man. Above her neck, there was nothing but air. The thriller horror movie, Headless Lady Onion. Song Shuheng asked, "Lady Onion, where's your head? How in the world did her head disappear?" "I pinched it off." A crisp voice came from Lady Onion's neck. "When Senior Creation started singing, I couldn't take it, and I wanted to pull my ears off of my head. However, I accidentally used too much strength, and ended up pulling my head off as well." Song Shuheng. "After I lost my head, I found that I could still hear Senior Creation's voice, but his singing suddenly became very beautiful to my ears. It was as if I were listening to the sound of nature. I can't get tired of hearing it." Lady Onion waved her hand vigorously. "From today onward, I've become a fan of Senior Creation." Soft Feather finally had a proper companion who also enjoyed Senior Creation's singing. The next time that Senior Creation held a concert, Lady Onion could simply take her head off, and join Soft Feather in enjoying the performance. "Shuheng, I might not be able to hold on for much longer." At his side, 16's face had turned pale, and her body was trembling. Song Shuheng hurriedly stretched out his hand and supported her. 16, why don't I transfer you to my inner world?" 16 reached out tremblingly and stroked his cheek. Then her eyes rolled up, and she passed out. Song Shuheng. He gently picked her up. "So light. She's even lighter than she was half a year ago. Her body has clearly grown in size, so, logically speaking, her weight should have increased as well. However, that isn't the case. I bet that her body is the envy of all ordinary girls." 16's eyelashes fluttered faintly, making her look especially cute and delicate. With a thought, Song Shuheng took out the sheet that was of the same model as the Almighty Merchant's, and put it on 16. "Yay! It's here. Senior Creation's back of the head guitar playing." Soft Feather exclaimed happily next to Song Shuheng, waving her shiny arms vigorously. Die, 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 cruel enemies, you can kill our bodies but you can't kill our spirits. Even if we die, with no regrets." Dharma King Creation raised the lute up high, and played it using the back of his head. He played at full power, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Song Shuheng could say without a doubt that unlike Dharma King Creation, who had powerful magical techniques like the hair-growing technique, ordinary people would not be able to play in such a way at all. Even if they did try to do so, the back of their head would go completely bald after playing in such a way a few times. With the combination of the harsh sounds from the lute and the deadly voice of Dharma King Creation, even fifth-stage cultivators could no longer endure, and began dropping to the ground one by one. Before they dropped to the ground, they would all cry out different lines. Among these, lines such as, "My ears are pregnant, and then had a miscarriage. My brain is melting. XX I love you, I will always love you," appeared most frequently. But perhaps the ones who had it the worst were the demonic heads that were in the sky. The arrogant air that they had brought with them when they first arrived was now nowhere to be seen. The black smoke that enveloped Heavenly Field Island moments ago was being torn to shreds. It continuously got pierced by the sound, and was turned into a sieve with holes everywhere. Moonlight shone through these holes, forming beams of light all across Heavenly Field Island. These beams of light, similar to the ones that had highlighted Dharma King Creation at the beginning, further amplified the atmosphere of the concert. The demonic heads looked as if they had been poisoned. They tossed and turned in the sky, screaming miserably. They were constantly getting weakened by the singing during this time. They had tried attacking Dharma King Creation, but their attacks would dissipate before reaching him. The magical treasures they had brought out were easily destroyed by Fairy Creation. As Dharma King Creation's singing entered its climax, they even lost the strength to run. They simply stayed suspended in the sky like salted fish, completely motionless. The suppression effect of Dharma King creation singing on them was too exceptional. Even the word natural enemy would not be enough to describe the relationship between Dharma King creation and the demonic heads. It could only be said that Dharma King creation was like a weapon specifically made to deal with them. Song Shuheng said, "By the way, I have some thoughts on the question that Lady Onion asked just now. Could Dharma King creation be a trump card arranged by the scholarly sage?" What he was referring to here was not a trump card meant for saving one's life, but a trump card meant for dealing with existences like these demonic heads. Previously, Senior Eternal Fire mentioned that these creatures had once garnered the annoyance of the scholarly sage because they had been searching for a woman. They were then directly confronted by the scholarly sage and killed. Putting together the clues of Venn experiment, searching for a woman, and the scholarly sage going wild, it was not difficult to speculate that the person these demonic creatures were looking for was Senior Skylark. And Skylark was very important to the scholarly sage. For these demonic heads not to have been completely pushed to extinction by the scholarly sage in the past, they could be considered quite capable. What they faced back then was the sage who suppressed the entire universe. If the liquid metal ball had not snatched away the spot, the current wielder of the will would have been the scholarly sage. Song Shuheng raised his head and looked at the demonic heads in the sky. Since these creatures had not been completely uprooted, then there was a great possibility that the scholarly sage had left hidden cards to deal with these strange creatures should they reappear. At this moment, it appeared that Dharma King creation was one of those cards that the scholarly sage had left behind. His skills, his deadly singing, and the power of his bloodline were highly lethal to these demonic heads. It was as if all of it was meant to expressly deal with them. It seemed as if the lethality of the singing to ordinary cultivators was just an additional effect, probably Dharma King creation's innate talent. That's why fairy creation is attached to Dharma King. She might also be tasked with protecting Dharma King creation, and helping him awaken his innate abilities, Song Shuheng said while pinching his chin. My guess is similar to yours, the pitch-black Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said. At first, I suspected that Dharma King creation might be the reincarnation of the scholarly sage. But eventually, I crossed this off. Song Shuheng nodded slightly. There was no resonance between his left eye and Dharma King creation. Moreover, the scholarly sage had already died thoroughly. Well, maybe not. Anyway, while they were talking, Dharma King creation singing had reached the final stage. He grabbed the lute, rubbed it frantically, and let out an ear-piercing whistle register from his mouth. As he did this, the demonic heads fell from the sky and dropped to the ground. Is it over? I almost thought that I was going to die. Song Shuheng turned his head slightly. He was currently holding the unconscious Sioux Clan 16 in his arms. It looks like it's over, said the black-skinned Scarlet Heaven Sword softly in a trembling voice. It felt as if it was going to break down at any moment. It was indeed quite terrifying, Song Shuheng said softly. At this time, the demonic heads who were immune to the impregnating gaze had actually been dealt with in batches under Senior Creation singing. The scholarly sage is indeed a man who suppressed the entire world. Even if he is already gone, the things that he has prepared beforehand can still make easy work of his enemies. After Dharma King creation finished singing, he stretched out his hand, and returned the pipa to fairy creation. Then, he stretched out his arms and collapsed to the ground. He had collapsed from fatigue due to having shouted so much when singing. The consumption of this new song, Dying Without Regrets, already exceeded what he could sustain with his current realm. If it weren't for fairy creation silently supporting him from behind, he would have collapsed in the middle of singing. Fairy creation received the pipa, her little face changing between a range of colors. The pipa was now covered in Dharma King creation saliva. As the Dharma King creation fell to the ground, the surviving members of the 9 provinces number 1 group also fell to the ground. It was as if there was a domino effect as the members toppled over one by one. The way in which people collapsed to the ground varied. Some sat on the ground, while some fell straight to the ground like Dharma King creation. Some others knelt on the ground, and some let their faces directly hit the ground. However, generally speaking, there were many more survivors this time. If it were a normal Dharma King creation concert, any practitioner below the 8th stage shouldn't even think about being able to make it out on their feet. However, the lethality of Dharma King creation singing had been mostly focused onto the demonic heads with the guidance of fairy creation this time. Because of that, the damage that the fellow Taoists received was much lower than usual. I survived. Those last dolphin sounds were especially terrifying. I felt as if I had been pulled up 10 kilometers into the air, and my spiritual energy was sealed as I began dropping to the ground at extreme speeds. I don't want to hear any dolphin noises ever again in my life. Meow, meow, meow dash, woof, 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 oh whoa, are you talking to me? Blue, why did all of you come here? I wanted to stop fellow Taoist creation from singing, but I became weak before I could even get close to him. I saw the thick black fog cover the entirety of Heavenly Field Island, so I came to take a look. Me too. Same here. There were only a few from the 9 provinces number 1 group who had been spared. The only people who could stand at this moment were Soft Feather, the Headless Lady Onion, and Song Shuheng. The former two were able to appreciate Dharma King creation singing, while the latter had become better able to endure the pain. Song Shuheng managed to suppress the urge to foam at his mouth, and said, "Lady Onion, can you help me hold 16 for a moment?" "Sure, but I can't see anything right now." The Headless Lady Onion stretched out her hands. Song Shuheng turned around, and carefully transferred Su Clan's 16 into Lady Onion's hands. Afterward, he strode toward where the demonic heads had fallen. Soft Feather asked, "Senior Song, what are you doing?" Song Shuheng replied, "I'm going to go and check if those demonic heads are still alive." If the demonic heads were still alive, then they would naturally have to deal with them before they awakened once more. In addition, with how those creatures appeared to be very similar to inner demons, Song Shuheng wondered if he could slice them up and use them as ingredients. He had been thinking about how he should apologize to Senior White 2 for quite a while now, and one of the main ideas he had come up with was to cook up an inner demon tribulation banquet or a basted demonic tribulation. If these creatures could be used as ingredients, then that would truly be a wonderful thing for him. "Oh, do you want to get the last hit on them? I like dealing the last blow the most." Soft Feather happily followed after him. When they neared the demonic heads, Song Shuheng gently stretched out his hand, and motioned for Soft Feather to stay put first. At the same time, with a movement of his will, defensive magical treasures from the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure, drilled out from his life spirit lake. Soon after, he was holding the Tyrant King Expert's shield in his left hand, and his body was fully armed with a helmet, a breastplate, goggles, shoes, and many other defensive treasures. At the same time, the Black Panther commander's flag appeared in his right hand. Using the flag like a spear, Song Shuheng raised it up, and then poked lightly at the body of a demonic head. After being poked with the flag, the demonic head showed no reaction at all. However, even ordinary second-stage cultivators had many means to play dead, so just poking it was not enough to determine if it was really dead. Song Shuheng stretched out his hand slightly, and the fingertips of the defiant whale warrior's glove on his right hand receded. Secret Appraisal Technique. Song Shuheng held the Black Panther commander's flag tightly, and then poked the demonic head. The 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure was his life-bound magical treasure. Theoretically speaking, it could be considered an extension of his body as long as he wished for it. This was the first time he was trying it out. Under the active guidance of his will, he used the Black Panther commander's flag as a medium, and tried to see if the secret appraisal technique would work. Song Shuheng said softly, "It works." The secret appraisal technique was successfully activated. At the same time, he quickly transformed his body into the pseudo-eternity smoke form so that he could do away with the physical price that had to do with using the secret appraisal technique. A golden rune drilled out of his eyes, and moved through the Black Panther commander's flag to reach the demonic head. After a while, the results of the appraisal were sent to his mind. As soon as the results appeared, Song Shuheng experienced intense pain all over his body. This pain was the price that came with using the secret appraisal technique. Luckily, the pain was within the bounds of what his mind could endure. Tentacles of the ruined indestructible Lord. In the ancient era, the indestructible Lord had tried to touch upon truths beyond its understanding, and fell into an eternal slumber. While the indestructible Lord had fallen into slumber, its demonic thoughts eventually transformed into tentacles. These tentacles then acted in place of its will, exploring the laws of eternity. Song Shuheng's face went pale from the intense pain he was being subjected to. This wasn't screened? At this time, he was slightly surprised by the results of the appraisal. In the past, whenever the appraisal results involved an immortal or even a big shot at the peak of the tribulation transcender realm, the results would always be screened or distorted. He would always receive information lacking in specificity. However, the information relating to this indestructible Lord actually seemed to be pretty intact. Could it be because the main body of the indestructible Lord had fallen into eternal slumber? Song Shuheng looked at these demonic heads. These guys are just tentacles. Moreover, they're just the transformed state of the sleeping indestructible Lord's demonic thoughts. Aura of Eternity. Rune of Eternity. Then, suddenly, a roar-like voice sounded from the tentacles. Song Shuheng's pseudo-eternity state had caused a change in the tentacles. Even in their ruined state, these tentacles faithfully responded to the power of eternity. Then, Wilt traversed space and came over. This Wilt enveloped the entire beach. In that instant, within the entire area that the Wilt enshrouded, time seemed to stop, and nobody could move. Chapter 1876 I won't let you hurt those precious to me. Time stopped for every living being in the area. Song Shuheng, Soft Feather, the members of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, the cultivators of Heavenly Field Island, and even the insects, birds, and beasts had all been turned into statues. Even Fairy at #%X, who had a body of virtue, and Fairy Creation, who was also in a special state, were not spared from the freezing of time. Body of Eternity, a crazed voice shouted. The energy of a consciousness gushed out of one of the demonic heads. The demonic head, which was originally already a part of a ruined body, could not withstand the huge force that came with the descent of such a powerful will. The demonic head began to collapse, flesh and blood unceasingly falling away from it, and revealing the skull beneath. Eternity. The demonic head leaped violently toward the smoky Song Shuheng. It wanted to snatch Song Shuheng's body. As long as the demonic head made contact with Song Shuheng before it collapsed completely, it would be able to begin taking over his body. Bam! However, just as the demonic head was about to reach Song Shuheng's face, a slender hand reached out and grabbed it. The black-skinned Soft Feather's body had emerged from Song Shuheng's shadow. Senior Song is a very precious person to me, and I can't let you hurt him. The black-skinned Soft Feather smiled. Afterward, she threw the demonic head far into the distance, causing it to smash straight into a wall. The black-skinned Soft Feather, who had originally been instructing Northern River's loose cultivator on his inner demon clone, had somehow returned to Song Shuheng's shadow at some unknown time. In this space where all living beings were frozen in time, the black-skinned Soft Feather was not affected, and could move freely. After the black-skinned Soft Feather threw away the demonic head, she reached out and grabbed the black scarlet heaven sword on the back of Song Shuheng, pulling it away from him. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, stop pretending to be dead. It's our time to shine. The black scarlet heaven sword said, I wasn't pretending to be dead. In fact, I was also affected by the time stop just now. I had fallen into a trance. In this space where time was frozen, those who had inner demon bodies seemed to be unaffected. The black-skinned Soft Feather said encouragingly, cheer up, Senior. The black scarlet heaven sword asked, do you know how to use saber techniques? The black-skinned soft feather replied, "No, I only know the sword techniques of Spirit Butterfly Island." The black scarlet heaven sword mused, "What an odd coincidence. I don't know any sword intent, and I only grasp saber intent. It seems that we don't work that well together." The black-skinned soft feather giggled. "It doesn't matter, whether it's a sword or a saber, they're both used to stab people." In the distance, the demonic head that had been slammed against a wall got back up again. This time, all of the flesh on it had fallen off, leaving only a skull suspended in the air. "Let's go, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword." The black-skinned soft feather stomped on the ground with her foot, and then sprinted toward the skull as fast as lightning. The black scarlet heaven sword said, "By the way, are we really inner demons? If they were inner demons, then why were they protecting Song Shuhang and the others? Normally speaking, shouldn't an inner demon stand by the side and watch everyone die? I feel like you and I are fake inner demons." Butterfly Eagle Transformation. The black-skinned soft feather did not bother with any nonsense. She immediately swung Scarlet Heaven Sword using the combination sword technique from Spirit Butterfly Island. As she swung the sword, Sword Chi in the form of an eagle with butterfly wings on its back shot toward the floating skull. Clang! The Sword Chi cleanly struck the skull, but did not even leave a mark on it. The black Scarlet Heaven Sword guessed that skull's strength should have been around the 9th stage, but with it having been ruined and pushed to the limit by a powerful energy, its current strength should be between the 6th and 7th stage. "That's not good," the black-skinned soft feather said. "Right now, I can only kill those at the 5th stage. Even with Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's help, I don't think I have much of a chance of winning against it." Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "It would have been great if I had been charged up by Scarlet Heaven. If that had been the case, I could have easily destroyed this skull with a single heaven-burning flaming saber. Unfortunately, there are no ifs and buts in this world. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, just bring out everything you've got." The black-skinned soft feather held Scarlet Heaven Sword with both of her hands, and said, "Let's release our sword and saber intent. I'll cooperate with you in dishing out an attack." While they were talking, the skull had adjusted its posture, and began rushing toward Song Shuhang again. It had no intention of fighting against the black-skinned soft feather or Scarlet Heaven Sword. The only thing it wanted was to acquire Song Shuhang's body. "Don't you dare look down on us." The black-skinned soft feather's figure flashed as she reappeared in front of Song Shuhang. Holding Scarlet Heaven Sword in both hands, she swung it like a club, squarely hitting the skull, and knocking it back once more. Behind her, a pair of hands quietly returned to Song Shuhang's chest. These hands belonged to his ghost spirit. Song Shuhang's ghost spirit had not been affected by the time stop. If the black-skinned soft feather had not been able to block the skull just now, it would have taken her place in defending Song Shuhang. "This is bad. That skull is too strong for me," the black-skinned soft feather said. "Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, aren't you an immortal's divine weapon? Logically speaking, you should be very sharp, right? Why can't you cut that skull apart? I'm just a sword-type inner demon, and I'm not even a sword spirit. I don't have a corresponding physical body, so how can I be sharp?" the black Scarlet Heaven Sword replied calmly. "Moreover, because of Dharma King creation singing just now, I was greatly weakened. The fact that I'm able to fight alongside you is already exceptional." The black-skinned soft feather. "This black Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword is so unreliable." Meanwhile, the skull that had been knocked away managed to get up once again. The skull let out an angered roar. The violent will that had possessed it became very anxious. It was greatly limited due to having traversed time and space. Besides that, maintaining the time, frozen, was also quite costly. This caused it to feel both anxious and enraged at the repeated setbacks that it had suffered. At this time, cracks were appearing on the skull due to it being unable to handle the force that came with the descent of the will. The energy from the frenzied will spread throughout the skull, merging to form a tentacled creature made of pure energy. Snap! The energy tentacles shot toward the black-skinned soft feather, moving as fast as lightning. The black-skinned soft feather hurriedly raised her sword to block them. Crack! She managed to raise her sword just in time, but several cracks appeared on the black scarlet heaven sword. The black-skinned soft feather groaned and was sent flying back, crashing into Song Shuhang's body. The black scarlet heaven sword shouted crisply, "Damn, that hurt." The energy tentacles bounced back after sending soft feather reeling backwards. The tips of the tentacles then turned into drills, and moved to stab the black-skinned soft feather. "Aya, I'm going to die," cried the black-skinned soft feather. Bam! Suddenly, a pitch-black palm emerged from the sky, and smashed the tentacles to the ground. At the same time, another palm holding a large shield moved to protect the black-skinned soft feather. Afterward, another couple of tentacles were blocked by the Tyrant King Expert's shield. Song Shuhang's voice sounded. "Heh, you're still too young to die." The power of the pseudo-eternity body and the ghost spirit had allowed him to free himself from the time stop. "Just you wait, I'm going to call my father, surnamed Song, wouldn't let myself lose so easily." Song Shuhang maintained his full-body pseudo-eternity mode while strengthening his two hands with the steel hands technique. The black-skinned soft feather said, "Ah. I almost died." She was really different from her main body. Soft Feather's main body liked stimulating and exciting things, and her courage was also especially great, but the black-skinned soft feather almost died of fright just now. "Leave the rest to me," Song Shuhang said. "Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, it's time for us to work together again." "Sorry, Shuhang. I don't think I can work with you today." The black Scarlet Heaven Sword trembled, and said, "My body is going to shatter if I take on any more stress. I need to recover for a while." Song Shuhang. "Also, let me give you a suggestion, turn off your smoke mode," the black Scarlet Heaven Sword said. It was pretty obvious that the will that had descended on the skull had been stimulated by Song Shuhang's pseudo-eternity form. "Then what?" Song Shuhang asked. "How are we supposed to fight it?" He quickly cancelled his pseudo-eternity smoke mode, and took hold of the shield with both of his hands. At this moment, numerous energy tentacles were still shooting toward him, bombarding the large shield non-stop. Song Shuhang's hands went numb from the shock that came with the impact of the tentacles' attacks. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Don't be afraid, just fight it. If you can survive until the end, that's wonderful. If you can't, you'll just end up headless like Lady Onion. This black Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword really is too unreliable." Song Shuhang gritted his teeth. "Ugh, I should move the battlefield elsewhere." His seniors from the 9 provinces number 1 group were frozen in time around him. There was a good chance that they would be involved if the battle got out of hand. Song Shuhang ordered, "Black-skinned soft feather, go to the kitchen and check on Senior White's condition. If Senior White's clone can still move, then hurry and bring him here." As soon as he encountered danger of this level, the first thing that came to Song Shuhang's mind was Senior White. "Got it, Senior Song." The black-skinned soft feather grabbed the damaged Scarlet Heaven Sword, quickly running to the kitchen. However, as she ran, she seemed to have thought of something, and said, "Senior Song, my name is not black-skinned soft feather, don't call my name wrong next time." Song Shuhang silently looked up at the sky. To be honest, he couldn't remember what the black-skinned soft feather's name was. "Now, I have to move this tentacle monster away from here." Song Shuhang finally adjusted his position while coming up with several plans in his mind to lure the monster away. Aggroing monsters was also a kind of skill. Fortunately, the aggro of this boss was firmly set on him, making it a lot easier for him to pull the boss wherever he wanted. While Song Shuhang was in the middle of thinking, a sharp tentacle suddenly emerged from the space behind him, shooting toward his waist. Its speed was so great that Song Shuhang could not react to it at all. Unless Song Shuhang had the ability to predict the future, he would have to take this attack. "Another one that wants a piece of my kidneys?" Chirk. The tentacle drilled into Song Shuhang's back, knocking him to the ground. Immediately after, more than 10 tentacles crossed through space and unceasingly bombarded Song Shuheng, nailing him directly into the ground and blasting out large holes on the beach as they buried him alive. Ow, ow, ow. Covered in sand, Song Shuheng gritted his teeth from the pain of having his body pierced several times, but he had actually not been hurt that much aside from the large bursts of pain that had suddenly assaulted him. His variant steel hands technique, scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha, holy ape dragon power technique, spirit lake protective force field, light of virtue, golden armor of the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure, and many other defensive measures had instantly popped out from his body, greatly reducing the damage he had taken. In addition, when the will had descended and possessed the demonic head, it had been limited by the physique of the ruined demonic head, so its attack power had been severely weakened. Dharma King creation singing was deadly to these demonic heads, and even if the singing had already ceased, they had still sustained a great deal of damage. When he was knocked to the ground, Song Shuheng felt some joy in his heart because the opponent's tentacles had surprisingly not aimed for his waist, but rather his back. At the same time, an idea popped up in his mind. Don't you want news of eternity, news of Senior Skylark? Then I'll hand it right to you. With a thought, Song Shuheng activated the spatial jump function of the ancestral witch's blessing on his left hand, and instantly teleported himself to the surface of the sea. Boom! 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 The tentacles continued to bombard the hole in which Song Shuheng had been, turning what had originally been a shallow pit into a deep well. On the sea, Song Shuheng stepped atop a black lotus, and shouted loudly, "I'm over here." The demonic head possessed by the will turned its head sharply. Afterward, tentacles filled the sky and attacked Song Shuheng once more. Song Shuheng smiled. His right hand stretched out, grabbing a small white hand. This small hand was broken at the wrist as if it was cut by a sharp magical treasure. The cut was extremely clean, and there was also a layer of frost on the cut. As if the small hand were still alive, it was actually warm to the touch. The moment Song Shuheng took out this little hand, the attention of the will that possessed the demonic head was immediately attracted by it. The aggro that had been on Song Shuheng was instantly shifted to the little hand. Song Shuheng said provocatively, "Is this what you want? If you want it, call me daddy, and I'll give it to you." At the same time, he threw the little hand into the sky as strongly as he could. In the next moment, those countless tentacles shot straight for the little white hand that had been thrown into the sky. At the same time, some tentacles crossed through the space, and appeared directly beside the small white hand, forming a large net to capture it. Song Shuheng said softly, "The decision is yours. Now, come out, giant turtle of disaster." The tentacles successfully captured the small white hand, and they all quickly wrapped around it. A wave of pleased mental fluctuations emerged from the will that possessed the demonic head. For it, everything else was secondary, the recovery of this experiment was of the greatest importance. Just as it was about to recover the small white hand, a huge mouth appeared out of thin air, without the slightest warning. There had not even been any spatial fluctuations that forewarned of its appearance. It was as if it had always been at that spot. In the next moment, that huge mouth fiercely bit at the white little hand together with the tentacles wrapped around it. "Get lost," the will roared in anger. A horrifying pressure assaulted the giant turtle of disaster. At the same time, a new strand of will came from the void, slammed open the mouth of the giant turtle of disaster, and snatched away the little white hand that had been taken by the turtle. Song Shuheng pinched his chin. This was the first time that he had witnessed the giant turtle of disaster's mouth being pried open and having something snatched back from it. Woo dash, the giant turtle of disaster let out a pained cry. Its huge body was completely exposed in the air. At the same time as it appeared, it glanced at the tentacled skull, and then at Song Shuheng, who was stepping on a lotus in the distance. The giant turtle of disaster said through gritted teeth, It's you again." It seemed like it was a turtle he was familiar with. "Just you wait," cried the giant turtle of disaster. I'm going to go and call my father over here. This voice sounded a bit familiar. However, the giant turtles of disaster were all quite similar in appearance, so Song Shuheng couldn't tell them apart. The only thing that he was certain of was that this giant turtle should have encountered him more than once. In this world, there were so many giant turtles of disaster, and the number of times he had summoned them by using Senior Skylark's body parts could be counted on one's fingers. For them to meet multiple times despite that, they truly were fated. Perhaps we'll meet again in the future. Should I try remembering its features so that I can properly say hi the next time we meet? Also, did that giant turtle of disaster just say that it was going to call its father? Song Shuheng had always thought that the giant turtles of disaster were some sort of half-mechanical, half-biological creatures like the big-eyed planet. But now it seemed like they could actually reproduce. In the air, the tentacles that had wrapped up the white hand opened a spatial gate, and prepared to escape. "Don't you even think about going anywhere," the giant turtle of disaster shouted. At the same time, strange runes numbering in the tens of thousands emerged from its shell. Afterward, each rune turned into a beam, which then shot toward the tentacles. The power displayed by the runes was terrifying. The beams of light that it shot out looked just like those shot out by space battleships in movies. As long as the giant turtle disguised its shell as a space battleship, it could definitely star in a sci-fi movie. The giant turtle of disaster shouted, "This modified turtle shell was prepared for tyrannical Song, but it seems that you're going to be the first to have a taste of its power." Song Shuheng. No wonder the giant turtles of disaster didn't have this kind of attack the previous times they met. It turned out that this was a specially modified weapon. It looked like this was quite a vengeful turtle. Boom, 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 the beams came pouring down on the tentacles. The tens of thousands of light beams drowned the poor tentacles in brilliant light. And the beams of light did not stop there, as many of them continued on streaking toward the beach of Heavenly Field Island. The giant turtles of disaster existed to reclaim Skylark's body parts, which were stained with the aura of eternity. Their brutal methods often wreaked havoc whenever they reclaimed these items. This was also the origin of their name. Every time they appeared, a great disaster would follow. The island-guarding formation of Heavenly Field Island activated autonomously, and blocked the beams of light. However, the formation was shot through after only a few seconds, thousands of holes being torn open in the barrier. 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure impregnable holy city. At this critical moment, Song Shuheng once again used the ancestral witch's blessing to teleport himself to the beach of Heavenly Field Island. The impregnable holy city emerged behind him. At the same time, Song Shuheng held up a turtle shield, and he stood in front of the holy city. In addition, 42 holy apes emerged behind him, each of them holding scholarly scriptures. At this time, all of the holy apes were wearing solemn expressions on their faces. The power of the beam attack was not something they could take lightly. In the sky, the giant turtle of disaster immediately became joyful. The beams flooded Song Shuheng and the holy city. After a few breaths of time, the tens of thousands of beams dissipated. Song Shuheng maintained his posture, and did not take a step back. Behind him, the impregnable holy city also managed to hold on until the last moment. Feeling quite satisfied with what it had just done, the giant turtle of disaster took a look at the location where the tentacle monster had been. The tentacle monster was a very strange existence, after all, and there was a pretty good chance that it had not been destroyed by that attack. And it was exactly as it had guessed. The tentacle monster had not died. The possessed skull was filled with cracks, and looked like it would shatter at any moment now, but the tentacles that stretched from it had surprisingly grown bigger. A portion of the tentacles was protecting the white palm, while the rest was stretched out, ready to pounce on its prey. Die! An enraged voice came from the tentacle monster. Afterward, a bunch of tentacles shot at the giant turtle of disaster. Meanwhile, the rest of the tentacles escorted the white hand into a spatial gate and disappeared. "Dad, over here, yelled the giant turtle of disaster while dodging the tentacles that were targeting it. From time to time, those tentacles would cross through space to attack the giant turtle of disaster at close range. However, with its exceptional spatial talents, the giant turtle of disaster managed to evade all of the attacks. The tentacles and the giant turtle repeatedly disappeared and reappeared in the air, fighting an incredible battle. The space above Heavenly Field Island became chaotic. Roar dash! At this moment, a thunderous dragon roar sounded in the sky. Subsequently, a giant dragon head emerged out of nowhere in the same manner as the giant turtle of disaster. Nearest in the mouth of the dragon head was a black-colored mass, and there were numerous tentacles and a small white hand in this black mass. Is that the giant turtle of disaster's father? Song Shuhang looked up at the sky with great effort, silently operating Cheng Lin's self-healing technique in conjunction with the living spring to quickly heal himself up. After the dragon head came out of the void, its body followed, and its body was that of a giant turtle. What it had bitten was a patch of space. Space had become akin to ice cream in the mouth of this daddy giant turtle of disaster. The level of this daddy turtle is a bit too terrifying. After the daddy giant turtle made a domineering entry, he glanced at the tentacle monster attached to the demonic head. Beep, beep dash, the daddy giant turtle let out a string of curses that Song Shuhang could not understand. Afterward, it quickly flew to its child, grabbed it, and escaped into a spatial gate before disappearing from his sight. "Dad, can you beat this guy first?" cried the giant turtle of disaster. The dragon-headed giant turtle replied, "Screw that. That's the will of the indestructible Lord. Those head-looking things are strands of its demonic will, and they're very troublesome to deal with. Don't get involved with those things in the future, otherwise you'll find yourself stuck dealing with them for the rest of your life." No wonder those tentacles felt so familiar. The giant turtle of disaster and its father disappeared without a trace. Even the dragon-headed giant turtle, which could bite off portions of space like they were no different from food, appeared to consider the indestructible Lord too scary to deal with. Song Shuhang got a bad feeling from this. Was his life over? Was he never going to be able to get rid of them? "Give that back," the will of the indestructible Lord that had possessed the skull roared. Then, it immediately gave chase after the dragon-headed giant turtle. As for Song Shuhang, he seemed to have been thrown to the side and ignored. At the same time when the tentacle monster disappeared, time had also returned to normal. In the distance, the black-skinned soft feather quickly said, "Senior Song, I'm here with Senior White's clone." Song Shuhang turned his head and looked at Senior White's clone, who was being carried over by the black-skinned soft feather. "Is Senior White's clone asleep?" Song Shuhang said, "It's fine. It's already over." After saying that, his legs went limp, and he fell to the ground weakly. Senior White's clone, who was being carried over by the black-skinned soft feather, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked around suspiciously. He then moved and landed next to Song Shuhang. "What happened?" asked Senior White's clone. After saying that, he placed his hand on Song Shuhang's body and pulled forcefully. "Get out!" Song Shuhang screamed, "Ow, ow, Senior White. Take it easy, that hurts." Right after that, the sound of bone and flesh splitting apart could be heard. Then, a tentacle-like creature appeared in Senior White's clone's hand. He had pulled it out from Song Shuhang's body, swinging it around like a snake. Song Shuhang's face turned pale. "When did that get into my body?" This tentacle was the materialization of the resentful will of the indestructible Lord. Previously, when Song Shuhang thought that he had defended himself well, with the opponent having almost no chance of penetrating his defenses, it had unexpectedly managed to enter his body. Moreover, it had even managed to grow to such a large extent. The tentacle looked like it weighed at least 4 kilograms. This was even more terrifying than Song Shuhang's impregnating gaze. At least the impregnating gaze would only make one's belly swell, and have the target experience the feeling of maternal love, but they wouldn't actually give birth to anything. However, when these tentacles even just grazed you, they would directly plant a seed in your body, and that seed would immediately begin to grow. I feel like I've come across this scene before. True monarch White Crane, who was in its female form, leaned over to Song Shuhang and looked at his body, and also at the struggling tentacle in the hands of Senior White's clone, with keen interest. I remember now. This scene is very similar to some of the illustrations drawn by Daluo Sect's True Monarch Rain Moon. The black-skinned soft feather said, "Senior White, please be careful. Since that thing could parasitize Senior Song's body, then there's a good chance it could do the same to you through your arm. Don't worry, I'm just a clone." Senior White's clone's face showed no emotion. At the same time, his hand grabbed the tentacle and started to spin it around. As Senior White swung the tentacle around, it stretched more and more. Young Master Phoenix Slayer squatted on Daodu's back, and asked, "By the way, is that thing edible?" Meow. At this time, Daodu was in its little Pekingese form. Young Master Phoenix Slayer looked like he was abusing a puppy as he sat on top of it. Daodu barked, "Woof, stupid cat, Song Shuhang." The thought of putting that thing in his mouth hadn't even crossed his mind. He was still traumatized due to that tentacle. What if that thing parasitized him through his mouth? "I definitely don't dare to eat such a thing," Song Shuhang said. "Then how should we deal with it?" Senior White's clone asked with a calm face. While he was speaking, his hand began to change its motion. Meanwhile, the poor tentacle, which was being used like a whip, let out a scream. It had tried to parasitize Senior White's clone, but its parasitic ability didn't work. Song Shuhang asked, "How about we seal it up for now? It would feel a little wasteful to kill it." After all, it was a tentacle they had pulled out of his body. Moreover, this tentacle was a product of the indestructible Lord's resentful will. It was much stronger than those demonic heads. I wonder if the almighty merchant is interested in it. It might sell for a pretty good price. Ordinary seals definitely won't be able to stop it, Senior White's clone said. I can sense that this thing possesses spatial abilities. I've been interfering with it the entire time so that it won't be able to escape. Creatures with spatial abilities were particularly difficult to seal. If one was not careful, they could use their spatial abilities to escape. While speaking, Senior White's clone changed his motions again. He grabbed both ends of the tentacle with his hands, then used it as a jump rope and began skipping it. He jumped with 1 foot, with 2 feet, squat jumped, turned around and back, swapped the ends of the rope. He looked like he was having quite a bit of fun. The screams of the tentacle grew louder and more frequent, and it even sounded like it was counting Senior White's skips, which was especially touching. Senior White's long hair fluttered with every jump, and the entire scene honestly looked quite beautiful. Song Shuhang said solemnly, "If you can't seal it, then we can just kill it." According to the dragon-headed giant turtle of disaster, the indestructible Lord's resentful will was very troublesome and difficult to get rid of. Therefore, if they couldn't seal this thing, then it would be safer to just kill it. Senior White's clone said, "I said that ordinary seals won't be able to stop it, but I didn't say that I didn't have other means to seal it." After saying that, he stretched out his hand, and threw the tentacle up high. After the tentacle was thrown into the sky, it did not escape, but rather turned around sharply and rushed toward Song Shuhang. It was obsessed with Song Shuhang's body. **T. Song Shuhang quickly raised his shield. "Don't panic." Senior White's clone clapped his hands together. In the next moment, the tentacle that was rushing toward Song Shuhang was flattened into a thin piece of paper. This piece of paper then fell to the ground lightly. The scene was very striking visually. At the side, True Monarch White Crane exclaimed loudly, "Senior White is so cool." This move looked really old-fashioned. With a single clap, the enemy was turned into a piece of paper and directly flattened from 3D to 2D. Song Shuhang asked, "What's the name of this move, Senior White?" "I haven't figured out a name for it yet. This move is something my main body came up with while in the 9th stage Heavenly Tribulation realm. He just shared it with me not that long ago. He used this method to collect a lot of the 9th stage tribulation lightning. When he comes back, he'll give you a portion for you to make into a meal, said Senior White's clone. Song Shuheng visualized the scene of the heavenly tribulation being flattened into pieces of paper. This style indeed fits Senior White very well. Can I learn this move from Senior White? True Monarch White Crane said while blinking. In fact, it wasn't actually that interested in learning the move. It was solely interested in getting some time to be with Senior White. Senior White's clone said generously, "Sure, when you've grasped spatial abilities, I'll teach you." True Monarch White Crane. Song Shuheng also felt a little regretful as he lacked the means to attack right now. He always felt that he had more than enough strength, and he just needed the right skills to utilize this strength when fighting against others. He was thinking about whether he could learn more skills so that he wouldn't be so poor in terms of repertoire in future battles. However, it looked like one needed to first grasp spatial abilities before being able to learn this move. Senior White's clone came up to the flattened tentacle, picked it up, and reached out to rub it in his hand. After a while, the tentacle was rubbed to the size of a palm. Senior White's clone raised his sleeve, grabbed the tentacle, and stuck it on his arm with a smack. Okay, now you don't have to worry about it escaping with spatial abilities. Anyway, it seems that the effect of this move is worse on living creatures. I'm afraid that it may escape soon if the effect of this magical technique isn't strengthened. For now, I'll be keeping this tentacle with me. Of course, Senior White. Song Shuheng nodded again and again. The sky began to light up slightly. Dawn arrived, and darkness was leaving. A new day began to embrace everyone, pulling them out of their warm blankets, and urging them to get up for school or work. Everyone in the 9 provinces number 1 group had also managed to live to see another day. Song Shuheng went around and grabbed the fallen demonic heads, storing them inside the storage bottles he got from the Celestials. These guys, which were similar to inner demons, might just come in handy in the future. At this time, Northern River's loose cultivator, who had been squatting by the side of the beach, suddenly said, "My inner demon has finally formed." Northern River's loose cultivator's face went pale, and it seemed that his physical and mental state were not very good. Could there be a problem with his inner demon? Senior Yellow Mountain asked curiously, "Where's the inner demon? What form did Northern River's inner demon clone take?" Venerable Yellow Mountain was quite looking forward to seeing the inner demon clone because the form of this inner demon condensed by Northern River's loose cultivator would determine whether or not Soft Feather's inner demon clone technique could be promoted to the rest of the group. Was Northern River's inner demon the blonde fairy from his past? Or was it going to be a black-skinned version of him? Or was it Immortal Master Copper Trigram? Several of the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group who were barely sober also turned their attention to Northern River's loose cultivator. Here. Northern River's loose cultivator stretched out his hand, and pulled out a muscular black-skinned man with long, flowing hair out of his shadow. Immortal Master Copper Trigram, who was currently in the form of a young man, quickly said, "It isn't me." He was certain that he had never looked like that. However, it wasn't Northern River's loose cultivator either. Northern River's loose cultivator had never been that muscular. See our creation. Young Master Phoenix Slayer's voice trembled as soon as he saw the long-haired, black-skinned muscular man. He who had 4 ears and had just listened to brutal music and managed to make it to the end ended up seeing a black creation staring right at him after he turned his head. Because it was an inner demon, this black-skinned Dharma King creation came with the special ability of all inner demons. When seeing this inner demon, everyone present subconsciously recalled Dharma King creation singing of, "Dying Without Regrets." The series of, "Die, Die, Die," began to replay in everyone's mind. Daudu said curiously, "Why is it Dharma King creation?" Venerable Yellow Mountain speculated, probably because Dharma King creation started singing at a critical moment when fellow Taoist Northern River condensed his inner demon. And because of that, Dharma King creation singing became Northern River's inner demon? Song Shuheng said, however, Dharma King creation singing possesses the ability to purify inner demons. Soft Feather raised her hand and asked, Senior, I want to know more about it. Can this black-skinned senior creation sing? Fairy Lychee said, an inner demon should be opposite of its main body. As such, this black-skinned creation shouldn't be able to sing. No, while the inner demon is indeed the opposite of its main body, this is Northern River's inner demon, so the main body should be Northern River. Immortal Master Copper Trigram squeezed his chin, and then added, also, even if it were an opposite of creation, wouldn't that mean that it should be able to sing pretty well? Northern River's loose cultivator. Why does my inner demon have to look like Dharma King creation? Is it really because I was distracted by Dharma King creation singing when I was condensing my inner demon? He looked at his inner demon, and asked, Can you sing? The corners of the black-skinned Dharma King creation's mouth rose, revealing a sinister smile. Right after that, he stretched out his hand and posed as a guitar player. *30. What came out of his mouth was Dharma King creation singing voice. To be precise, what came out of his mouth was more like a recording of Dharma King creation singing. There was no fairy creation in this song, just the brutal singing of Dharma King creation, as well as a hypnotic power. Song Shuheng immediately erected his shield onto the ground. While dying without regrets kept reverberating in his ears, he firmly held onto the shield with both hands as his vision went dark. He was exhausted at this moment. He had just gone from being bombarded by the beams of light of the giant turtle of disaster to a tentacle being taken out of his body. Because of that, as soon as the hypnotic singing began, his tired self felt as if he had returned home, and he fell asleep standing up. It wasn't only Song Shuheng who got affected by the singing either, for the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group who managed to survive also fell one by one. Below the Venerable Realm, everybody fell. Even Venerable Yellow Mountain only managed to hold on to the extent where he was able to keep his eyes open. The members of the entire 9 provinces number 1 group fell one after another in a neat and tidy manner. Even Northern River's loose cultivator himself was not spared from the singing of his inner demon. After the singing, the only people left standing on the beach were Senior White's clone, Venerable Yellow Mountain, Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly, Soft Feather, and the Headless Lady Onion. Not far behind Senior White, there seemed to also be a handsome scholar who managed to remain standing. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly sighed and said, well, at least it was neat and orderly. Behind Northern River's loose cultivator, after the black-skinned Dharma King creation finished singing, the inner demon clone's body shattered like glass before completely dissipating the inner demon clone that Northern River's loose cultivator had finally managed to condense after all that time was gone just like that. When the black-skinned Dharma King creation inner demon shattered, a black figure was born from its fragments. This was the prototype for the inner demon clone. Northern River's loose cultivator's inner demon clone had returned to its prototype stage, and it needed to be nurtured once more. Venerable Yellow Mountain frowned. The experiment appeared to have failed. Venerable Yellow Mountain and several of the other members who were still awake picked up the unconscious members of the 9 provinces number 1 group, and moved them to a rest area on Heavenly Field Island lest they were overwhelmed by the rising tide. In the end, only Song Shuheng, who was still holding onto his shield, remained completely motionless on the beach. At this time, Lady Onion was hugging 16. As she had no head, and could not see the way, Soft Feather took her hand and led her to the rest area for the fairies. Venerable Yellow Mountain asked, now, who's going to move little friend Song Shuheng? Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue responded, there's no rush. Venerable Yellow Mountain. At this moment, the morning sun rose, and the first rays of dawn shone on Song Shuheng. The golden armor on his body reflected the sunlight and shone brightly. So bright. When Soft Feather came back, her eyes were immediately drawn to the shining Song Shuheng. The key point is at Shuheng's feet. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly took a sip from the teacup. At this time, there were green shoots extruding from the sand and growing rapidly under Song Shuhang's feet. These green shoots grew for a while, and became shrunken trees. Soft Feather asked, Has Senior Song become a druid? Venerable Yellow Mountain said softly, It's an illusion. Yes, it's an illusion, Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said. When a cultivator with considerable strength and solid divine sense enters a period of seclusion, the thoughts in their mind drive the spiritual energy in their body, affecting the real world and forming an illusion. Soft Feather said, An illusory reality? From Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's description, what was taking place could indeed be seen as the illusory reality ability that cultivators could master after reaching the 7th stage Venerable Realm. Some fortunate cultivators can also cross realms at the 6th stage, and occasionally come in contact with this kind of power. Of course, it's still a long distance away from the proper, illusory reality. But in general, this will greatly benefit him in his ascension to the 7th stage in the future, said Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. While he was speaking, the small forest under Song Shuhang's feet began to change. These illusions all originated from his thoughts. The leaves and branches of the trees in the small forest fell. And in the blink of an eye, the vibrant forest turned into a patch of dead trees. One by one, the trees turned into demonic god pillars. On every demonic god pillar, a figure emerged. These figures were tied to the demonic god pillars like sacrifices. On the demonic god pillars, a raging flame burned, burning these figures alive. As they were being burned alive, each of these figures let out a miserable scream. These little figures on the demonic god pillars look like Senior Song, Soft Feather said. If these illusions are Senior Song's thoughts, then is Senior Song thinking about how to burn himself to death? No, he's just having a nightmare, Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly replied. This was not the first time that Song Shuhang had gotten fortunate enough to touch upon an illusory reality. In fact, when he had been in the 5th stage realm, he had experienced something similar after meeting Scarlet Pupil in the Black Dragon world. At that time, he had drawn from his previous experiences of death, and constructed an illusory reality 5 meters around his body, beginning from the slaughter in the scholarly faction's world of the Golden Lotus, to the tragedy where his body had been refined into an artifact, to when he had gotten his hands on his pseudo-eternity body and resurrected, to when he had imploded on his own, to when he had been stabbed to death by Senior White's clone, and many more. The experiences that he had built up over his life had allowed him to build an illusion of death layer by layer. If Song Shuhang reached the 7th stage Venerable Realm and really constructed an illusory reality with the theme of death, it would definitely be an extremely cruel one. It would be cruel not only to the enemy, but also to himself. Anyhow, that meant that this was his second fortunate encounter with illusory realities. While he might have been unfamiliar with it the first time, with that experience, he should be a lot more capable of coping with it this time. However, Song Shuhang appeared to be sleeping and having nightmares. As such, the illusion he constructed was also related to a nightmare. The only thing that did not change was the theme of death. In the illusion, the flames on the demonic god pillars grew bigger and bigger, eventually burning all of the Song Shuhangs to ashes. It was not only him either, for even the demonic god pillars were also charred by the blazing flames. Soft Feather exclaimed, all of the Senior Songs were reduced to ashes. She had thought that the various Senior Songs, who were tied and being burned, would cry out, not enough, this temperature is far from enough. I don't even feel any pain from this, or something along those lines. After all, she saw Song Shuhang as someone who had a great tolerance for pain. But contrary to her expectations, the Senior Songs in the illusion were reduced to ashes in a few moments. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly said, Isn't it normal for someone who's tied up to burn to death? Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue remarked, Well, this should indeed be a nightmare. Soft Feather asked, Should we wake Senior Song up? Venerable Yellow Mountain said, No, this is a rare experience. Although little friend Shu Hang is out cold, the effect of this experience won't be lost. Just let him continue to stay in this state. While he said that, the illusion around Song Shu Hang began to change once more. The demonic god pillars were akin to building blocks, and illusions were rapidly combining and reconstructing using them as a frame, while the area influenced by the illusion continued to expand. Soon, an urban area appeared at Song Shu Hang's feet. It was once again a miniature vision of reality. "I know this place," Soft Feather said happily. "This is Senior Song's school in the Jiangnan area. It is also the place where Senior Song and I first met. 16 was in the city close by." Soft Feather, take a step back, Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly reminded his daughter. The scope of the illusion has expanded. If you stay too close, you might get drawn into it. While he said that, the city constructed in the illusion under Song Shu Hang's feet had already expanded to Soft Feather's feet. Soft Feather jumped back slightly, moving away from the illusion. But as soon as she jumped away, she felt that something was off. "Wait, why am I avoiding it? Since it's an illusion, then I can just experience Senior Song's illusory reality." Soft Feather suddenly got a reckless urge. She stretched out her hand again, trying to touch Song Shu Hang's illusion. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly had long known how powerful the curiosity of his daughter was. As such, he was prepared for this. As soon as Soft Feather made a move, he stretched out his hand and caught her, managing to hold her back from seeking death. Song Shu Hang was having a nightmare right now, and God knew how it would pan out in the end. What if the demonic god pillars suddenly destroyed the city? Wouldn't his daughter end up getting roasted then? A handsome fellow Taoist by the side said, "Soft Feather, you've appeared in the illusion." Everyone turned to look at Song Shu Hang's illusion again. When they did, they saw that a scaled-down Soft Feather had indeed appeared in the illusory Jiangnan city. At this moment, the little Soft Feather was walking on the streets near the university town, pulling along a large suitcase with her. Could the illusion have been influenced by what I did just now? Soft Feather's eyes expressed great interest as she stared at the changes in the illusion. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly put his daughter down, his eyes fixed on the little version of daughter in the illusion. As expected of my daughter, even her miniature self possesses a world-class cuteness. The little Soft Feather walked briskly on the street, and at the end of the street, an equally small Song Shu Hang appeared. Soft Feather exclaimed, "I see. This is the first time I met Senior Song." But in the illusion, only she and Song Shu Hang were present, and there were no passers-by. Venerable Yellow Mountain said slowly, "In that case, Soft Feather was indeed the first member of the 9 provinces #1 group to officially meet little friend Song Shu Hang." In the illusion, Song Shu Hang was resting on a stone chair. Meanwhile, Soft Feather was pulling her luggage, taking large strides with her long legs, and quickly passing Song Shu Hang. Song Shu Hang raised his head slightly, looked at Soft Feather who was far away, and then lowered his head to continue resting. I don't remember this." Soft Feather blinked. She had always thought that the first time that she and Song Shu Hang had met was by the entrance of the glorious beef shop. At that time, she happened to hear her voice from Senior Song's mobile phone. But unexpectedly, Senior Song had seen her even before then? And Senior Song never mentioned it to her. Soft Feather squatted in front of the illusion, wanting to reach out and poke Senior Song, who was resting in the chair at this time. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly also squatted in front of the illusion, clasping his arms. He also wanted to poke Song Shu Hang with his fingers, but as opposed to Soft Feather, he wanted to pinch him to death. "My daughter is so beautiful, yet you just took a glance at her before lowering your head and continuing to rest? No wonder you don't have a girlfriend even when you're already in your second year in university." While he was in thought, the plot and the illusion changed again. At this time, the little Song Shu Hang arrived before a small shop, and the little Soft Feather had just come out of the said small shop. "This is it. This is the scene I remember to be my first encounter with Senior Song. Speaking of which, it seems like it really was a coincidence. Soft Feather pointed to the two little people in the illusion, finding the illusion very entertaining. Inside the illusion, Song Shuhang and Soft Feather met once more. When they passed by each other, the little Soft Feather called out, and Song Shuhang, who was playing with his phone with his head down, turned his head. Then suddenly, a demonic god pillar suddenly emerged from the ground. At the exact moment when Song Shuhang turned his head, he was brought up into the air by the demonic god pillar before getting hung upside down and burned. The little Song Shuhang let out a miserable scream. Soft Feather. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly. Wonderful. This plot is so refreshing to watch. It really is a nightmare, Venerable Yellow Mountain affirmed. The handsome fellow Taoist said, it feels like this nightmare's purpose is to fish out the beautiful memories in Song Shuhang's mind, recreate them, and then brutally destroy them. What a horrible nightmare. In the illusion, the demonic god pillar grew bigger and bigger. In the end, it rose from the ground, went from illusory to solid, and then floated beside Song Shuhang. Wait a minute, isn't this Demon Emperor Heji's demonic god pillar, said the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword. As Scarlet Heaven Sword had confronted Demon Emperor Heji in the Black Dragon world, it knew quite a bit about his demonic god pillars. The demonic god pillars that Demon Emperor Heji had crafted were all superbly mystical. It was said that as long as a demonic god pillar was erected in an area, that area would become a part of his domain. And the small demonic god pillar floating beside Song Shuhang felt very similar to Demon Emperor Heji's demonic god pillars. However, it was a lot smaller in comparison. Demon Emperor Heji's demonic god pillars were all huge and even pierced the clouds. Meanwhile, the pillar right beside Song Shuhang was not much larger than an ordinary sword. Soft Feather said, didn't Senior Song receive Demon Emperor Heji's inheritance? Although it was only an immortal chef inheritance, perhaps there were some other techniques related to the demonic god pillar? The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword said, even if the inheritance did contain techniques related to the demonic god pillar, that sort of demonic stuff shouldn't be something that one can learn at a glance, right? Moreover, Song Shuhang was not practicing any demonic cultivation techniques, and he had no foundation for them. So, how could he master the demonic god pillar? At this time, Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, this demonic god pillar is an illusory object. It's a product of imagination. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly added, it's likely that in Little Friend Song's nightmare, a strand of his thought took on the form of a demonic god pillar. This strand of thought then used the illusory reality as a foundation, to create the illusion of a demonic god pillar. As Song Shuhang did not understand the theories or the method of cultivation for demonic god pillars, it was much more likely that the demonic god pillar in front of them was merely an illusion. And so when Song Shuhang's illusory reality dissipated, this demonic god pillar should disappear as well. Soft Feather concluded, so, this demonic god pillar is just a part of the illusory reality? That's right, Senior White's clone replied. However, if there's a way to keep this demonic god pillar, that would be quite interesting. Numerous ideas emerged in the mind of Senior White's clone as he thought of novel things. Soft Feather asked, Senior White, can't you use the magical technique from before to flatten the demonic god pillar and have it stay behind? Senior White's clone shook his head. There is a difference between illusory and reality. While he said that, pleasant music began playing from Song Shuhang's side. Senior Song's illusory reality even developed its own background music? Soft Feather turned around and looked at Song Shuhang. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly coughed. That's no background music. It's just little friend Song Shuhang's phone ringing. Is the music from the phone going to interrupt Senior Song's illusory reality? Soft Feather said worriedly. She wanted to help Song Shuhang by turning off his phone, but the problem was that Song Shuhang was currently surrounded by the illusory reality. If she entered it, she would be affected by it. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly said, this is why we must always turn on airplane mode when going into seclusion. So Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue shook his head. In airplane mode, if someone sends you a message, you won't be able to receive it. I recommend that you put your phone on silent mode instead, turning off the vibration as well. This way, your phone will still be able to receive messages, and it won't affect the meditation. Of course, during long seclusions, I recommend handing over your phone to other people for them to take care of. After all, there are still electromagnetic waves that come from the phone, which might affect your state of mind. When I'm deep into meditation, I usually hand my phone over to 6th Cultivator of True Virtue. Soft Feather said, let's stop talking about this topic. Shouldn't we first figure out a way to get Senior Song's phone? I'll do it, said Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. After ascending to the 8th stage realm, ordinary illusory reality no longer had much of an effect on him. In this case, what he had to be careful of was not to accidentally break Song Shuhang's fragile illusory reality while he was getting the phone. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue stretched his hand out cautiously and took Song Shuhang's phone from his pocket. He looked at the screen and saw that it was a call from Yu Jiaojiao. He reached out and switched off the ringing first. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, Yu Jiaojiao? Oh, it's that daughter of True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon. She was the one who organized the movie for our group last time, right? Who's familiar with her? Senior White's clone reached out. I'll answer it. I got to know Yu Jiaojiao a while ago. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue handed the phone to Senior White. Senior White answered the call. Hello, Yu Jiaojiao, what's the matter? Senior White? Is Song Shuhang not there? Yu Jiaojiao's cute voice came from the phone. While she said that, she was feeling really envious of Song Shuhang who could live with Senior White every day. Although Senior White did not have any small horns that fit the aesthetic of the dragon race, he was still exceptionally handsome. Senior White's clone said calmly, Shuhang is in a state of enlightenment and can't answer the phone right now. Yu Jiaojiao said, It looks like I really did call at a bad time. But how does he enter a state of enlightenment every 3 days? Entering a state of enlightenment really depended on fate. If it was fated, then you could have several rounds of enlightenment in a single day. This was why it was great to stay by Senior White's side, as some of his enormous luck could affect you. Is something the matter? Asked Senior White's clone. Yu Jiaojiao replied, yes. I've already deciphered the content of the divine weapon appraisal that Song Shuhang sent in the group before. However, I still feel that there is still a part missing and I can't complete it, so I wanted to ask Song Shuhang if he still has any other part of this divine weapon appraisal. Senior White replied, I'll ask Song Shuhang about it when his enlightenment ends. Okay, just tell Song Shuhang to call me back as well, Yu Jiaojiao said. The signal at my current location isn't good. If the call doesn't connect right away, he might need to try calling me several times. Senior White nodded and said, okay, I'll tell him that as well. Yu Jiaojiao said, so, all good? Senior White's clone replied, After that, Yu Jiaojiao fell silent. After a short moment, she said, Senior White, are you in a bad mood today? She kept on getting the feeling Senior White's tone was very cold today. It didn't sound as usual and was quite emotionless. Don't think too much, Senior White's clone said. I'm a clone, and this is just how I speak. Oh, I see. Yu Jiaojiao let out a long sigh of relief. I'll hang up then. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded. Please wait a moment. Senior White's clone turned slightly sideways and saw the white dragon attached to 16 had flown to the edge of the beach at some point. At this moment, she was leaning over and listening to the call. Are you researching the divine weapon appraisal? Elder Sister White Dragon's voice was as gentle as ever. Yu Jiaojiao asked, hello, who are you? Senior White's clone handed over the phone to Elder Sister White Dragon, who then grabbed it with her claws. I just heard someone mention the divine weapon appraisal, so I came to take a look. Yu Jiaojiao, are you still in the Dragon King Palace? Yu Jiaojiao replied, yes, senior. Sister White Dragon smiled and said, go to the 6th hall of the Dragon King Palace, and then on the left wall of the hall. Knock on the middle of that wall 30 times. The 6th hall of the Dragon King Palace, and then the wall on the left side of that hall? Yu Jiaojiao was lost in thought. Elder Sister White Dragon exhorted, remember to knock 30 times in a row, don't knock more or less than that. If you make a mistake, you can try again after 10 minutes. Wait, senior, Yu Jiaojiao said bashfully. Actually, the 6th hall of the Dragon King Palace collapsed because of an accident 200 years ago. Elder Sister White Dragon. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly. Elder Sister White Dragon asked, why did it collapse? It definitely can't be because of natural causes. The Dragon King Palace is not some shabbily built palace. Even if an underwater volcano had erupted, it would not have been damaged in the slightest. Then that means that a person did it? Who demolished my home? Believe it or not, I'll dig up your ancestral grave. I don't know the specifics. Ever since I entered the Dragon King Palace to study, the 6th hall has been in ruins. I once asked the seniors in the Dragon King Palace about it, but all they told me was that it was due to an accident 200 years ago. And after that, for some unknown reason, the 6th hall has never been rebuilt, Yu Jiaojiao replied. I feel that there's definitely a story behind it. Elder Sister White Dragon looked up at the sky. After a while, she asked, where have all the items after the collapse of the 6th hall been transferred? I'll go ask, said Yu Jiaojiao. She felt that an opportunity was coming her way. Forget it, there's no rush. Elder Sister White Dragon sighed. How bad was the collapse? Is it just everything above that's been destroyed, or was even everything below destroyed as well? Yu Jiaojiao replied, only the part above has collapsed. Elder Sister White Dragon said, oh, then can you look for the left wall of the 6th hall? Yu Jiaojiao replied, no problem. Elder Sister White Dragon said, go and dig down along the center of that wall. If there were no accidents, after you dig 10 meters deep, you should see 2 squares. One is white and the other is golden. Knock on the golden one 30 times. Got it, senior. I'll try it out right away. Yu Jiaojiao thought for a while, and then asked, may I ask? Senior, why are you so familiar with the Dragon King Palace? Elder Sister White Dragon said calmly, you'll know in the future. She was in a state similar to that of a body of virtue, at this moment, and she felt rather ashamed to mention this form of hers to her junior, so she had to pretend to be mysterious. Yu Jiaojiao said, senior, I'll be going now. Elder Sister White Dragon said, remember not to knock on the white box. Yu Jiaojiao agreed, okay. Soft Feather blinked. If it were me, I would definitely not be able to hold myself back from knocking on that white box after hearing Elder Sister White Dragon's words. Human curiosity truly was a mysterious thing. If Elder Sister White Dragon had not mentioned it, people would have probably ignored that white box, but since she specifically mentioned it, there was a greater likelihood of them knocking on it. Elder Sister White Dragon. She hurriedly added, don't knock on the white box, that white box is a defense mechanism. If you knock on it randomly, it will explode. However, Yu Jiaojiao had already hung up. Elder Sister White Dragon tried calling her back, but Yu Jiaojiao had no signal. Soft Feather asked, how powerful is the explosion from that white box? Elder Sister White Dragon thought for a while, and said, if I knocked on it, I probably wouldn't die. Soft Feather. I hope that Jiaojiao won't knock on that white box. Don't worry, Yu Jiaojiao isn't you. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly lifted Soft Feather up again, and pulled her further back. The illusory reality around Song Shuhang had begun to expand once more. What was originally a small, Jiangnan area, had suddenly turned into a vast ocean, and the illusions area had expanded much further. The demonic god pillar that had emerged previously had still not disappeared, it was still suspended right beside Song Shuheng. Venerable Yellow Mountain said softly, "Little friend Shuheng really is very busy. Not only is he busy when he's awake, but also when he's asleep. He just can't get a break." From the beginning of the illusory reality to now, the illusion under Song Shuheng's feet had changed 3 times, which meant that he had gone through 3 nightmares. Soft Feather asked curiously, "What's going to happen this time?" The sea was churning. Soon after, 2 small islands, one large and one small, appeared on the sea. Senior White's clone asked, "Heavenly Field Island and Western Orchid Island?" Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue concurred, looking at their shape and location relative to one another, it should indeed be these 2 islands. He can't possibly be having a nightmare about fellow Taoist Creations concert, right? Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly said with lingering fear. On Heavenly Field Island, Song Shuheng's little figure appeared again. "Whom is he going to meet this time?" said the handsome cultivator. Soft Feather said, "I can already guess the following plot. Senior Song meets an acquaintance on Heavenly Field Island. Then, just as the 2 meet each other, a demonic god pillar appears out of nowhere and burns Senior Song like a mutton skewer." Sure enough, another figure appeared on Heavenly Field Island. It's Medicine Master. Medicine Master should be the second fellow Taoist to come into contact with little friend Song Shuheng after Soft Feather. Venerable Yellow Mountain recognized the second figure who appeared in the illusion at a glance. Similar to the first plot, Song Shuheng and Medicine Master were walking on Heavenly Field Island, and looked like they would soon meet up with one another. But then a spatial rift was suddenly torn open above Heavenly Field Island. A magnificent white horse exited the spatial rift, and stomped Medicine Master into the ground with one hoof. The plot isn't following the script. Soft Feather said in dissatisfaction. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "Are men and women treated differently?" The magnificent white horse fell in front of Song Shuheng. It stood up, standing solely using its right hind hoof. After that, it spread its 2 front hooves to the left and right, spreading one's arms like a crane and standing on one leg like a golden rooster. Soft Feather immediately recognized this pose, which was the favorite pose of Fairy at #%X and Fairy Creation. "It's not easy for a horse to do that," said Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. The little Song Shuheng in the illusion looked at the white horse with a confused expression. After the white horse assumed that pose, a human-like smile appeared on its face. It took a step forward, bit Song Shuheng's neck, then sprinted wildly as it leaped into the air. A spatial rift was torn open once more, and the white horse took Song Shuheng with it into the spatial rift. With this, the illusory reality had changed again. Above what had originally been an ocean, 2 terrifying places appeared. One area was a closed space, and the master of this space was a man with long hair in white clothes. The man's chin rested on his clasped hands, and his face was filled with a saintly light, which completely shrouded his appearance. On the other hand, the other area was an apocalyptic world in which a giant slept. A strand of demonic wool separated from the giant's body, turning into a head with the appearance of a demon. Then, a strand of resentful wool was born, transforming into a tentacle. The 2 terrifying areas confronted each other. After several breaths of time, the 2 areas dissipated at the same time. In the illusion, Song Shuheng was thrown out by the white horse, and fell toward the ground. Below, a large army of demonic heads and tentacles were waiting, grinding their teeth in anticipation as Song Shuheng fell toward them. Song Shuheng was thrown into the group of monsters. With their numbers, the monsters were like an army of ants. Those who feared crowds would definitely faint at their sight. Heavens dash! Song Shuheng broke out in a cold sweat. He pushed his feet downward, and then willed for a black lotus to condense beneath his feet to support his body. Beneath him, the demonic heads soared into the sky. While they were rising into the air, muscular bodies grew out of each of them. At this time, light of virtue emerged from Song Shuhang's body. The light of virtue, which was soon revealed to have fairy at #%X's appearance, immediately went to protect him. Then, the fairy's hands clasped together. The light of virtue transformed into a giant sun, the virtuous giant sun. A scorching light shone down on the demonic heads. In response, they all opened their mouths and began salivating at Song Shuhang. The saliva from millions of demonic heads sprayed toward him. The virtuous Lamia did her best to hold up the virtuous giant sun, but after 3 breaths of time, the giant sun dissipated, and even the virtuous Lamia herself melted. Their saliva was poisonous. In the illusion, Song Shuhang used the ancestral witch's blessing glove to teleport and avoid the heavy rain of saliva. As the virtuous Lamia had just melted from the acidic poison, it would take a while for her to recover. What's going on? Soft Feather looked puzzled. She couldn't understand this inexplicable plot. In the illusion, Song Shuhang took a breath and quickly entered combat mode. He summoned the 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure, which then wrapped around his body. Soon after, the impregnable holy city assembled behind him. At the same time, he also activated his body tempering techniques. His body was soon covered in a dark metallic tint. Then, a large number of holy apes with scholarly scriptures in their hands appeared atop the walls of the holy city and roared loudly. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. At the same time, the Song Shuhang in the illusion stretched out his hand. However, Scarlet Heaven's sword did not appear. The little Song Shuhang was taken aback. He immediately seemed to have thought of something, and quickly tried to open his inner world. Sure enough, the inner world was blocked by a powerful force, and could not be opened. This meant that it was impossible for him to seek help from Pavilion Master Chu, Senior Turtle, or the other powerhouses in the inner world. Besides that, he also couldn't make use of Senior Skylark's body parts to lure giant turtles of disaster over. Am I all alone? Song Shuhang reached out, and took hold of the tyrant Cuttlefish's twin blades. The tyrannical Song Sage Seal, the tyrannical Scholar Demon Seal, and the tyrannical Dragon Ancient Seal all hovered above his head, boosting his strength. In the next moment, the countless demonic heads rushed up and swarmed him. One should not just look at the number of these demonic heads and think that it was all they had. In fact, their individual strength was at least at the 7th stage, and a considerable portion of them even had strength at and above the 8th stage. They had powerful individual strength and vast numbers. Impregnating gaze, embryonic gaze, as these demonic heads were strands of the demonic will of the indestructible Lord, neither the impregnating gaze or embryonic gaze had an effect on them. Heaven-burning flaming saber technique. Strong gale saber. Song Shuhang used all of the offensive means he had at his disposal. However, without the help of Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, the offensive power that he was able to display was only barely at the 7th stage. This was the strength that Song Shuhang was able to display after learning the 3000 Sabers scripture. Come out, Holy Sword of the End. Song Shuhang could only use another trump card of his. Senior White 2 had previously lent him the Holy Sword of the End, and Shuhang had not gotten the chance to return it yet. It had to be taken note of that this set of 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure came with the heart of the big-eyed planet. After fully exerting its strength, this holy sword was capable of defeating even 9th stage tribulation transcenders. If it had not been limited by the materials used to construct it, it would have been even stronger. Song Shuhang swung the Holy Sword of the End, forcing away hundreds of demonic heads that were right before him. However, it didn't take long for a larger number of demonic heads to fill in the spots of those who were just pushed away. In a short time, the Holy Sword of the End had been completely enveloped by multiple layers of demonic heads, rendering it useless. Combine, all-destroying giant. Song Shuhang revealed his final trump card. The 2 sets of 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure combined to form the all-destroying giant. This giant was an existence that was capable of resisting even the 9th stage heavenly tribulation. But at this moment, the demonic heads that had wrapped around the holy sword of the end collectively used spatial means to transfer the sword away. Senior White's clone and the fellow Taoists watched the scene of the battle in the illusion like they were watching a 3D movie. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword said, Shu Heng's means of fighting across levels are being stripped off one by one. Scarlet Heaven Sword, the inner world, the virtuous Lamia, and the holy sword of the end. In the illusion, Song Shu Heng's trump cards were revealed one by one and then stripped from him. In the end, Song Shu Heng, who was fighting, could only rely on himself. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly said solemnly, we can't always rely on others in times of despair. Sometimes, we can only rely on ourselves. Soft Feather blinked. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword said in a cute voice, actually, even if all of his means for cross-level combat are excluded, Song Shu Heng by himself is still very powerful compared to others at the 6th stage realm. He had the improved, 33 Divine Beasts technique, 3 top-tier body-tempering techniques, Saber Intent Armor, the 33 Divine Beasts combined magical treasure, as well as the Heaven-Burning Flaming Saber technique, which was already at the beginner level. And if he was lucky and the opportunity was right, he could also dish out the Karmic Saber technique. All of this accounted for a terrifying force in a direct confrontation. Venerable Yellow Mountain said, is this a form of training for little friend Shu Heng? While they were talking, Song Shu Heng had been set on fire. A wave of long-range attacks was shot by the demon heads, and Song Shu Heng finally knelt down. He let out a scream as he was bombarded by attacks. Rumble suddenly, a demonic god pillar burst out from the ground, lifted Song Shu Heng's body, and hung him up before setting him ablaze. Soft Feather commented, the gaming experience feels really bad. Just like the last time, this demonic god pillar also floated up in the air, becoming the size of a sword, and then remained suspended beside Song Shu Heng's body. After the demonic god pillar rose into the sky, another little Song Shu Heng appeared in the illusory world. This Song Shu Heng was lacking equipment. He had nothing but a normal set of clothes. He did not even have his 33 Divine Beasts combined magical treasure. The demonic heads continued to charge toward him. At least give me a saber, the Song Shu Heng in the illusion said. Afterward, he used the variant steel hands technique on his entire body. Then, he miserably faced the onslaught of the demonic heads by using the lightning palm with his left hand and the second stage, demon subduing Buddhist fist technique, with his right hand. After a few breaths, this little Song Shu Heng was also blown up. At the moment he was blown up, a demonic god pillar burst out from the ground, and hung him before burning him once more. Soon after, another brand new Song Shu Heng appeared in the encirclement of demonic heads. Again? Song Shu Heng rubbed his temples. He recalled the scene of himself being oppressed by that young man in green robes in the desert illusory reality constructed by Senior White. If this goes on, I'm afraid I might end up with inner demons from this, Song Shu Heng said in distress. Soft Feather, who was squatting at the side, heard the words inner demon, and her eyes lit up. She said quickly, Senior Song, why don't you try using the inner demon clone? In the illusion, the new little Song Shu Heng seemed to have heard a voice. He exclaimed, Soft Feather, is that you? Are you the one talking? The Senior Song in the illusion heard my voice? Soft Feather replied loudly, it's me. I've been watching Senior get hung on the pillar again and again. The illusory Song Shu Heng. As soon as he was distracted, he was surrounded by demonic heads once more. After a while, with a miserable scream, he was hung on a pillar again. Then, another brand new Song Shu Heng took shape in the illusion. At the same time, Song Shu Heng's cell phone rang again. It was Yu Jiao calling. Elder Sister White Dragon let out a breath of relief, and answered the phone. Yu Jiao said happily, Senior, I found the contents of the box. There is also a volume of the Divine Weapon Appraisal inside. I've assembled all of them now. Chapter 1885 One last time. It seemed that Yu Jiaojiao had not knocked on the white box, and managed to return safely. Yu Jiaojiao continued, "Senior, I'll send the complete version of the Divine Weapon Appraisal to Xu Hang's phone now." Elder Sister White Dragon replied gently, "Okay." After thinking for a while, Yu Jiaojiao then asked, "Senior, is this complete version of the Divine Weapon Appraisal suitable for my cultivation?" "I don't know," Elder Sister White Dragon said slowly. "In fact, I have never seen the complete version of the cultivation technique." Yu Jiaojiao. "You can try cultivating it and see what happens. Just don't expect too much. The things that slow-witted Song left behind are usually quite mysterious, especially when it comes to techniques like these that are named extravagantly. In the end, you'll have to test it for yourself and see how the technique performs." After some thought, Elder Sister White Dragon added, "You can go look for the side hall of the 10th hall. If you're lucky, you might be able to find some good things. Let me give you a hint. There is a private treasure trove in the side hall, which is an ultra-small isolated space." "Thank you, Senior." Yu Jiaojiao jumped up happily. This was the opportunity she was looking for. Elder Sister White Dragon smiled, and said, "All right, you should go. By the way, Senior." Before hanging up, Yu Jiaojiao thought of one more thing. "When I dug up the ground, I only saw the golden box. The white box was nowhere to be seen." She had been thinking about whether or not she should try knocking on the white box after she finished knocking on the golden box. However, when she got there, only the golden box was present. Elder Sister White Dragon blurted out, "Huh?" Yu Jiaojiao speculated, "I was thinking. Could someone have destroyed the 6th hall to take away the white box?" After thinking for a while, Elder Sister White Dragon revealed her sharp dragon fangs. "I see. I have a rough idea of who might have done it. Knowing about the white box, and doing something like taking it away. It seemed like there was only one person who would do such a thing, so tomorrow, she would set out to dig up that Song guy's ancestral grave." Yu Jiaojiao hung up, and sent the complete version of the Divine Weapon Appraisal to Song Shuhang's account. Meanwhile, Soft Feather was imparting the method to create an inner demon clone to the little Song Shuhang inside the illusion. During this time, the little Song Shuhang had already been hung by the demonic god pillar 6 times. There were also a total of 10 demonic pillars the size of a sword that were spinning around his body. One of them had been from when he first saw Soft Feather, and the other 9 were from after he fought against the demonic heads. Senior White's clone, Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly, Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, and Venerable Yellow Mountain also listened to Soft Feather's explanation of the inner demon clone, and her experience in condensing clones. Venerable Yellow Mountain said, Soft Feather's inner demon clone technique is indeed very suitable given little friend Shuhang's current state. Song Shuhang's current state was very suitable for the production of inner demons. Perhaps he would have already finished mastering the inner demon clone technique by the time the illusion ended. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, if it had been a different person, inner demons might have already been born. Only Song Shuhang could remain so steadfast and stay true to his heart despite being hung by demonic god pillars again and again. "Senior Song, do you understand?" asked Soft Feather as she crouched beside the illusory reality while resting her chin in her hands. Song Shuhang let out a scream as another demonic god pillar was added to his side. The new Song Shuhang gritted his teeth, and immediately activated the variant steel hands technique. He stretched out his hands and waved them, activating the lightning palm with each of them. Song Shuhang exclaimed, "I've almost comprehended it. I'm also quite close to getting an inner demon too." Soft Feather blinked. "Senior Song, you got this." She felt that if Senior Song died a few more times, an inner demon would soon appear. Song Shuhang said, "By the way, what exactly is the state I am in?" At the same time, he clenched his fists. The power of the lightning palm extended and wrapped around them. Song Shuhang's fists, now carrying the special power of the lightning palm, rushed forward, tearing apart the demonic heads in front of him. After getting hung by the demonic god pillars 11 times in a row, he found that he was gradually getting used to it, and he was growing numb to dying. Now, he was honing his combat methods while fighting against the demonic heads. One after the other, he began to display some of the combat methods that he had thought up. Even if he only had the lightning palm and an ordinary lightning drawing technique, it did not matter. As long as his use of the lightning palm was good enough, he could further strengthen its effect. Song Shuheng thought of the heavenly tribulation's lightning palm. The 9th stage tribulation clouds had transformed into a giant palm. Then, the tribulation lightning became a lightning palm that possessed the power to destroy worlds. In fact, the lightning palm could become much larger, and it was not limited to the size of one's palms. If he wanted to, Shuheng could also increase the size of his lightning palm from the size of a pineapple bun to the size of a basketball. Song Shuheng unexpectedly found joy amidst suffering. The morning sun rose, illuminating the area with its bright, scorching rays. Then it set in the west, and the bright moon took its place. Resplendent stars sparkled in the night sky. After the long night ended, the dawn of a new day arrived. Is it still not over? Song Shuheng was mentally exhausted. He could not even remember how many times he had been hung and killed by the demonic god pillars. Song Shuheng exclaimed, "Is there anyone still there?" Senior White's clone said, everyone is still here." After a day's rest, some members of the 9 provinces number 1 group recovered from their drunken state and from the singing of Dharma King creation. The fellow Taoists who recovered rushed to the beach to watch the live broadcast of Song Shuheng being hung repeatedly by demonic god pillars. Song Shuheng asked weakly, "Senior White, how many times has it been now?" He couldn't even let out a scream. However, the benefits that he had gained from this were not trivial. The high-intensity battle had allowed him to accumulate a wealth of combat experience. Song Shuheng felt that his current self could beat 2 or 3 of his yesterday's self in the same itemless state. Senior White's clone said, 98 times. At this time, Song Shuheng's direct surroundings were already densely packed with demonic god pillars. Soft Feather rubbed his eyes. "Senior Song, I have a hunch. After you reach 100, there should be something new since 100 is a nice, round number." Song Shuheng said, "I hope so." While saying that, he was hung on a post again. That was the 99th time, Song Shuheng said. So, one last time. This time, he was not going to resist anymore. He would simply lie down and let himself get hung one more time to see if there would be anything new after the 100th time. While thinking this, he heard a rumbling sound coming from beside him. It was similar to the sound of a building collapsing. The 99 demonic god pillars, which were revolving around him, inserted themselves into the ground one by one as if they were forming the foundation for something. Only 99? Soft Feather felt really uncomfortable. Could they not end it at 100? While watching the demonic god pillars around Song Shuheng insert themselves into the ground, the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword couldn't help but ask, "Is this pile driving?" It kept on getting the feeling that Song Shuheng would build a foundation using the demonic god pillars at any moment now, and then erect a high-rise on top. True Monarch White Crane said regretfully, "What a pity. Once little friend Shuheng's illusory reality ends, these 99 demonic god pillars are going to disappear as well. They symbolize the 99 times that Song Shuheng was hung to death. It's truly a pity that they're going to disappear in such a way." Soft Feather asked, "Senior Song, has your inner demon appeared yet?" I don't seem to feel any inner demon coming." Song Shuheng's main body slowly opened its eyes. At this time, his body was still maintaining the stance of standing and holding the shield with both of his hands. It was a pity. If he could have condensed an inner demon clone this time, it would have been pretty good. He could have even used it as an ingredient to make some inner demon sashimi. I think that there's something wrong with little friend Shuheng's will. Immortal Master Copper Trigram looked at the demonic god pillars and the Song Shuheng in the illusion who had been burned to cinders again and again. For a normal person, there is no way that they wouldn't be able to acquire an inner demon after experiencing death 99 times. Actually, after dying for the 10th time, you won't feel much of it anymore, Song Shuheng said. If you keep on dying, you'll eventually get used to it. Moreover, an illusion was an illusion, there was still a difference between it and reality. When he had been in the scholarly faction's world of the Golden Lotus, he had not died as many times as this time, but the fear he had felt back then was incomparable to the fear he felt from the illusion. Venerable Yellow Mountain. He stretched out his hand, cast a magical technique, and then patted Song Shuheng lightly. Song Shuheng asked, "What's wrong, Senior Yellow Mountain?" "It's nothing, just live well," Venerable Yellow Mountain said gently. Song Shuheng wore a confused expression on his face. The demonic god pillars. Senior White's clone, who had been silent, suddenly pointed to the 99 demonic god pillars that were around Song Shuheng. "Shuheng, try to sense the state of those demonic god pillars." Song Shuheng looked down at the demonic god pillars around him, and saw the little Shuhengs hanging on them. Senior White's clone said, "Try using soft feathers, inner demon clone technique, on these demonic god pillars." Soft Feather's eyes lit up. Could these demonic god pillars be Senior Song's inner demons? "But I don't feel like I've produced any inner demons," said Song Shuheng. Nevertheless, he still accepted Senior White's suggestion, and began using the inner demon clone technique on the 99 demonic god pillars. If these 99 demonic god pillars really are inner demons, then their pillar-like shape is very suitable for slicing. As Song Shuheng operated the technique, the demonic god pillars began to react. Beside him, Fairy Dongfang 6 thought for a moment, and then said, "Could it be that the demonic god pillars, which belong to a demonic-type cultivation technique, match the inner demon clone technique, researched by Soft Feather?" Soft Feather also asked curiously, "Senior White, what's going on?" Senior White's clone replied, "It was just my intuition." The fellow Taoists from the 9 provinces number 1 group nodded their heads in praise. This was a very reliable explanation. After all, Senior White's intuition was especially reliable. It seems like it really worked. Song Shuheng opened his eyes. He reached out, grabbing a small bottle from his pocket. Then, he poured out several medicinal pills from it, swallowing them all in one go. These pills were for replenishing spiritual and mental energy. After taking the medicinal pills, Song Shuheng felt his fatigue being swept away. "Come, my pillar-like inner demons." Song Shuheng waved his hands vigorously. The 99 demonic god pillars resonated with his call. The first demonic god pillar, i.e. the one from when Song Shuheng and Soft Feather met each other, was the first to experience a change. It went from illusory to real, and its state approached that of an inner demon clone. Next, the remaining 98 demonic god pillars followed suit. Their power created a shadow around Song Shuheng. The members of the 9 provinces number 1 group quickly backed away. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "Is he really laying a foundation?" The 99 demonic god pillars sank into Song Shuheng's shadow, exactly like how the black-skinned Soft Feather did. However, they did not completely sink in, leaving a small tip outside of the shadow. With the 99 demonic god pillars as the base, a layer of pitch-black material covered the entirety of Song Shuheng's shadow. A perfect foundation formed around Song Shuheng. Venerable Yellow Mountain couldn't help but speak out in surprise. The prototype of an illusory reality? He himself was also at this stage. After ascending to the Venerable Realm, he had begun to create his own illusory reality. He planned on using a thriving illusory city as the framework. At present, he had only condensed the floor of a blank room, similar to what Song Shuheng currently had. A complete illusory reality took a considerable amount of time to form. He still needed to dig out the deepest memories in his heart to fill the blank floor and complete the construction of his illusory reality. Senior White's clone took a step forward, stretching out his hand to touch Song Shuhang's demonic god pillar. When his fingers touched the demonic god pillar, a scream sounded from it. Afterward, a projection of Song Shuhang's kind face emerged from the pillar, floating left and right around the pillar like a balloon. Arrow Song Shuhang couldn't help but say, "Eh? Isn't this the manifested state of the indestructible Lord's demonic will?" It was the same state that the demonic heads were in. "That's right." Senior White's clone nodded. "The state of your demonic god pillars is slightly different from that of inner demons. It is more similar to those demonic heads." Song Shuhang fell into thought. After a while, he raised his head and looked at the space above Heavenly Field Island. He knew that there was a forbidden zone hidden there. Could it be the work of that senior in the forbidden zone? He had vaguely sensed that senior's aura before. Or perhaps the power of the indestructible Lord's demonic will was dragged into the demonic god pillars while he was fighting the demonic heads and dying to them again and again. While he was thinking, he suddenly saw a scene from the scholarly sage's eye in his left eye socket. There was a magnificent horse in the sky. It stood on one leg like a golden rooster, and spread out its front legs like a white crane. The horse stomped down with one hoof, and a series of screams followed from underneath its hoof. Those screams were the sounds of the indestructible Lord's demonic and resentful will. The horse snorted and disappeared. Senior White's clone said, "Since you already have a foundation, why don't you try constructing an illusory reality?" "An illusory reality?" Song Shuhang said. "But I haven't reached the venerable realm yet. With the power of these 99 demonic god pillars, you can give it a try." "Is there a world you want to build?" asked Senior White's clone. Song Shuhang thought for a while. "Senior White, how did your illusory reality come about?" He had remembered Senior White's desert. And as soon as he thought of it, in the shadows around him, waves of yellow sand emerged. In the blink of an eye, the shadow surrounding Song Shuhang was covered with a layer of yellow sand, creating a small desert. Song Shuhang. He had only been trying to recall Senior White's desert illusion. It was completely outside of his expectations that just the mere thought of it would immediately cause a desert to appear in his illusory reality. Is it not just my mouth that's straightforward, but my brain as well? If this continues, is there still any saving me? Shuhang, are you going to use my desert world as a prototype to build your illusory reality? My attributes are different from yours, so my illusory reality is not suitable for you. Theoretically speaking, I am of the earth attribute, and so my main body's illusory reality became a desert world. But you've got a lightning and fire dual attribute, so when you build your illusory reality, you should try to create a world that matches your attributes. Senior White's clone seriously warned Song Shuhang. Senior White only has the earth attribute? Soft Feather looked at Senior White's clone in surprise. She thought that an existence like Senior White would have all sorts of attributes. Senior White nodded, and said, I've always been specialized in earth-based magical techniques. As for those of other types, I have only slightly touched upon them. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue also added, by using your lightning and fire attributes as the foundation, your illusory reality would also be able to bring out the greatest effect. Song Shuhang took a deep breath, and replied, I understand. Thank you, seniors. Using lightning and fire as the foundation, he began to imagine things related to lightning and fire in his mind. What has the properties of fire and lightning? Right, Uncle Heavenly Tribulation. Uncle Heavenly Tribulation is the best at combining fire and lightning. The fire and lightning dual tribulation that comes after the wave of tribulation lightning possesses the most fundamental fusion of the two elements. Moreover, it's also very strong. More importantly, the heavenly tribulation had played a very important role in Song Shuhang's cultivation path. Over the course of his life as a cultivator, he had become very familiar with the heavenly tribulation, and he even knew exactly what it tasted like. It seemed like it would be a rather good idea to create a heavenly tribulation realm of his own. Song Shuheng felt that his idea was very good. However, is everyone's illusory reality different? If I think that Senior White's illusory reality is very interesting, can I just copy it? Theoretically, an illusory reality should be reproducible, right? After all, it is a world constructed by one's own will, one's own inner portrayal, and one's own thoughts. Senior Song, something has appeared in your desert. Soft Feather's voice sounded in Song Shuheng's ear. Song Shuheng. He quickly looked down at the small world under his feet. In the desert, an illusory figure emerged. This figure was very vague, looked like a child, and had long hair draping behind him. The child sat alone on a dune motionlessly. In the next moment, another figure appeared behind the dune. This figure was similarly vague. They were dragging a white horse, and were approaching the long-haired boy. Song Shuheng. While humans could indeed control their thoughts, there were times when they simply couldn't control their subconscious thoughts from leaking out. The more one wanted to avoid remembering some things, the more that they would appear in one's mind. Fairy Lychee asked, Shuheng, are you still copying Senior White's illusory reality? Can't you try to be a bit more original? Song Shuheng waved his hands repeatedly, and said, no, no, no. Actually, I already had a great plan in mind. However, the thoughts in my mind from before haven't stopped coming, so the desert plot just continued. Look, I'll change this world and show you my big plan. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, discarded all of the distracting thoughts, and began to conceive his own heavenly tribulation realm and the fire and lightning heavenly tribulation in his mind. When he conceived the prototype of the heavenly tribulation realm, he suddenly discovered another problem. The lightning and fire heavenly tribulations that he had encountered were not strong enough. The double attribute heavenly tribulations usually appeared in the heavenly tribulations of the 4th stage and the 5th stage. However, that was no longer enough to strike fear into his heart. In that case, I'll just strengthen the fire and lightning heavenly tribulation. It's my illusory world anyway. Song Shuheng began to recall the strongest lightning tribulation that he had come into contact with. As of the strongest pure lightning tribulation he had ever encountered was the 9th stage heavenly tribulation lightning palm. It was a city-sized lightning palm that gave off the feeling that it could destroy everything. Using that lightning palm as the base, he added the fire attribute to it. The lightning from the sky stirred the flames from the ground, and the fire and lightning began to intertwine. Nice. This is it. Song Shuheng opened his eyes, staring again at the shadowy world beneath his feet. At this moment, in the world under his feet, the vague young man in the green robes was fighting with the long-haired boy. When Song Shuheng opened his eyes, the battle between the two had just come to an end. The two sat down beside one another. This plot. Song Shuheng's heart shook. This is bad. Why are you sitting down and chatting? Isn't the normal procedure of the plot that Little White goes to rest after getting tired? What's going on? Little White, you are so beautiful, said the young man in green robes. Then, the young man in green robes changed his posture. Little White. Atatatata. Stop. Song Shuheng roared. He then quickly constructed the heavenly tribulation lightning palm plus fire attribute prototype in his mind. Rumble in an instant, a tribulation cloud formed inside the illusory reality and condensed into a palm, exuding the genuine aura of the heavenly tribulation. This palm was extremely oppressive, and a huge lightning fireball appeared in the palm soon after. Afterward, a loud blast echoed. The young man in green robes was killed by the heavenly tribulation fire lightning palm. Song Shuheng felt a deep sense of relief when he saw this. Phew. Just in time. I'm saved. I get to live another day. The members of the 9 provinces number 1 group looked at Song Shuheng with puzzled expressions, wondering why he suddenly killed the young man in the illusion. Full at the moment when the young man in the green robes exploded and was killed, a demonic god pillar emerged from the ground. The young man in the green robes then got hung on the pillar and got roasted. Unfortunately, this demonic god pillar was not like its 99 older brothers. After a while, the entire pillar collapsed and disappeared. Sure enough, the previous 99 demonic god pillars were different. At the moment when they formed, they had incorporated other things into them, such as the indestructible Lord's demonic will, which made them special. At this time, Senior White's clone said calmly, "That's a pity. I wanted to see what would happen next." Song Shuhang. Senior White's clone raised his head, looked at Song Shuhang, pointed to himself, and said, "Don't be surprised. I'm a clone. My personality is different from my main bodies." That's right, Senior White's clones are different from ordinary clones. They even go so far as to fool or scheme against their main body sometimes. In addition, their personalities are also very diverse, similar to inner demon clones. If they're similar to inner demon clones, then can they be sliced as well? As soon as the thought appeared in his head, Song Shuhang immediately suppressed it. As he had just gone from the experience of dying 99 times in the illusion not too long ago, his will to live was especially strong at the moment. Ever since joining the 9 provinces number 1 group, there was one truth that had been firmly ingrained into his mind: those who seek death will find it, and those who don't seek death won't die easily. He had already died enough, at least for today. He did not want to think about dying anymore. If I'm going to seek death, then I'll at least wait until tomorrow when I'm in a better state before even considering it. Wait, **T. At this moment, the only thing he could rejoice about was that Senior White's clone did not have the mind-reading technique. As he thought of this, he carefully glanced at the clone. However, this Senior White's clone had facial paralysis, and one would not be able to read his thoughts from his expression alone. Facial paralysis was really quite amazing at times. This heavenly tribulation fire lightning palm is not bad. It suits little friend Shuhang's attributes quite well. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue nodded, and then said, "However, the heavenly tribulation alone is far from enough. This won't be able to fully display your fire and lightning dual attribute talent. There's still a lot of room for improvement in your illusory reality." Venerable Yellow Mountain said, "However, at least a prototype has already been constructed. Modifying a prototype was much easier than creating it." Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly suggested, "Little friend Song can consider improving on the desert. In fact, a desert also hides the attribute of fire. As long as you increase the heat of the desert, you can directly create flames in it. The illusory reality, which is a manifestation of the thoughts and will of a cultivator, can go beyond common sense. An illusory reality could become however complex one could make it. Of course, more complex did not necessarily mean greater lethality and strength. The strength of an illusory reality depended on the depth of one's spiritual energy, the strength of one's divine sense, and the cultivator's realm. That is to say, even things that defy the laws of physics could become reality inside an illusory reality. Song Shuhang's eyes lit up. "Exactly," said Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, "Improving one's illusory reality is not a matter that can be done in just a day or two. Moreover, while making use of fellow Taoist White's illusory reality as a frame is quite showy, it still isn't yours in the end. It would do you well to mentally prepare yourself." "Thank you, seniors." Song Shuhang nodded, and said, "So how do I cancel the illusory reality? After I cancel it, will it still look the same the next time I release it?" Senior White's clone said calmly, "The illusory reality is the embodiment of the cultivator's thoughts. Therefore, as long as you store away those thoughts, it will naturally disappear as well." "I see." Song Shuhang silently thought to himself, and in the next moment, the layer of illusory reality under his feet converged. As if it was an item being stored into a box, the illusory reality world receded to the ground, revealing the 99 demonic god pillars that were acting as its foundation. The 99 demonic god pillars then merged into Song Shuhang's shadow and disappeared. Song Shuhang remarked, It's different from when Senior White cancels his illusory reality. Senior White's clone analyzed, that's because your current illusory reality is formed by relying on these 99 demonic god pillars. It is not a result of your own strength. The 99 demonic god pillars could be regarded as a special magical treasure that could allow Song Shuhang's thoughts to extend and affect the real world, thus allowing him to achieve the same effect that an illusory reality had. Soft Feather asked, can Senior Song still release the illusory reality after storing it away? Let me try it out. Song Shuhang closed his eyes, and tried releasing the illusory reality again. Soft Feather said, Senior Song, wait, let me go in and experience the illusory reality. I want to see what effects it has. Don't. The power of the heavenly tribulation fire lightning palm in Little Friend Song's previous illusion is not to be underestimated. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly quickly grabbed his daughter. With Soft Feather's current strength, she would likely become severely injured if she were to get struck by the heavenly tribulation that possessed fire and lightning attributes. Soft Feather looked at Song Shuhang's shadow, and asked, then. Butterfly Song White Creation Yellow Trigram Lychee 6 Doe Phoenix, do you want to go in and take a look? The black-skinned Soft Feather's face popped out, and she shook her head frantically. She was not that afraid of getting killed by the lightning. She was more afraid of getting hung by the pillars and dying a shameful death. Fairy Lychee suggested, who has a puppet clone? We can use one to try out the illusory reality. I might have one on hand, Senior White's clone said. Give me a second. Senior White's clone used his spatial abilities and disappeared. After a while, he reappeared with a large box in hand. The box was filled with puppet clones. Senior White's clone said, I recalled that I tried to learn how to produce puppet clones a long time ago. These are all experimental materials. They're pretty similar to the ones on the market. These puppet clones had no combat power, and only had the ability to link with the user's 5 senses. Its main purpose was to be used in place of the user to explore dangerous places. When using these puppet clones, the user would have to devote their whole consciousness to controlling it. One could not multitask while using these puppet clones. Senior White's clone handed out a puppet clone to each of the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group. Anyway, these were just products of his experiments from a long time ago. Before this, they were merely wasting away in warehouses. Song Shuhang also got a puppet clone. After a while, the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group all activated the puppet clones in their hands, of course, except for Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang asked, are you all ready? Soft Feather replied, Sir, yes, sir. Song Shuhang said, go. The members of the group controlled the puppet clones, and surrounded Song Shuhang's main body. It couldn't be helped as Song Shuhang's current illusory reality was very small, and only had the range of the 99 demonic god pillars. The illusory reality expanded, and all the puppet clones were drawn into the illusion. A golden desert appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, everyone could feel their own puppet clones replacing the white horse. Wait, the white horse? This was beyond all of their expectations. They thought that after they entered this illusory reality, they would become either Little White or the young man in green robes. Song Shuhang's illusory reality could not separate everyone into their own scenes like Senior White's illusion. As such, all of the puppet clones were stuffed into a single scene. Therefore, the young man in the green robes in the illusion appeared with a group of white horses behind him. The originally dashing arrival of the young man had been downgraded, giving it a shoddy salesman aura. A group of white horses was pulled by the young man toward Little White. Everyone then watched the battle between Little White and the young man from a third-party perspective. Then, they saw Little White and the young man sit down to chat. One white horse said, the lightning is going to be coming next, right? Should we run? Because everyone had become a white horse, it was impossible to tell who was speaking. We're using puppet clones anyway, so why not have a taste of the lightning's might? I share the same thought. Anyhow, if a puppet clone is destroyed, then that's that. There's no need to cry over such a thing. Boom! While they were speaking, lightning struck down, and all of the white horses were shrouded by it. At the same time, Song Shuhang's screams suddenly sounded. The white horses were dumbfounded. We didn't scream yet, so why is little friend Shuhang screaming? We're the ones who got hit by the heavenly tribulation fire lightning palm, right? Why is it little friend Song Shuhang who's screaming like a pig? While the group of white horses was stunned from shock, the illusory reality dissipated. With that, a pile of puppet clone fragments was left on the ground. These puppet clones were originally just experimental products of Senior White, and were quite fragile. After suffering the damage from the heavenly tribulation in the illusory reality, they immediately shattered. Soft Feather said curiously, Where's Senior Song? Song Shuhang, who was originally maintaining the illusory reality, had disappeared. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple guessed, could it be that the illusory reality had shattered and backfired, so little friend Song Shuhang received the damage that we were supposed to take? Immortal Master Copper Trigram shook his head, and said, I've never heard of an illusory reality backlash. It's not a magical technique, it's just the manifestation of a venerable's thoughts. It doesn't have the capability to unleash a backlash on its caster. Senior White, did you find something? True Monarch White Crane asked when he noticed Senior White's clone pinching his chin in thought. Senior White's clone said calmly, When I was in the illusory reality, I wanted to block the fire lightning palm tribulation so that everyone could see the development of the plot between the young man in the white horse and Little White. It did seem like an interesting story, after all. It's a past that my main body is too embarrassed to tell and a dark part of his past that he can't erase. But just when I blocked the fire lightning palm tribulation, Shuhang's illusory reality exploded. Venerable Yellow Mountain. So it was your fault. What about Senior Song? Soft Feather blinked, and said, Senior Song wasn't blown up too, right? Senior White's clone said, No, although the illusory reality is broken, Song Shuhang is not injured. Fairy Lychee asked, Where did Shuhang go? And what was that last scream? Venerable Yellow Mountain was worried. The black-skinned Scarlet Heaven Sword said, There's no need to be afraid. Shuhang still has another resurrection item on him, he definitely won't die. While they were talking, a spatial rift opened in the air, and Song Shuhang's figure fell out of it. However, Song Shuhang, who was originally a young boy, had regained an appearance that was in line with his current age. Soft Feather said, Senior Song, are you okay? Yup, I'm still alive. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, pinched his face and his body, and felt a wave of relief. He was not missing any parts, his waist was still there, and everything else was still there. Senior White's clone suddenly asked, Was it the one from the netherworld? Song Shuhang looked up at the sky and nodded. Just now, while he was watching the young man in green robes riding a white horse in the illusory reality and being about to be killed by the heavenly tribulation fire lightning palm, the power of the heavenly tribulation in the illusion was suddenly blocked. Immediately afterward, Song Shuhang felt like a rocket had been inserted into his body, and he began soaring into the sky. And then he plunged into the netherworld right after that. The speed of the ascent and descent was so exhilarating that words simply could not describe the experience. It was hundreds of times more exhilarating than bungee jumping. This was the first time that he entered the netherworld realm in such a way. In the past, he would always use the inner world as a springboard to enter it, or directly enter it through a spatial gate. Then, Song Shuhang saw Senior White too, who had not been responding to him for the past 2 days. Senior White too did not say anything. He simply stretched his out toward him, and used a magical technique similar to the aging technique. Under the influence of this magical technique, Song Shuhang's body recovered from a young boy to a young man in the blink of an eye. This aging technique did not harm his lifespan in the slightest. It simply affected his appearance. The only side effect was that his body suffered from an extremely itchy sensation that felt as if he was covered in bug bites in the process of his appearance changing. Immediately afterward, Song Shuheng was ejected and sent back to the main world. From start to finish, Senior White 2 did not say a word to him. However, silence was better than noise. Song Shuheng pinched his chin, and thought to himself, this shows that Senior White 2's anger should have at least been eased a little, otherwise he would not have taken the initiative to restore my appearance, right? Senior White 2. It's true that silence is better than noise, but how on earth did you understand that my anger has subsided from that? But this time, he did have something to give to Song Shuheng. After Song Shuheng landed, a small box also exited the rift and landed on him. Song Shuheng asked, "What's this?" Senior White 2's voice sounded in Song Shuheng's mind. Inside is the formula for a medicinal liquid that can deal with the netherworld evil energy infection that those beast cultivators of the beast realm are suffering from. However, this medicinal liquid does not cure their skin, and can only temporarily relieve the fat ball's infection method. Nevertheless, you can still hand it over to those in the beast realm first. Anyway, regardless of what the fat ball is planning on doing in the beast realm, we're definitely going to hinder or stop its plans. Got it. I like going against the fat ball the most. Song Shuheng reached out, and put away the box. I wonder if Fairy Sage Monarch Blue Phoenix and her 2 disciples in the beast realm are still alive? I should try contacting them in a while. Senior White 2 said, the things in the beast realm have been dragging on for a long time, so don't be careless. The fat ball has been making a lot of small moves recently. You should be careful. Song Shuheng responded, don't worry, Senior White. If I can't handle it, I'll definitely just be cowardly. The other party is a ruler of the netherworld, there's nothing for me to be ashamed of from acting cowardly. Senior White 2. I am also a ruler of the netherworld, yet you practically jump in joy when you see me. And that illusory reality of yours. Also, don't use that illusory reality of yours until it's perfect, Senior White 2 said. Don't ask me why, I don't want to answer. After saying that, Senior White 2 cut off the connection with Song Shuheng. True Monarch White Crane asked curiously, what's in the box? Something that can save the beast realm. Song Shuheng hugged the box. At that time, the beast realm will owe me a big favor, and I won't be polite. If they want to return my favor, I'll have them give me as many generic things as possible. The more generic, the better. Senior White's clone reminded him, if you're heading to the beast realm, then don't forget about completing the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique, body tempering technique. The Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique, practiced by Song Shuheng was incomplete. He only had the parts of it until the 5th level. After he ascended to the 5th stage, he was no longer able to rely on it as much, and he mostly relied on the enhancement from the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha, and the variant steel hands technique, as well as forcibly raising the number of his Holy Ape projections in some encounters. Song Shuheng laughed, and said, don't worry. I thought of that as well. After saying that, he took out a metal disc. This was the magical treasure that Sage Monarch Blue Phoenix left him for him to contact her with. Song Shuheng poured some spiritual energy into it. Soon, a voice came from the metal disc. Hello, who is this? Song Shuheng coughed lightly and lowered his voice. This is Tyrannical Song. Suddenly, the sound of people stumbling and objects shattering came from the disc. Song Shuheng. Tyrannical Song? That Tyrannical Song? I'm pretty sure that there's only one Tyrannical Song that exists in the universe. Are we going to get pregnant? I mean, we just listened to him speak. Probably not. It said that it should be fine as long as we don't look at his eyes. Senior Blue Phoenix, don't turn on the hologram function. I'm only 300 years old. I'm not even an adult yet. What do I do? I've got some fruit-flavored contraceptive pills here, want some? Soft sounds could be heard coming from the other side of the metal disc. Although their voices were very soft, with Song Shuhang's current cultivation level, he could hear their voices clearly. Song Shuhang. The black-skinned soft feather giggled, and said, Senior Song's reputation has spread all across the universe. At the same time, Soft Feather leaned closer to Song Shuhang's ear, and whispered, Senior Song, we should figure out how to turn on that holographic function. I bet it'll be a lot of fun. Song Shuhang nodded. He used his divine sense to scan the metal disc, and soon found a rune similar to the illusion formation. Yes, this should be it. Song Shuhang activated it without hesitation. At the same time, he rubbed his eyes and readied the scholarly sage's eye. Of course, with his current strength, the sage's eye did not have the ability to impregnate people from across space. At most, it could let others appreciate the beauty of the sage's eye. Whoosh! At the same time that the rune was activated, an image of Fairy Blue Phoenix and her immediate surroundings was also projected through the illusion formation. Fairy Blue Phoenix was wearing a palace dress, and was sitting at the edge of a round conference table with the metal disc in her hand. At the table, there were other cultivators from the beast realm. Song Shuhang abruptly brought his eye closer to the metal disc, and filled the holographic projection with his left eye. The giant scholarly sage's eye appeared in front of Fairy Blue Phoenix and the others, and chaos ensued. Hee, you shouldn't believe rumors so easily. Song Shuhang brought his head back, and said, even if it's me, I can't use the expert's appraisal over such long distances. You're all thinking too much. The trembling voice of a young woman came from the metal disc. Then, hearing Senior Tyrannical Song's voice won't make us pregnant either? Song Shuhang replied, where could you possibly find such a strange technique that allows its user to make others pregnant just from hearing their voice? But there's a technique that can make others pregnant just by being stared at, so why can't there be one that makes use of voice? A voice said in disbelief. Ahem. Fairy Blue Phoenix stretched out her hand, and dispelled the chaotic scene. At the same time, she smiled bitterly and looked at Song Shuhang, who was holographically projected in front of her. Fellow Taoist Tyrannical Song, have you come bearing good news? To be honest, the situation on our side has only been getting worse lately. I constantly hear troublesome news every day. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared from beside Song Shuhang. Fairy. You aren't a qualified businesswoman. Fairy Blue Phoenix. Beside Song Shuhang, a spatial gate suddenly opened. Fairy Almighty Seller, who was wearing a sheet, drilled out of the spatial gate, and then continued, you shouldn't have disclosed that you are in an urgent situation to Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. This will only make it so that Profound Sage Tyrannical Song can increase the price of his service and make more profit off of you. Fairy Blue Phoenix smiled bitterly, and said, actually, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song already knows how bad the situation is on our side. I don't have to hide it from him. Song Shuhang looked at Fairy Almighty Seller curiously. Fairy, why are you here? I have a small deal to make with you, but I'm not in that much of a hurry, so you can finish this deal with this fairy from the beast realm first. Fairy Almighty Seller smiled as she tightly wrapped the sheet around her. Song Shuhang nodded and looked at Sage Monarch Blue Phoenix again. Fairy Blue Phoenix, I really did come bearing good news. The senior I asked to help with your situation has already finished researching a formula for a medicinal liquid that can temporarily relieve the netherworld evil energy infection. You can come and pick it up whenever you're free. As soon as Song Shuhang finished saying that, Fairy Almighty Seller looked at him in surprise. There was such a thing going on. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song really is quite dirty. Fairy Almighty Seller vaguely learned from her master that behind Profound Sage Tyrannical Song were several peerless experts. For example, Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven, who was renowned among immortals, had even given Song Shuhang his life-bound treasured sword to play with. There was also Pavilion Master Chu, who had a deep friendship with Song Shuheng more importantly. There were rumors that the ruler of the Netherworld was also one of Song Shuheng's backers. From the conversation between Song Shuheng and Fairy Blue Phoenix, she could discern that the situation in the Beast Realm was very bad at the moment, and many were infected by the evil energy of the Netherworld. And now, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song had come out with the means to deal with it. Netherworld Evil Energy Infection plus Ruler of the Netherworld plus Solution. This method is really dirty. The ruler of the Netherworld infects the Beast Realm with evil energy, and then Profound Sage Tyrannical Song comes forward to solve the problem. However, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song and the ruler of the Netherworld are actually working together. It is a really despicable scheme. Sure enough, Master said that I must be wary of Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. I should be more careful when I deal with him lest I fall into a trap. Fairy Almighty Seller nodded secretly. In the projection of the metal disc. I'll head over to Earth immediately. A bright smile emerged on Fairy Blue Phoenix's face. The long-awaited good news had really come. After saying that, she glanced at Fairy Almighty Seller beside Song Shuheng again. Just now the fairy had mentioned words such as businesswoman and deals. So, Fairy Blue Phoenix thought for a while, and then said, Tyrannical Song, is there anything you need right now? We can bring a batch of treasures to you as a reward. Of course, as long as the medicinal liquid and method is effective, then we're prepared to give you more. As long as the treatment was effective, the Beast Realm was willing to pay a high price. There's no need for such politeness between us. Song Shuheng smiled slightly. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The first few times, he had been too thin-skinned, and as a result, the big shots always got away. But this time, he had learned from those lessons of the past. Song Shuheng said, between us, I'd rather get more common and vulgar things. There's no need for anything sophisticated. Fairy Blue Phoenix pondered for a moment and blushed slightly. I see. Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song, when the time comes, our remuneration will definitely not disappoint you. Song Shuheng said, by the way, Fairy, I've been practicing the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique of the Beast Realm. Fairy Blue Phoenix nodded. Song Shuheng said, however, my Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique is incomplete. If possible, I would like to request you, Fairy, to provide me with the complete Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique. Fairy Blue Phoenix thought for a moment, and then said, I can give fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song a copy of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique. But if you want the real full version, I will have to invite fellow Daoist to make a trip to our Beast Realm. For cultivation techniques of this level, the last chapters were usually of the kind that could only be comprehended directly, and not imparted. The cultivation techniques themselves would carry the power of laws, and thus couldn't simply be copied down with pen and paper. Even if it were forcibly recorded or copied, the written words would be erased by the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, in order to maintain their integrity, cultivation techniques of this level had special inheritance locations where the future generations could enter to understand the core part. The core part of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique, for example, was located in an inheritance location in the Beast Realm. The scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha, that Song Shuheng had, was also a body-tempering cultivation technique of this level. Luckily, he obtained the complete inheritance directly from the scholarly sage's memory through the still pond of wisdom back at the Mountain of Myriad Books. Otherwise, if he wanted to learn the complete, scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha, he would have to comprehend it from the scholarly faction's inheritance location. Sage Monarch Blue Phoenix replied, fellow Daoist, you can find the final content of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique in its inheritance location, Gez Holy Mountain, which is in the Beast Realm. However, I won't be able to guarantee whether you will be able to comprehend it. Sure, it's settled then, replied Song Shuheng. He was only at the early stages of the 6th stage realm, so even if the version that Fairy Blue Phoenix gave him was inferior to the final content, it should be enough for him to reach the 8th stage Profound Sage realm. That should last him for quite a while, so he was in no hurry at all. In addition, Song Shuheng was very much not confident in having the ability to comprehend the final content of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique at Gez Holy Mountain. He recalled when he was in the secret room of the Chu family, looking at a picture while trying to comprehend the sword art. Back then, everyone around him was able to comprehend some sword arts or sword moves from the picture, but he could not understand the slightest bit of it. Fortunately, Song Shuheng was now armed with the secret appraisal technique. He hoped that the inheritance at Gez Holy Mountain could be deciphered by the secret appraisal technique and that he would not have to bleed too much. Fairy Blue Phoenix suggested, "Great. Then, fellow Daoist tyrannical Song, how about we meet up in the Jiangnan area of Earth's China? We're both familiar with the place, so it should be a good location to meet up at." Song Shuheng nodded. "Okay, I'll see you there." It would take some time to rush back to the Jiangnan area from where he was by flying on a saber, but with Senior White's clone by his side, he could reach the place with a single spatial jump. After ending the call, Song Shuheng put away the metal disc. Coincidentally, he had also been planning on returning to Jiangnan University Town to meet up with the monster Willow Qing Wu. Perhaps he could even find an opportunity to tutor Qing Wu on some of the university courses so that the results wouldn't be too horrible when the final exam came. Or maybe it would be a good idea to give Qing Wu the learning god system made by Senior White. Besides that, he also wanted to meet his parents as he had an interesting idea. He wanted to quietly use the secret appraisal technique on his mother's belly to see if he could identify whether he was going to have a little brother or a little sister. Soft Feather asked, "Senior Song, are you going back now?" Song Shuheng said, I've been away for quite some time now. I should go back and check what's going on with Qing Wu as well. Afterward, are you going to head to the Beast Realm?" Soft Feather looked at him expectantly. "Also, when are you going to return to the Black Dragon world? I remember that the inheritance you wanted to set up for Scarlet Pupil isn't complete yet. And there's still Senior Eternal Fire of the Scholarly faction. When are you making a trip there?" Song Shuheng responded, "I'll be doing things one at a time. I'm still lacking in clones." His clone was stuck in the 9th stage Heavenly Tribulation realm, his steel manifestation was in the hands of the Heavenly Emperor, and his inner demon clone refused to materialize. There were many things he had to deal with, but he could only do them one at a time. "Unfortunately, I won't be able to accompany you this time," said Soft Feather as she beckoned with her hand. Then, the black-skinned Soft Feather emerged from Song Shuheng's shadow. Soft Feather urged, "Enjoy the journey in the Beast Realm in my place. If something interesting happens, remember to share it with me as soon as possible." The black-skinned Soft Feather smiled gracefully, nodded, and then retreated back into Song Shuheng's shadow. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly. He hadn't noticed previously that his black-skinned daughter had actually been living in the shadow of little friend Song Shuheng. That was to say, his black-skinned daughter would not be returning with him to Spirit Butterfly Island, and would instead go on an adventure with little friend Song Shuheng. He had originally been thinking of enjoying his time together with his two daughters by his side. "Let's go back too, Dad." Soft Feather waved her small fist as she said, "When I go back this time, I'm going to enter seclusion and practice. I want to advance to the 6th stage realm as soon as possible." She was still quite worried about her patternless golden core. Although Song Shuheng had explained the power of the patternless golden core to her, Soft Feather still wanted to see it for herself. Thus, she wanted to strive to ascend to the 6th stage and see if the patternless golden core could really skip the golden core composition and finishing touch stage, directly turning into a spirit lake. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly smiled slightly. It was rare that his daughter would take initiative to practice. "In a while, when the fellow Taoists wake up, we can say our goodbyes and leave." With his daughter taking the initiative to cultivate, he ignored the fact that his black-skinned daughter was being taken away on adventures by Song Shuheng. On Heavenly Field Island, the hungover cultivators who were struck by Dharma King Creation's singing woke up one by one. Everyone got together first, had breakfast together, and then said their goodbyes one after the other. This time, none of them dared to drink again in fear that they would get drunk and have to stay on Heavenly Field Island again. Song Shuheng picked up a piece of bread with his chopsticks, and turned his head to ask, "By the way, Fairy Almighty Seller, what have you come for?" Fairy Almighty Seller imitated Song Shuheng, picked up 2 small buns in a single breath, and then said, "A small deal. I want to buy another batch of saber intent condensing lotus seeds from you. Is there anything you want?" Song Shuheng said, "Spirit stones. I want common and vulgar things like spirit stones." Fairy Almighty Seller hurriedly said, "Spirit stones aren't common or vulgar. They're the cutest things in this world. Idiot, don't waste this precious opportunity on spirit stones." The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword could not bear it any longer, and said, "Try getting something more useful. It's a hard-to-come-by opportunity." "I was just joking," said Song Shuheng. Then, he stretched and laid his hand on Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, using 3 instances of the saber nurturing technique in a row. Oh ho ho, that's the feeling. So refreshing. The cracks in my body are beginning to recover. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword felt very comfortable. Song Shuheng coughed lightly, and said, "Fairy, do you have any powerful, high-grade saber techniques or close combat techniques?" I do have a pretty good saber technique on me," Fairy Almighty Seller said. "Here, the inverted scale saber technique. It's worth having." Song Shuheng was taken aback. "What saber technique?" Fairy Almighty Seller replied, "The inverted scale saber technique." Song Shuheng. He had not been expecting it to be this saber technique, so he thought that he had heard wrong at first. The inverted scale saber technique was the first good saber technique that Song Shuheng had learned in the truest sense. He had mastered the first 3 styles of this technique, namely the dragon dance style, the dragon scale style, and the inverted scale style. The saber would move like a dragon, and no evil would be able to invade one's body. The technique could form scales and protect against threats from all directions. Inverted scale saber intent, the strongest defensive saber. However, despite the domineering names of the styles, it was actually a defensive saber technique that was the complete opposite of a domineering saber technique. With the improvement in Song Shuheng's strength, this saber technique had gradually become unable to keep up with his pace due to its low grade. Wait. Maybe it's just the same name? The world is so big. It's normal for 1 or 2 saber techniques to have the same name. Song Shuheng asked, "Fairy, is there anything special about this inverted scale saber technique that you just mentioned?" "It's good that you asked." Fairy Almighty Seller reached out, brought out a tablet, and swiped on it a few times. She then said, "It's a rare and unique cultivation technique. This saber technique is completely different from what's popular, and its creator was even lauded by my master as a truly talented sabersman." Song Shuheng. Fairy Almighty Seller exclaimed, "This is a saber technique that focuses on defense. You probably can't even imagine just how powerful this defensive saber technique actually is." Song Shuheng stretched out his hand. "Fairy, wait." He got up and shook his right hand. The treasured saber broken tyrant emerged from the inner world, falling into his hand. Song Shuheng then shook the treasured saber, and the guardrails on it transformed into barbed spikes. If this saber were stabbed into a person's body, not to mention the pain, the spikes alone would be able to claim their life. Fairy Almighty Seller looked at Song Shuheng curiously, not knowing what he was planning on doing. First, dragon dance style. Song Shuheng waved broken tyrant, and saber chi erupted from it. The chi that condensed did not dissipate, and it instead transformed into a dragon that flew around Song Shuheng. When the dragon dance style was cast, his saber intent armor was also activated. The saber intent then fused with the saber chi dragon that was flying around him, merging into a beautiful set of armor on Song Shuheng's body. The entire process of the transformation looked magnificent. Besides the rather strange fact that the saber intent was armor, everything else was perfect. Whether it was the defensive properties, the counterattack properties, or the aesthetic, it was all perfect. This is the inverted scale saber technique, evolved version, saber intent armor. Fairy, would you like to learn about it? It's quite cool. Song Shuhang gave a thumbs up. Is that really saber intent? Not armor intent? Fairy Almighty Seller asked. It's genuine saber intent. As long as you carefully sense it, you'll be able to see that it's really saber intent. Song Shuhang patted the exquisite armor on his body, and said, also, its defensive capabilities are top-notch. It won't lose out even to armor intent. Fairy Almighty Seller. Are you rending my heart on purpose? I just wanted to sell you the inverted scale saber technique, yet you go and display an evolved version of it with your saber intent? How am I supposed to do business like this? Suck. In the end, Fairy Almighty Seller still successfully completed the transaction of the inverted scale saber technique, with Song Shuhang in exchange for saber intent condensing lotus seeds. This was because the inverted scale saber technique, in Song Shuhang's hands, was not the complete version. Therefore, he decided to leave the fairy maiden some face and reluctantly gave her saber intent condensing lotus seeds in exchange for the inverted scale saber technique, which was of little significance to him. As for Fairy Almighty Seller, she gave him 2 life insurance tickets, in order to complete the transaction. These tickets were from the life insurance business that she and her master were starting up. When the owner of a ticker was faced with a major crisis, she and her master would use their spatial abilities to quickly look for the person in need of saving and save them. Overall, both parties were satisfied with the transaction. Fairy Almighty Seller took the batch of saber intent condensing lotus seeds and left in satisfaction. As for Song Shuhang, he happily stored the complete version of the inverted scale saber technique, and the 2 life insurance tickets. When doing business, you should not easily let the other party know that you really wanted something, or else the other party could make use of that knowledge to take advantage of you. This truth had been mentioned by Fairy Almighty Seller just a short while ago. Song Shuhang felt that it made sense after listening to it, so he kept it in mind, and applied what he had learned. Therefore, although he had wanted the complete version of the inverted scale saber technique, since the start, he took the initiative to show the first 3 styles of the inverted scale saber technique, and his saber intent armor to Fairy Almighty Seller in order to lower the price. It looks like it really is effective. Fairy Almighty Seller gave me 2 tickets as a bonus. The tickets were not actually very useful to Song Shuhang, as he had the inner world and could directly escape into it should he face a dangerous situation. And if the inner world was unreachable due to the space being sealed, then it was likely that Fairy Almighty Seller and the Almighty Merchant would not be able to get to him either. However, using this ticket as a gift to others was a pretty good use for them as well. Unfortunately, there are only 2 of them. Whom should I give these to? By the way, little friend Shuhang. At this moment, elder sister White Dragon floated over and said softly, Yu Jiao should have sent you a full version of the divine weapon appraisal. You can take a look when you have time. However, since slow-witted Song had tinkered with it, don't expect too much. Song Shuhang asked, thank you, elder sister White Dragon. By the way, is 16 awake? Elder sister White Dragon smiled and said, she's already awake. She should be out in a while. Song Shuhang took out his phone, clicked on the chat software, and then opened the chat between himself and Yu Jiao. Soon, he found the divine weapon appraisal. From its name, it seems like it's a magical technique for appraising divine weapons. Song Shuhang was very interested in what slow-witted Song researched. I wonder what tricks that guy found. Upon closer inspection, the content had absolutely nothing to do with appraising divine weapons. It was a small magical technique. A magical technique that could be used by a 9th-stage tribulation transcender realm powerhouse. Simply put, through this magical technique, a tribulation transcender could leave a rune mark on a magical treasure that only they could sense. After doing so, no matter where the magical treasure or item was thrown, it could instantly be summoned through the mark. With this little magical technique, my mother no longer has to worry about me losing things. Slow-witted song. Song Shuheng. Ninth stage tribulation transcenders are amazing, aren't they? A ninth stage tribulation transcender can do whatever they want with their spatial abilities. A magical technique that's completely useless. Song Shuheng sighed. Behind him, the virtuous Lamia pinched her chin thoughtfully. After a while, the virtuous Lamia suddenly stretched out her hand, and slapped Song Shuheng's treasured saber broken tyrant. A small, snake-like rune mark was branded onto the treasured saber broken tyrant. Song Shuheng's eyes widened. Chapter 1893. It's actually by hand. Isn't this, divine weapon appraisal, a magical technique that can only be used by ninth stage tribulation transcenders? Why is the virtuous Lamia able to use it so easily? The virtuous Lamia had possessed strength at the ninth stage tribulation transcender realm back when she had been alive, but the issue was that her current self as a light of virtue did not have strength or abilities of the ninth stage tribulation transcender realm. He. The virtuous Lamia waved her little hand proudly. Nobody noticed that there was a tribulation bone flickering in the body of the virtuous fat whale underneath her tail. During the ninth stage heavenly tribulation, after the first tribulation wave, a tribulation transcender's vitality could be birthed in one's body, allowing the cultivator's vitality to undergo humongous changes and break past its limit. And after the second tribulation wave, the cultivator could instead condense a tribulation bone in their body. This wave was also known as the spatial power ticket. Normally, after the heavenly tribulation of the ninth stage ended, the tribulation transcender would gain the ability to make contact with spatial forces thanks to the tribulation bone. Song Shuheng had personally endured the second tribulation wave of the ninth stage heavenly tribulation. However, as he, unfortunately, did not possess a cultivation of the eighth stage profound sage realm, his body was not able to birth a tribulation bone. Fairy waiting for a promise, can you try summoning broken tyrant through the divine weapon appraisal? Nowadays, Song Shuheng was someone with a big heart, and he had become someone who was very accepting of things. When it came to certain things that ordinary cultivators would find a hard time coming to terms with, he could very easily and quickly do so. Since some things already happened, one did not need to concern themselves with the process as much as the result any longer. It was already a fact that the virtuous Lamia could use the divine weapon appraisal, so there was no need to think about it any further. Anyhow, it was not like it was a bad thing. The virtuous Lamia posed like a bodybuilder, and then quickly nodded her head. Go! Song Shuheng used the saber controlling technique, and sent the treasured saber broken tyrant into the sky. The treasured saber headed toward the other end of Heavenly Field Island. After doing this, Song Shuheng turned his head to look at the virtuous Lamia. The virtuous Lamia began to summon the treasured saber broken tyrant according to the method recorded in the divine weapon appraisal. However, while she could sense the distance between herself and the treasured saber, as well as its exact location on Heavenly Field Island, she could not summon it back to herself. It was because she did not have spatial abilities. If one wanted to use spatial abilities, they were required to possess the tribulation bone, and they would need to transcend the 1,000 days tribulation of the ninth stage heavenly tribulation. The virtuous Lamia waved both of her hands, trying to cast the magical technique repeatedly, but nothing happened. She turned her head stiffly, looking at Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng was thinking about how to comfort the virtuous Lamia when there was suddenly a burst of mocking laughter from beside him. It was fairy creation. She burst into laughter, and even began rolling on the floor as she laughed loudly. She and the virtuous Lamia were both partners and competitors. The virtuous Lamia was hit hard. She grabbed the tip of her tail while feeling aggrieved, and then rolled herself back into Song Shuheng's body. Sure enough, one must not have their expectations set too high when it comes to cultivation techniques tinkered with by slow-witted Song. 8 out of 10 times, things he tinkered with are trash he tossed away, said elder sister White Dragon calmly. She had clearly suffered in the same manner in the past, which was why she was very vigilant toward anything that slow-witted Song had touched. Song Shuhang said regretfully, "What a pity. If this, divine weapon appraisal, really worked, it would be very useful. For example, in the middle of a fight, he could stamp a rune mark on the enemy's magical treasure, and directly plunder it from them. Although it was very likely that the other party would immediately regain control and grab it back, if it happened out of nowhere and unexpectedly, it could affect the battle." Another example was Senior Skylark's Bone of Eternity. If she branded it with a mark, then she could easily retrieve it whenever she wanted. Also, Senior White 2 had been trying to capture the Big-Eyed Planet for a while now. If he ever got the opportunity to stamp a mark on its body, then it would never be able to run from him, right? Song Shuhang happily swam in a sea of his own thoughts. Unfortunately, that was all that he could think about. He stretched out his hand, made a hand seal, and prepared to use the saber controlling technique to summon back the treasured saber-broken tyrant. But suddenly, his hand paused after the virtuous Lamia rolled back into his body. The virtuous fat whale also rolled back into his body. When the virtuous fat whale returned to his body, Song Shuhang suddenly felt something. His consciousness was clearly able to lock on to the location of the treasured saber-broken tyrant through a snake-shaped rune. At the same time, he got the feeling as if he could summon back the treasured saber-broken tyrant by stretching out his hand. So, Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and started trying to grab at the air. Grab, grab, grab. Shuhang, what are you doing? Dowda looked at Song Shuhang, who looked like a fool at this moment. Huh? Song Shuhang stopped grabbing at the air. He fell into a state of contemplation. He felt that as long as he stretched out his hand, he would be able to retrieve the treasured saber-broken tyrant, so why did it not come back? Was he lacking something? And so, he described what he felt just now to Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword and Elder Sister White Dragon. After listening, Elder Sister White Dragon smiled and said, "I get it. This, divine weapon appraisal, is a magical technique similar to a spatial locator. For a tribulation transcender who possesses spatial abilities, as long as they have the coordinates, they can naturally retrieve their items through space." The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword added, "But as you don't have spatial abilities, then of course you can't retrieve Broken Tyrant even if you have its coordinates." Song Shuhang. This was perhaps why the divine weapon appraisal was a magical technique that could only be mastered by 9th stage tribulation transcenders, but for a tribulation transcender, this magical technique was quite useless. Senior White's clone said, "Then does that mean I can learn this magical technique? I have spatial abilities." Song Shuhang opened the divine weapon appraisal, sent by Yu Jiaojiao again and handed his phone over to Senior White. "In a while, I'll add this, divine weapon appraisal, to the group folder of the 9 provinces number 1 group so that any interested seniors can take a look." After reading it from start to finish, Senior White stretched out his hand, and pressed on Song Shuhang's phone. A pure white crescent mark appeared on the back of Song Shuhang's phone, and quickly disappeared. It had become a rune mark that only Senior White's clone could see. This time, Song Shuhang was not surprised or shocked at all. Senior White returned the phone to Song Shuhang, and then quickly walked 100 meters away before trying to cast the divine weapon appraisal. A palm suddenly appeared in front of Song Shuhang, grabbing his phone and taking it away. The so-called method of summoning a treasure is actually to snatch it back by hand. Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. This completely ruined the images he had conjured in his mind just a short while ago. How am I supposed to use such a move to snatch my enemy's weapon? As soon as my palm reaches out to grab the weapon, the enemy can just attack my palm. This magical technique is quite interesting. After thinking about it, Senior White said, "Shuhang, to a certain extent, you can be considered to possess spatial abilities." Song Shuhang. Is Senior White referring to the inner world? Song Shuhang said, "But the inner world is a one-way channel. just try it. It's not like it costs you any money. Senior White's clone threw the phone back to Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng caught the phone, nodded, and then tried sensing the snake-shaped rune mark on the treasured saber broken tyrant. He quickly managed to get the same feeling again. After sensing broken tyrant, he felt as if he could retrieve it simply by grabbing at the air. Daodu could not help but exclaim, "Woof! Right, I have to try retrieving it through the inner world." Song Shuheng adjusted his posture. He then stretched out his hand, and had it enter his inner world. Afterward, by using the inner world as a springboard, he tried to retrieve broken tyrant by opening the inner world at its location. He tried using the same method he would use when opening the inner world for his main body or with his clone. Both his clone and his main body possessed the authority and ability to open the inner world, so as long as they cooperated with one another, they could complete a positional exchange through the inner world. Now, what he was trying to do was go a step further and create two openings in the inner world at the same time. Song Shuheng's arm moved around in the inner world for quite some time. Ugh! I feel like I'm still missing something. He sighed. For some reason, he could not open an exit where the treasured saber-broken tyrant was. "It should be due to your lack of understanding of spatial abilities," said the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword. In the end, Song Shuheng was not a real ninth-stage tribulation transcender. "Shuheng, what are you doing?" At this moment, Pavilion Master Chu's voice sounded in Song Shuheng's ear. "What are you doing grabbing around above my head? I got frightened when I suddenly saw your hand." Song Shuheng explained, "I'm trying out a magical technique. Anyway, Senior Chu, your head is soaked in water, and I'm just moving around a single arm in the air. What's there to be afraid of?" Pavilion Master Chu. She silently dove deeper into the pool and blew bubbles. As her heart had not been restored yet, it could not be rent, so she managed to stay calm. Senior Turtle said, "This is unbearable. Shuheng, if you don't send in any more braised heavenly tribulations, Pavilion Master Chu and I are going to get angry. By the way, what magical technique are you trying out?" Song Shuheng replied, "It's the Divine Weapon Appraisal, developed by slow-witted Song. I'll send a copy to you two seniors in a while. It's actually quite practical." Senior Turtle asked, "Oh, are you talking about that thing I copied down by hand in the past?" Pavilion Master Chu silently surfaced, and said, "You've deciphered slow-witted Song's Divine Weapon Appraisal? Let me see." Song Shuheng replied, "Okay, just give me a moment." After saying that, he sent his phone into the inner world, and pulled out the version sent to him by Yu Jiaojiao to show it to Pavilion Master Chu and Senior Turtle. After a while, Pavilion Master Chu said, Cooperate with me. I want to try out this magical technique as well." Song Shuheng asked, "Do you mean like last time?" As he was speaking, long and lustrous black hair emerged from above his head. Her hair then spread out and filled the whole room. This was the hair she had kept for an unbelievably long time. Daodu could not help but start laughing out loud. Although it wasn't the first time that he was seeing this, seeing Song Shuheng suddenly grow beautiful long hair really just felt wrong. Daodu felt that it would have been better for Song Shuheng to just go bald. Pavilion Master Chu's long hair extended, and nimbly went to a stone. After a light touch on the stone, the hair left a rune mark on it. For the ordinary stone could not withstand the power of the rune mark and shattered. Pavilion Master Chu. The quality of ordinary stones and trees was simply incapable of withstanding such power. It was expected that they would instantly shatter from such an action. "Senior Chu, don't worry." Song Shuheng stretched out his hand, and took out a spear that was part of the loot he got from the Celestials. The spear was a mass-produced standardized fourth-stage magical treasure, so Song Shuheng had a lot of them in stock. Pavilion Master Chu's long hair lightly tapped on the spear, branding it with a rune mark. Then, her long hair curled around it before violently throwing it into the sky. "Senior Chu, didn't you use too much force there?" Song Shuheng asked in worry. Pavilion Master Chu was a genuine immortal-level existence, so even if it was just her hair, the strength it could display was still terrifying. Did Senior Chu directly throw the spear into space? If she accidentally struck a plane or a man-made satellite on the way, that wouldn't be good. Pavilion Master Chu said confidently, "Don't worry. I controlled my strength, so there shouldn't be a problem." Then, Pavilion Master Chu's long hair gently curled itself, plunged into the void, and wrapped around the spear that was branded with her rune mark before dragging it back. Perhaps it was because Pavilion Master Chu's hair was attached to Song Shuheng's head, but when she was pulling the spear back using her hair, Song Shuheng seemed to have an idea appear in his mind, seemingly getting a clue as to how to perform the technique himself. After a while, the spear was dragged back by Pavilion Master Chu's long hair. As it returned, Song Shuheng suddenly smelled a bloody smell coming from the spear. Did something go wrong? Did the spear that Pavilion Master Chu threw out accidentally penetrate through a fellow Daoist who was flying on their sword? Is this a traffic accident? Do Pavilion Master Chu and Fairy Dongfang 6 have the same hidden genes? If she really hit a fellow Daoist, then we'll have to compensate them. Speaking of compensation, will we have to give them spirit stones? Song Shuheng became a little flustered at this thought. After all, his pockets were devoid of spirit stones. It actually ran away. After Pavilion Master Chu's long hair dragged the spear back, she spoke with a tone of surprise. Song Shuheng immediately reacted, and asked, "Was it an enemy?" Pavilion Master Chu said calmly, "I don't know if they were an enemy, but just now, there was a guy who was hiding in the sky and peeping over at us. They seemed to hold malice against us. They hid well, but couldn't hide from my senses." The spear she threw out just now was actually aimed at that guy who had been hiding and peeping at them. Originally, she was planning on hitting the other party with the spear, and then dragging them back using spatial abilities. Unexpectedly, the other party managed to escape using some tricks of their own. Song Shuheng pondered for a moment. He then stretched out his hand and touched the blood on the spear gently. Once his hand touched the blood, he activated the secret appraisal technique. If it was really an enemy, then I should check who they are first. The price for the appraisal was minimal, only inflicting a small wound on him as the price. Song Shuheng did not even react to pain of this level. Mixed blood. This blood is a mixture of the blood of spirit beasts, fierce beasts, and humankind. It is needed to use the blood demonic god pillar incarnation, a secret technique of the demonic path. With the help of this secret technique, a blood demonic god pillar can be summoned, and by making use of the demonic god energy in the demonic god pillar, a blood incarnation can be condensed. Once this incarnation receives a fatal attack, it will disappear. Song Shuheng said, "It seems like the enemy was not able to escape, but rather they were blown up by Pavilion Master Chu. In addition, this blood demonic god pillar incarnation. At first glance, it felt as if it was the work of Demon Emperor Heji. However, Demon Emperor Heji should not have been able to recover so quickly when Song Shuheng used the karmic saber technique. He had called forth the power of 7 big shots to directly blast apart Demon Emperor Heji, nearly killing him. Since that was the case, this was likely the doing of a descendant from Demon Emperor Heji's lineage. It was unknown as to whether Demon Emperor Heji had left an official inheritance in the main world, or if another Demon Emperor had established a demon empire in the main world. However, it was certain that Demon Emperor Heji had escaped into the Black Dragon world a very long time ago, going about his own plans silently. It had been so long that nobody could be sure as to what might have happened to his inheritance. If Demon Emperor Heji's inheritance in the main world was gone, then the only person who could have used the blood demonic god pillar incarnation was my mortal enemy. Song Shuheng's fingers moved away from the spear. There was only one person he could think of who fitted the description. Senior White's clone asked curiously, "Mortal enemy? Who?" "Young Master Hai." Song Shuheng stretched out his hand, and flicked the blood off his fingertips. Su Clan 7 said, "Oh, him. Half a year ago, young Master Hai had escaped into the limitless demon sect and refused to come out. Considering the time that had passed since then, he should have already succeeded in transcending his tribulation. 7 had also been going through the trouble of looking for young Master Hai all this time. If he ever encountered the other party, he would attack him without a word. Su Clan 7 said, "I wonder if that guy has come out yet. As far as I know, young Master Hai has already left his seclusion. He has condensed a golden core with at least 7 dragon patterns. According to my estimations, he should have 8 dragon patterns," Song Shuheng continued. In addition, he should have also obtained Demon Emperor Heji's inheritance. At first, I suspected that he only got the inheritance of the Demon Emperor's immortal chef inheritance, but now it seems likely that he's found other inheritances of Demon Emperor Heji. When I complete the deal with Fairy Blue Phoenix, I'll immediately go and bring 16 to look for him. Wait, I have to go to the scholarly faction with 16 first. After all, it's already been quite some time since I promised Senior Eternal Fire that I'd visit them. That guy's luck has always been pretty good. He's quite a troublesome guy to deal with. Su Clan 7 stroked the stubble on his chin, and said, "As expected, we should find a chance to kill him off right away. He can easily become a bigger problem if we leave him alone." Song Shuheng's head silently shrunk back. Even though 7 was targeting young Master Hai, he could feel a chill on his neck for some reason. Su Clan 16 said, "I'll deal with young Master Hai myself." Today, she was wearing a simple white t-shirt, denim shorts, and a baseball cap to cover her horns. She looked as youthful as she could be, looking like a 15-year-old girl. When she spoke, there was clear confidence in her tone. Behind her was Su Kongyun, a youth from the Su clan. At this time, Su Kongyun looked listless. When he was unconscious, he experienced Dharma King creation singing, and suffered from nightmares for 2 days straight. Dowda stuck its tongue out. "Woof, 16, will you be okay by yourself? That guy named Fatty Hai already has a golden core, and one with 8 dragon patterns at that. Are you sure that you're going to be able to cut him down on your own?" Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman reminded Dowdu, "It's not Fatty Hai, it's young Master Hai. When the time comes, I'll fight Fatty Hai with 16. Song Shuheng grabbed the black scarlet heaven sword, and hung it behind his waist. "With the 2 of us fighting him, there will surely be no problem. Back then, 16 and I were trapped by young Master Hai together, so we share the same hatred for him. As such, we should naturally take revenge together. Dowdu. Won't it be bullying if you 2 face him when he's on his own?" Su Clan 7 laughed, and said, "In that case, I'll leave young Master Hai to the 2 of you." Su Clan 16 nodded lightly. "We were toyed with by young Master Hai back then. This time, we'll make him pay." Song Shuheng said, "I have several methods on hand that I can use to lock down young Master Hai. 16, how about you join me as I move around for a while?" Su Clan 16 brushed the hair by her ear, and replied softly, Song Shuheng similarly stretched out his hand and brushed his hair. "Senior White, how about we set off and return to Jiangnan University Town now?" Senior White's clone seemed to have been contemplating things. When he heard Song Shuheng's words, he nodded casually in response. "Then, seniors, I guess this is goodbye for now. By the way, if anyone has a disciple who is going to transcend the heavenly tribulation of the 3rd stage, please contact me. I want to reserve some ingredients for our next 9 provinces number 1 group banquet," Song Shuheng said as he suddenly recalled the matter. Fairy Dongfang 6 asked, "Are you working as a guardian for free?" "Yup." Song Shuheng said as he patted his chest. His face was still too thin, and he could not thicken his face enough to ask for payment from his seniors. "Then we won't be polite." Fairy Dongfang 6 smiled sweetly. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple laughed, and said, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song working as a guardian for those transcending their tribulation for free, this project is not bad. In this case, I won't be polite, either. Song Shuheng gave a thumbs up, and said, as long as I'm free, I'll be sure to be there when you call for me. Senior White's clone asked, are we going now? He then waved his hand in the air, and opened a spatial rift. Song Shuheng turned to look at True Monarch Eternal Fire, and said, by the way, Senior Eternal Fire, do you want to go with me? After we go to Jiangnan University Town, we can head to the scholarly faction. True Monarch Eternal Fire responded, sure. Spatial passage? Su Kongyun saw the mystical spatial rift, and could not help but lean toward it, wanting to stretch out his hand and touch the legendary 9th stage spatial passage. Luckily, Seven pulled him back in time. Idiot, don't just go around touching everything. Su Kongyun showed an embarrassed smile. But then again, he not only succeeded in ascending to the 3rd stage realm, but also got to touch a lot of high-level things on this trip with 16. When he got back, he would have loads to boast about for a long time. Song Shuheng, 16, True Monarch Eternal Fire, Senior White's clone, and the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group said their goodbyes to one another. Fairy Creation quietly left Dharma King Creation, and escaped into Song Shuheng's body. Well then, seniors, see you next time. Song Shuheng cupped his fists, and then turned and walked toward the spatial rift. Wait, Shuheng, you forgot something. At this moment, a voice came from Song Shuheng's jet-black hair. Song Shuheng asked, what's the matter? Through her beautiful hair, Pavilion Master Chu broadcast her words to the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group. Our company is currently recruiting a batch of spirit plant masters and beast taming masters. Although they will be receiving rather standard treatment, they will get to listen to lectures of a tribulation transcender and an immortal every month. The lectures can be recorded or copied down. If your sects or forces have any suitable idle spirit plant masters or beast taming masters, you can consider sending them to Shuheng. Ah right, I almost forgot about that, Song Shuheng said. Seniors, I'll send more details about this in the group chat. In terms of salary and benefits, I'll try my best to find a way to make money first. There's no need to talk about salary and benefits. With such treatment, there would be many people who would beg just to get the job, don't you know? Fairy Lychee said with a smile. I'll head back to my sect and tell them about it. To be able to attend the lectures of a tribulation transcender and an immortal every month. The applications for a job with such treatment would definitely be filled up instantly. With such good benefits, they could not let outsiders get the chance to take the spots. Then I'll be troubling you, seniors. After saying that, Song Shuheng strode into the spatial rift. When he stepped into the spatial rift, the voice of Senior White's clone suddenly sounded in his ears. Shuheng, if I were to be cut into slices, can I be made into a delicious inner demon sashimi? Song Shuheng. Senior White's clone used the secret sound transmission technique when he spoke to Song Shuheng, so only Song Shuheng heard his voice. Heavens, how am I supposed to answer such a frightening question? Under the strong desire to keep his life, he had immediately suppressed the idea of slicing Senior White's clone into sashimi as soon as it appeared in his mind a while back. Why was Senior White's clone asking about it now? Didn't Senior White's clone lack the BUG-like mind-reading technique? Was it just a coincidence, or did Senior White's clone actually read my mind just now? Most importantly, what do I do now? Song Shuheng's mind raced as he thought of what to do. Eventually, he replied loudly, Senior White, I choose to live. Su Clan 16, who was next to him, looked at him with a puzzled expression. With this Senior White's clone having a constantly emotionless expression, nobody could tell what he was thinking or feeling at this time. In the next moment, the spatial rift gradually closed around the figures of Senior White's clone, Su Clan 16, True Monarch Eternal Fire, and Song Shuheng. And after being brought into the spatial rift, they disappeared from where they were. Wait, broken tyrant. Song Shuheng watched as Heavenly Field Island disappeared from his view, and suddenly remembered his treasured saber. His treasured saber Broken Tyrant was still stuck somewhere on Heavenly Field Island, and had yet to be recovered. That treasured saber was something he'd acquired not long after he first stepped into the world of cultivation. It had stayed with him since then all the way until he reached the 5th stage realm. Because of this, he held quite some sentiment for the treasured saber. I did not expect to leave so quickly. Because of that, I actually ended up leaving it. Song Shuheng suddenly felt a strong sense of guilt within himself. After they arrived in the Jiangnan area shortly, Heavenly Field Island would be too far away for Song Shuheng to use the saber controlling technique to retrieve the treasured saber Broken Tyrant. It looked like there was nothing he could do to retrieve it right away. He could only resort to sending Senior Tian Tiankong a message, and asking him to keep watch over the treasured saber for the time being. While he was in thought, he experienced the same feeling that one would when an elevator suddenly stopped. Song Shuheng and the others had already arrived at a location above Jiangnan University town. They were currently shrouded in an illusion technique, so ordinary people would not be able to see them. Senior White and True Monarch Eternal Fire trod the air, and lightly landed on a giant cloud. When Song Shuheng trod the air, a black lotus would automatically appear underneath his feet. With a thought, he also condensed a large black lotus for Su Clan 16 to step on. Following this, he stretched out his hand, squeezed his face, and touched his waist. I came out of the spatial passage alive. It seemed like Senior White did not trouble him when they were in the spatial passage. Could it be that the reason why Senior White's clone asked me if he could be sliced up into sashimi was not because of the mind-reading technique, but just a result of his whim? If so, then this Senior White's clone is truly quite curious. Senior White's clone asked calmly, "Is Fairy Blue Phoenix here yet?" Song Shuheng shook his head. "She hasn't contacted me yet. It should take her quite a while longer to travel from the Beast Realm to Jiangnan University town compared to us. Moreover, Fairy Blue Phoenix still had to prepare spirit stones and a copy of the Holy Ape Dragon Power technique, which might cause her to take longer to get to the Jiangnan area. Then let's go to the building that Medicine Master bought first," Senior White's clone said. "It just so happens that my main body started a project here that he has yet to finish researching." Song Shuheng asked curiously, "What project is it?" Senior White's clone said, "Do you remember those members of a more scientific-oriented cultivation department that we captured? The mechas on their bodies are very interesting. Besides that, they also had this technology that could modify a human into a machine." "Oh, right. Them." In Song Shuheng's inner world, the mechanically modified blonde girl was currently in the process of resurrecting. Back when she died, she had used a resurrection gold coin that Song Shuheng gave her. At this moment, nobody knew whether she would resurrect in 1 year or 10 years. Song Shuheng said, "Then let's head down first." Senior White's clone replied softly, and then, he did not say anything more. True Monarch Eternal Fire turned to look at Senior White's clone, and suddenly said, "Oh no." Senior White's clone fell into a state of contemplation, and became absent-minded. "Even your clone gets distracted?" "Senior Eternal Fire, please help me stabilize him," Song Shuheng hurriedly said. "We're pretty high up in the sky. If Senior White fell to the ground, then it would be a huge disaster." The two of them stretched out their hands to support Senior White's clone from underneath. In this way, if Senior White's clone fell to the ground, the two of them could reduce the impact and prevent the destruction of the entire Jiangnan area. At the same time, Su Clan 16 carefully harnessed her saber light, and used her flying saber to support Senior White's clone. Phew, safe. Song Shuheng let out a breath of relief. Senior White's clone was still in an absent-minded state, deep in thought. Afterward, he took a step and walked forward in the air. Su Clan 16 hurriedly controlled her saber so that it would follow Senior White's clone as he walked. In this manner, after walking over 10 steps, Senior White's clone finally recovered his senses. "Something suddenly came to my mind just now," he said slowly with an indifferent face. It's fine, Senior White. But if you still plan on thinking about anything, it would probably be best to do so after we get back home, Song Shuheng said. Senior White's clone nodded, and replied, While nodding, his foot suddenly slipped, and his entire person fell forward. Song Shuheng. In this desperate moment, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Illusory reality. Song Shuheng stretched out his hand, and 99 demonic god pillars spread out around him in an instant. The pseudo-passionate desert emerged, and dragged him and Senior White's clone into it. Boom! Senior White's clone fell down in the desert. The ground in the illusory reality shook violently, and a sandstorm was set off with all the sand that was blown around from the impact. However, the huge desert managed to withstand Senior White's clone's fall. Could the main purpose of Senior White's illusory reality have actually been to catch him should he fall down out of nowhere? Song Shuheng suddenly had such a thought in his mind. After a long while, Senior White's clone finally emerged from underneath the sand. Excellent. After emerging from the sand, the emotionless Senior White's clone suddenly hammered his palm with his other hand as if he had come to a decision. Song Shuheng looked confused. I've decided, Senior White's clone said slowly. I'll be staying here in the future. Song Shuheng responded, Huh? Senior White's clone said, I was thinking about a lot of things just now. As a clone, when I run out of energy, I will disappear. So I was thinking about if there was any way for me to leave any traces of myself before disappearing to prove that I was once in this world. After you brought out your illusory reality, I then realized that since this is a place very similar to my own, I can stay here. Song Shuheng said, but my illusory reality will not always exist. When I think of storing it away, it will disappear. Senior White's clone said, have you forgotten about Pavilion Master Chu's crystal clear water pavilion? Song Shuheng asked, Senior White, you want me to maintain this illusory reality state? Senior White's clone said, no, what I was trying to say was that when you put away your illusory reality, it doesn't actually disappear. When you store it away, it instead still exists in a special state around you. Afterward, he got up, and went to the side of Little White. Senior White's clone reached out, and slowly approached Little White. In the illusory reality, Little White seemed to notice something, and he turned his head slowly. Similar to the previous time, the face of the Little White in Song Shuheng's illusory reality was blurred. One would not be able to clearly see his eyes, mouth, ears, and nose. Senior White's clone extended his palm toward Little White. In response to this, Little White suddenly raised his small hand, extending it toward Senior White's clone's palm. With that, a big and small palm pressed against one another. Subsequently, Big White's and Little White's hair fluttered wildly in the air, creating a picturesque scene. So this is how it feels. Senior White's clone nodded slowly, and retracted his palm. The Little White in the illusory reality turned around, returning to sitting on the dunes in a daze. Was the exchange over? Senior White's clone calmly said, all right, let's go. Song Shuheng looked puzzled. You're done. Wasn't Senior White's clone going to stay in the illusory reality? Did he change his mind? With his perpetually expressionless face, it was really difficult to understand what Senior White's clone was thinking. Senior White's clone said, I'm done. There's no point in staying here any longer. Let's go. Song Shuheng nodded. He then waved his hand lightly, and stored the illusory reality away. After that, their two figures reappeared above Jiangnan University town. As Song Shuheng put away the illusory reality, the face of the Little White inside the illusion, which had originally been blurry, slowly became clearer. Facial features emerged on Little White's face, and he came to assume the appearance that Senior White had when he was younger. His skin was white, delicate, and flawless. It was just that the face of this Little White was completely expressionless. Above the Jiangnan area. After Song Shuheng and Senior White's clone reappeared, 16th Saber immediately moved to catch the two of them. Shuheng, Senior White, is everything alright? Song Shuheng laughed, and said, yup, everything's fine. I didn't expect my illusory reality to come in handy so soon. Senior White's clone was no longer distracted, and the group of four, which was shrouded in an illusion, finally descended and arrived at Medicine Master's building. Viewing as they had not been back here for quite a while, the entire place was covered in dust. Dust cleaning technique. True Monarch Eternal Fire slightly stretched out his hand, and all the dust inside the building was swept away. The dust gathered up into a small ball, which was then thrown into a flower bed by the True Monarch. Song Shuheng remarked, cultivation really does just come in handy at times. There were some small techniques that were very practical for daily life. Otherwise, if such techniques did not exist, then cultivators would have to waste quite some time cleaning the dust in the building. Song Shuheng remembered that when he was a child, his family would clean their entire house whenever Chinese New Year came. They never hired anybody to clean their house, so their entire family had to take up arms and clean everything themselves. After they finished, they would all have weary bodies and aching waists. If he had been in contact with cultivation ever since he had been a child, then he could have learned something like the dust cleaning technique and cleaned his entire house in mere moments. This magical technique is available in the sharing area of the group. True Monarch Eternal Fire smiled, and said, fellow Taoist Thrice Reckless has organized and summarized small magical techniques like this in a single file. Little friend Shuheng, you should check it out when you're free. Su Clan 16 said, although I know that Senior Thrice Reckless has a strong talent in inventing magical techniques, every time I hear that he can do something as delicate as making practical magical techniques, I always feel like something has gone wrong in the world. Song Shuheng responded, I feel the same way. True Monarch Eternal Fire smiled, and said, in that regard, you really should not underestimate fellow Taoist Thrice Reckless. Song Shuheng smiled, and responded, I'll download the file later and see what little magical techniques I can learn. When I go home, it might come in handy. As they talked about this topic, he remembered his parents. He took out his phone and called his father. It had been a while since he had last called home, so he had no idea how his parents were doing. Hey, Shuheng, did you forget something? Papa Song's gentle voice sounded from the phone. Song Shuheng said, no, I just wanted to give you a call all of a sudden. Is Mom okay? Didn't we just meet? Why are you asking this? Papa Song seemed to be puzzled. Song Shuheng. We just met. Oh no, could Dad have gone to Jiangnan University Town and met with Qing Wu? Song Shuheng pictured the scene of his parents meeting Qing Wu in his mind, and he could not help but feel uneasy. Nothing out of the ordinary should have happened, right? Qing Wu wouldn't have been careless and displayed her female monster charm to my parents, right? Co, your mother is becoming more lively and active by the day, it's great. Anyway, we're leaving Jiangnan University Town now. We'll come see you again some other time, Papa Song said. Oh right, you've really changed a lot this time. I've even heard from your dorm mates that you've become a lot more caring for others recently. Shuheng really is a sensible child. He actually started to become more caring after finding out that he's going to be having a little sister or little brother soon. He really isn't one to give his parents much to worry about. Song Shuheng laughed dryly. You should call us more whenever you're free. Also, don't be afraid to tell us when you need more money, said Papa Song. He had also heard from Song Shuheng's dorm mates that Shuheng had become very fond of growing and cultivating plants recently. He knew that such hobbies could be very costly, but he wanted to support him in any way possible as a father. Don't worry, Dad. I don't lack any money for the time being. If I really do need any money, I'll call and let you know, replied Song Shuheng. What he lacked at the moment was not money, but spirit stones. After chatting with his father, Song Shuheng hung up. He had been thinking about revealing slivers of the world of cultivation to his parents to prepare them mentally. After all, he was already at the 6th stage realm, and he already possessed some status in the world of cultivation. If possible, he wanted to meet up with his parents, and show them some magical techniques to allow them to slowly come into contact and accept the world of cultivation. But unexpectedly, his parents had already met with Qing Wu, disrupting his plans. It was kind of awkward now. I guess I'll wait a few more months. Song Shuheng decided. He decided that he was just going to introduce the world of cultivation to his parents after his sibling was born. After all, it wasn't good for a pregnant woman to undergo much stress. In the several months until then, he could take care of that immortal cave he had in the main world. Other than the heavenly city's fragments, the scholarly faction had also provided him with an immortal cave in the past. When the time came, he could take his parents to the immortal cave, and have them live there. A few months would pass rather quickly anyway. Shuheng, you still haven't mentioned the world of cultivation to uncle or auntie? Su Clan 16 asked while curled up on the sofa. Song Shuheng smiled, and said, nope. After all, I've only been cultivating for a few months. I haven't had the opportunity to tell them about it yet. I've decided that I'll tell them in a few months after my sibling is born. It's better to avoid giving a pregnant woman too much shock. Su Clan 16 blinked before falling into thought. Thinking about it now, Song Shuheng was already at the 6th stage. If he continued at his current pace, he should reach the 7th stage pretty soon, right? Song Shuheng sat next to 16, and turned on the TV. On the TV, a cross appeared, and a deep male voice sounded. Good news for those who are infertile. Every family can now be complete. We welcome you to XX Hospital, the home of the most advanced artificial insemination technology in China. Song Shuheng. He changed the channel, and took out the metal disc that he could use to communicate with Fairy Blue Phoenix. Checking the time, the fairy should arrive soon. Today, he, a person without a single spirit stone on his body, could finally get some spirit stones again. Song Shuheng began operating the metal disc, and contacted Fairy Blue Phoenix. After his request went through, they both turned on the holographic projections on their respective sides. Through the projection, Song Shuheng could see that Fairy Blue Phoenix was already preparing to descend into China's Jiangnan area through a teleportation formation. At her side were the two girls who had been with her back then during the Immortal Feast. The girls were carrying a large box each. Seeing the boxes, Song Shuheng could almost smell the spirit stones coming his way. Fairy Blue Phoenix asked, fellow Taoist tyrannical Song, we're leaving now. What are your coordinates? Song Shuheng replied, I'm in a residential building near Jiangnan University Town. Fairy, you can directly head to Jiangnan University Town. When I sense your aura, I will head over to convene with you. Okay. Fairy Blue Phoenix nodded slightly. Her lips then parted slightly as if she had more to say, but then. A deep male voice sounded from Song Shuheng's TV. Good news for those who are infertile. Every family can now be complete. We welcome you to XX Hospital. Song Shuheng turned his head abruptly, and saw a familiar hospital cross logo on the screen. He also saw the familiar, and heard the familiar voice. He then checked the TV channel's logo on the screen, and saw that he had indeed changed the station. WTF. Has your hospital taken over all of the S on all channels? Having money really is amazing. If you have money, you can have your shown across all channels. Song Shuheng did not hesitate to change the channel again. This time, he changed it to one from another province. There's no way that you're going to advertise your hospital in another province. 16 buried her face in the pillow and smiled to herself. Good news for those who are infertile? In the projection, Fairy Blue Phoenix's face turned slightly red, and something immediately popped up in her mind. Ling said, I impregnating gays? Yen said, tyrannical Song opened a hospital? From the metal disc, sounds of chaos could be heard. When the cultivators from the beast realm who were sending off Fairy Blue Phoenix heard that profound sage tyrannical song was opening a hospital, they could not stop their respective tiger, wolf, cat, and snake bodies from trembling violently. Song Shuheng. It's not me. It's not me. Don't wrong me like that. I'm not opening a hospital for the infertile. Also, it's not like my expert's appraisal actually impregnates anyone. It only lets its targets experience what one would feel during such a process. If it could really cause its targets to give birth to a child, then the entire universe's population would have blown up, would it not? Don't be mistaken. It was just a TV commercial, Song Shuheng said. Also, I didn't open a hospital. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword suddenly said in a cute voice, however, Shuheng, it would suit you quite well to open a hospital. Song Shuheng did not even turn his head, and immediately began using the saber nurturing technique on it. So refreshing. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword's cry was transmitted to Beast Realm through the metal circle. The faces of Ling and Yen, who were following behind Fairy Blue Phoenix, changed, and they looked at Song Shuheng with complex gazes when they heard the sound. Song Shuheng. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword's lowly-like voice was quite troublesome at times. Because of it, he could not just perform the saber-nurturing technique on it whenever he wanted. Otherwise, there would be problems arising sooner or later. Anyway, fellow Taoist tyrannical Song, we'll be there soon. Fairy Blue Phoenix smiled and hung up. The projection on the metal disc disappeared. Song Shuheng looked up at the sky. 16. Do you think my reputation is going to get ruined? Definitely not, I can guarantee it. 16 rested her face on the pillow, and looked at Shuheng with a smile. Elder Sister White Dragon added, it's because you have no reputation to speak of. Since there's none, then there's nothing to ruin. Elder Sister White Dragon, your words are really heartrending. Song Shuheng put away the metal disc. Then, he stood up and said, 16, let's go shopping in Jiangnan University Town while waiting for Fairy Blue Phoenix to cross worlds. Okay. 16 put the pillow aside, and gently jumped off the sofa. Song Shuheng shouted, Senior White, Senior Eternal Fire, we'll be going out for a bit. We should be back quickly. Senior White's clone sounded. Get me some fruit and snacks. True Monarch Eternal Fire smiled, and said, all right, then I'll meditate while waiting for you here. Sure. Song Shuheng opened the window, and he jumped out of it. Su Clan 16. Do you really have to exit the building in such an unusual manner? 16 then looked at herself. Fortunately, she was wearing jean shorts. And so, she followed Song Shuheng, jumping down from the window, and fell toward the flower bed. She pointed her toes toward the branch of a small sapling, and gently landed on it. As she landed, 16 happened to hear the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword reminding Song Shuheng, I think that you should go out through the door next time. If you do things like jumping out of windows too much, it will become addictive. When you go home where your parents live, and suddenly jump out of the window, Song Shuheng said, habits are indeed frightening. If Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword had not reminded him, he would probably not have noticed it, and actually jumped out the window back in his parents' home. Actually, Shuheng, I think that you should get uncle and auntie to get used to the world of cultivation unconsciously. You can have stuff from the world of cultivation slowly become a part of their lives. This way, it would be easier for them to accept it when you decide to tell them in the future. Su Clan 16 took out a pair of sandals, put them on, and gently jumped off the branches. Hearing this, Song Shuheng nodded thoughtfully. Actually, Shuheng, you've already done it in the past. Su Clan 16 bent over, and tied the straps of her sandals. The spirit rice and the water from the living spring of your inner world you sent home have already caused some changes to happen to your parents. That can also be regarded as an infiltration of sorts. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword added, then you can step it up a bit, and send your family some more products from the world of cultivation. This way, when your sibling is born, they'll be well suited to become a cultivator. Good idea. Song Shuhang nodded. Although he had not been spending much time with his parents recently, his disciple Little Kai had been silently following them for quite some time now. He could let his parents come into contact with cultivator products through Little Kai. Song Shuhang transferred his consciousness over to a stone pit in his inner world. This stone pit contained the heavenly lake stone milk from the Black Dragon world, which possessed an effect similar to that of a transformation pill. It could allow a monster cultivator that was below the 5th stage to immediately get the chance to transform its body. "I'll contact Little Kai later," said Song Shuhang. "Right, I could also give Little Kai some stone milk so that she can acquire her transformation as soon as possible. That would help her increase the speed of her cultivation as well." In Jiangnan University Town, Song Shuhang and 16 leaned against each other. They were currently shrouded in an illusion. The two wandered around Jiangnan University Town before quietly arriving at Song Shuhang's dormitory. Noon. Monday, November 18, 2019. When Song Shuhang reached his dormitory, he was surprised to hear the sound of people reviewing. "They're reviewing?" Song Shuhang asked himself curiously. This was simply an abnormality to him. The dorm mates he knew were not like this. During their lunch breaks, they would normally not be studying or reviewing anything, especially when it wasn't the exam weeks. Could it be that Qing Wu had not been able to keep up with the lessons, so she asked others in the dorm to help her study? This was a possibility. Song Shuhang and 16 approached the dormitory cautiously. They perked up their ears as they listened to the voices inside. After listening for a while, Song Shuhang discovered that it was not actually Qing Wu who was reviewing, but rather his dorm mates Gao Momu, Tubo, and Yangda who were being helped in their studies by Qing Wu. Song Shuhang. Have I transmigrated to a parallel world or something? Did my dorm mates forget their identities? When Song Shuhang had been on Heavenly Field Island, he had even been worrying about Qing Wu having trouble with the university lessons. At that time, he had been considering whether he should ask Senior White for a learning god system for Qing Wu. But in the end, over the period of a short few months, Qing Wu had already become a genius, and could even help his 3 dorm mates with their studies. "Ah, it's really great to have you, Shuhang." Tubo did some stretches. Sounding relieved, he said, "It's really been rough these past few nights. I haven't been able to listen to the morning classes at all. But now when you explain it to me, I can immediately understand it. You're even better than the professor. Hee, the 3 of us can finally continue pulling all-nighters." "Pulling all-nighters is not good for your health," Qing Wu reminded him softly in Song Shuhang's voice. Yangda sighed, and said, "I've got work to do that's due in 2 days. I'm afraid that there's nothing I can do but make the most of the nights." Gao Momu said, "Same here. I've got a lot of stuff I need to write. Then, next week, I'm going to be occupied with Yai." After hesitating for a moment, Qing Wu said, "Then, I'll look for a way to get you some extra food so that you guys can have some more energy. But remember, you really should avoid pulling all-nighters if you can." She then got up and said, "All right, just remember the important points I stated for the lessons. I'm going to go out first." She had sensed Song Shuhang's aura at the door. Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. He kept on feeling as if his 3 roommates were being spoiled by Qing Wu. He suspected that if his 3 roommates were now asked to choose between the real Song Shuhang and the Qing Wu version of Song Shuhang, the 3 would definitely choose the Qing Wu version. After Qing Wu came out, she closed the door to the dorm. She then leaned against the door, and asked softly, "Mr. Shuhang, you're back. Are we going to switch?" Song Shuhang said softly, "No, I'm just here to take a look today. I still have some things to do later. I'll have to continue to trouble you to take my place in studying for now." Song Shuhang's main occupation was being a university student, while his side occupation was being a cultivator. However, his side occupation was just really busy lately, so he had to find a substitute for his main occupation. Qing Wu blinked, and then said. Okay. It's really not a big deal, and to be honest, I'm quite enjoying my life right now. Song Shuheng smiled slightly, and then he remembered something. By the way, Qing Wu. I remember that you have yet to acquire your human transformation, right? Qing Wu was already at the 5th stage realm. However, due to having been affected by the evil energy of the netherworld, she had not acquired her human transformation yet. After being captured by Senior White and becoming a monster pet, although she had been thoroughly purified from head to root, her real body was still in a half-tree, half-human state. Qing Wu nodded slightly. I've got something for you. Song Shuheng stretched out his hand, and took out a disposable cup. He placed the cup in his hand, and a portion of stone milk appeared inside it. He then handed the cup to Qing Wu. When you find the time to go to a place where there aren't any people, you can drink the milk in this cup to transform. Thank you, Mr. Shuheng. Qing Wu happily took the cup. Alright then, see you later. Song Shuheng smiled and turned to leave with Su Clan 16. When he turned to leave, he heard an exchange of his 3 friends in the dormitory again. Tubo said, for some reason, I've been feeling like I would really like it if, in the future, I could find a girlfriend with Shuheng's personality. Yangda nodded. Same. Su Clan 16 turned her head, and couldn't help but laugh. Song Shuheng. After Song Shuheng brought 16 for a walk around Jiangnan University town, the two of them landed on the roof of the dormitory building. They decided that they were going to wait for Fairy Blue Phoenix here. Shuheng took out 2 deep-fried dough sticks, and handed one to 16. He had bought them while they were going around the university. He and 16 each had 1 dough stick as they sat one another on the rooftop. Song Shuheng looked at the university, and suddenly had a thought. By the way, 16, do you think that there are any other cultivators hidden in Jiangnan University town other than me? Me? 16 blinked. She had also stayed in Jiangnan University town for a while. Ha ha ha. Song Shuheng laughed, and said, it's just that I was thinking that if there were also other cultivators or practitioners of other systems, it would be pretty interesting to study at the university. The black scarlet heaven sword reminded him, like the monster tree just now, hee hee. Song Shuheng did not even turn his head, and just used the saber nurturing technique. The black scarlet heaven sword exclaimed, so refreshing. If you really want to know, then there shouldn't be any new disciples moving around at your age, Su Clan 16 replied. Generally, cultivators who are 8 to 30 years old are still at the 1st or 2nd stage. Those disciples in these realms aren't qualified to leave their sects or forces yet, and once a cultivator does have the qualification to go and explore, they usually aren't young anymore. Moreover, at that time, those disciples definitely wouldn't stay as an ordinary university student and take classes for that long. At most, they would experience it for a short while, and then leave. Song Shuheng said, that's reasonable. Su Clan 16 said, but in a while, I can change my identity and experience campus life with you. The corners of Song Shuheng's mouth rose, and then he replied, okay. He also felt that he would enjoy such an experience with 16. The black scarlet heaven sword said, they're here. In the sky above the university town, spatial fluctuations emerged. Song Shuheng stood up. He then reached out and put on a hat on 16's head to hide her 2 beautiful little dragon horns. In midair, a spatial gate opened. Fairy Blue Phoenix and 2 young girls emerged from the void one after the other. Let's go, 16. Song Shuheng summoned the divine lobster's chariot, and then stretched his hand out to 16. Su Clan 16 took Song Shuheng's hand into hers, and let herself be pulled into the chariot. The golden chariot rushed up toward the sky. At the same time, Fairy Blue Phoenix also saw Song Shuheng and greeted them. The 2 young girls following Fairy Blue Phoenix were carrying a large box in each of their arms. Song Shuheng could sense from a distance that the 2 boxes in the hands of the 2 girls were exuding pure spiritual energy fluctuations. Fairy Blue Phoenix and Song Shuheng did not waste any time as the beast realm was currently in a very bad state, and they did not have much time to spare. Fairy Blue Phoenix landed on the Divine Lobster's chariot with the two young girls. Immediately, they proceeded with the transaction. Song Shuheng took out the small box that was given to him by Senior White 2, and handed it over to Fairy Blue Phoenix. Fairy, inside this box is the method to deal with the netherworld evil energy infection plaguing the beast realm. It contains the recipe for a medicinal liquid. At present, this medicinal liquid cannot completely cure the evil energy infection, and it can only suppress and relieve symptoms. It will be more effective if you use it along with the method in the box. You can use this for now, and I should be able to provide you with a second, improved version of the medicinal liquid in the future. Once I have the recipe for it, I will immediately let you know. Thank you, fellow Taoist tyrannical Song. Fairy Blue Phoenix carefully took the small box and opened it. Inside the box was a set of medicinal liquids and 2 booklets. One of these booklets was the recipe for the medicinal liquid, while the other was the plan to deal with the infection. When her fingers touched the medicinal liquid, she sensed a kind of domineering power in the medicinal liquid. It could directly suppress the evil energy of the netherworld. What shocked her even more was that the words in the 2 booklets felt as if they were burning. As she looked at the words in the booklets, it felt as if she were staring straight at a perpetually burning sun. It was immediately apparent to her that an immortal had written the content of the 2 booklets. This increased their value to the extreme. Fellow Taoist tyrannical Song actually went to an immortal to ask for help for the beast realm. It appears that the favor I owe him is much greater than I initially expected. Thank you. She blushed slightly and thanked Song Shuheng again. Song Shuheng laughed, and said, "You're welcome. We're both getting what we want here anyway." Fairy Blue Phoenix smiled and gently placed the small box into a spatial magical treasure. Afterward, she took out a scroll from her bosom, and handed it to Song Shuheng. This is the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique, that can be practiced all the way to the 9th stage. As for the last chapter to this technique, I'll be sure to contact you when the Holy Mountain opens once more. When the time comes, fellow Taoist tyrannical Song can go and comprehend the technique over at the Holy Mountain. I've really troubled you, Fairy. Song Shuheng reached out and took the scroll. At the side, 16 glanced over at Fairy Blue Phoenix's chest. To have been able to hide such a large scroll there, it appeared that the creatures of the beast realm had much stronger physical qualities than humans. Should they be of the same realm, then it was likely that the people of the beast realm would completely outmatch them in terms of physique. Even the 2 young ladies behind Fairy Blue Phoenix, while obviously young, were already about to catch up to Soft Feather in terms of chest size. It was truly enviable. In addition, we've prepared some small things for fellow Taoist tyrannical Song. Fairy Blue Phoenix took the box that Yen was holding, and gave it to Song Shuheng. Since fellow Taoist said that the more normal the item, the better, we brought some things that we believe will fit your request. Fellow Taoist tyrannical Song, see if you like it. I'm an ordinary person, and what I pursue is ordinary things. The more commonplace it is, the better. Song Shuheng laughed, took the box, and opened it. 16 leaned over to take a look. After doing so, she saw that the box was filled with medicinal pills the size of beans. This box also possessed an effect similar to a spatial magical treasure. This one box of medicinal pills actually had a 5 square meter room worth of medicinal pills. It should take several years to finish them if one were to consume 1 pill a day. It isn't spirit stones. Su Clan 16 chuckled to herself. Smiling, Fairy Blue Phoenix said, "These are ape dragon pills required for the practice of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique. Taking a few pills before you practice will greatly increase the efficiency. In addition, taking 1 pill before a battle will also allow the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique to perform much better. This medicinal pill is very easy to get in the beast realm, but as fellow Taoist tyrannical Song is not from the beast realm, I thought that this should very much fit fellow Taoists' needs." Good stuff. Song Shuhang happily put away the box. Although it wasn't spirit stones, the medicine pills in the box were better than spirit stones for him. It's great that fellow Taoist tyrannical Song is satisfied, said Fairy Blue Phoenix. To be honest, even if he only asked for common things, trying to satisfy fellow Taoist tyrannical Song as much as possible was a lot more of a headache than preparing great treasures. She then turned around, took the box from Ling, and handed the box over to Song Shuhang. This is the second gift we prepared for fellow Taoist tyrannical Song. What is it going to be this time? Song Shuhang took the box and opened it. When he opened the box, its contents reflected the sunlight and emitted a colorful light. The items in the box had an extremely pure aura and a gem-like light. It's spirit stones. Song Shuhang was overjoyed. I've finally rid myself of poverty and become rich. From this moment on, Song, penniless, Shuhang is a thing of the past. Now, please call me Song, has a box full of spirit stones. Shuhang. At this moment, Fairy Blue Phoenix introduced the items inside the box. This is a treasure unique to our beast realm. They're seeds for gemstone fruit. What? They're seeds? Not spirit stones? Song Shuhang looked confused. 16 held back her smile. After all, she wanted to give Song Shuhang face in front of outsiders, so she couldn't just pull the rug from under his feet right now. Fairy Blue Phoenix explained softly, the gemstone fruit is an immortal fruit with an exceptional taste. It is easy to grow, and possesses strong resistance and endurance. As long as it is given sufficient spiritual energy, it can grow rapidly. The more abundant the spiritual energy, the faster it will grow. If it is planted in a spiritual vein, it could germinate, grow, and bear fruit in a few breaths of time. Other than having an exceptional taste, its fruit has a series of effects such as prolonging life, enhancing cultivation, and restoring spiritual energy. Immortal Fairy Bishui once purchased a batch of it after contacting us. I believe that this is perfect for fellow Taoist tyrannical Song. Song Shuhang held up one of the seeds, which looked exactly like a spirit stone. The spiritual energy contained in it could seemingly be absorbed directly. As if she could read Song Shuhang's thoughts, Fairy Blue Phoenix added, the gemstone fruit seeds we provided you were specially picked and cultivated. Each of these seeds is as beautiful as a spirit stone. In fact, they are just like spirit stones, and the spiritual energy inside them can be directly extracted for a cultivator to use. Of course, using them in such a way is considered crude. Good stuff. Song Shuhang laughed and put away the seeds in the box. Well, at the very least, he could plant the seeds in his inner world. Finally, we prepared one more gift. Fairy Blue Phoenix reached out and stroked her hair. After that, 8 bee-sized light clusters appeared in the palm of her hand. Song Shuhang asked curiously, "What's this?" Fairy Blue Phoenix introduced it with a blushing face. These are little monster beasts that live with us blue phoenixes. We usually call them Zero. They can help fellow Taoist tyrannical Song plant the gemstone fruit seeds and take care of the growth of the fruit trees. Moreover, when the gemstone fruits blossom, they can help spread the pollen and create a virtuous cycle. In addition, if there are any other flowers or fruit-like spirit plants where fellow Taoist tyrannical Song plans to grow the gemstone fruit trees, they can also collect nectar like bees. Wonderful. Song Shuhang smiled and took the 8 little clusters of light. These were exactly what he currently needed.